Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we're getting right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark space. Never to be seen again. That would be bad. I'm not making it clear. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Friday. Week-ending report time. Oh, almost forgot I owe you all a tinfoil hat. There we go, tinfoil hat, engaged. Alright, got a hell of a lot to talk about. My god, haven't been able to stream all week, been having issues with the internet. Should be good, apparently, for the rest of the month. Maintenance at night, which they say is very inconvenient to everyone, which I responded to my ISP with, but me, as this is when I work. Oh, and sunglasses. Thank you, Paige. I'll get the sun. There we go. Okay, I'm styling. I'm styling over here. Anyway, yes, it's been a shitty week. We haven't been able to stream or talk about it, but here we are, about to have a epic week-ending report. So much to talk about. First, some shout-outs in the chat. Meteorologist Jetmend Fishbone 123 and close fourth. Arvin Trevino also here. WYCD Ravy Baby Sevens. People over on Twitch as well. Omega Star, Bernie Baby, Paige Larson. And look, Bovine in the vertical chat. All right, everybody, hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Like I mentioned, it's been a crazy week, Epstein week. It's been the Epstein week from hell. So many things coming out about the Epstein files. 3 million documents, thousands of videos and photos. People trying to get through. America. And we're going to start it off like we have been last couple weeks with the Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this
These people are
It's all
perverts.
a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And we like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Perverts.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
This is insane, dude.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would give interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. I don't understand why it keeps going. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
It's all a big hoax. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. And no different than Russia. And we like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the
That is
Epstein hoax.
unbelievable. There we go. There's no other way to start talking about the Epstein files, but with the Jeffrey Epstein files remix, bros. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes, in fact, I'm fairly certain we'll be talking, considering the number of documents we got to go through, I'm fairly certain we'll be talking about Jeffrey Epstein for the rest of the year. All Epstein, 2026, the year of the Epstein. They're adding it to the Chinese calendar, the Chinese zodiac. They say they're changing out the year of the horse for the year of the Epstein. Just a reminder to everybody, we are completely funded by viewers like you, and if you want to help keep this show alive, please do consider contributing in one of the many ways we have available for you to do just that. So many great ways. Now, of course, the victims have been completely forgotten in the files. Now, I'm not saying they're not in the files, but, of course, as we all know, certain amounts of information about the victims are supposed to be redacted, and they were not.
Today is the...
By the way, just a reminder, everybody, we have a whole week to cover right now, okay? Whole week. I mean, we streamed on Tuesday, technically, cut off in the middle of it because of my ISP. So we have like literally a whole week to cover. This was from
Today
Sunday.
is the most saddening, deeply upsetting, heartbroken day that we have experienced as survivors. I can't help but wonder why the DOJ has once again failed us.
Awful, awful, awful. Yep, Justice Department failing the victims. Thousands of instances of information that was wrongfully released by the DOJ. Kind of maddening, I'm sure. I mean, especially for the victims. But America should be mad about that. Let's be real. America should be mad.
Ooh, I had to get us some fresh air because I've been reading the Epstein files. Let me just say, they are enraging. And I know what you're wondering. Can we just skip reading about the abuse and mutilation of children and get right to the heads on spikes and the revolution? Yeah, I agree. But let me just run down a couple things. Trump raping a 13-year-old girl. Trump threatening to murder the entire family of another girl. Should she say anything? Prince Andrew torturing and then killing a girl. Bill Clinton and Epstein both raping a boy. Bush Sr. raping a boy. Babies being dismembered and eaten. And Elon Musk going to parties and asking about parties on Christmas morning like the shitty parent he is. Oh yeah, and Robin Leach choking a girl to death, okay?
Jesus Christ, I don't have enough illegals. I can't go further. I mean, I could, but oh God, there's limitations. Running out of illegals over here, people. It's out of control.
People and women do, right? It's always been a projection. And guess what? The Me Too movement was a trial run, motherfuckers. It's on like Donkey Kong for these predators and pedophiles. And sure, yeah, it might take us a while. It might take us a while to get up the strength and the force, but it's coming, all right? The only teens these fuckers are going to be making bleed.
Shared 100 bits. Your cackling warms my cold black heart.
Yay. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad, Omega. Thank you for the bits. There we go, Francesca Fiorentini with a rant, a sidewalk rant about those Epstein files. So just a reminder, everybody, we still don't have all the files. DOJ has only released parts of them. And are we really to believe that half of 6 million documents shouldn't be, can't be released based upon what is in the legislation? I'm skeptical. I'm serious. I continue to grow more and more skeptical as the days go on somehow. Like, honestly, I might have to just, like, weld this tinfoil hat to my helmet. Because at this point, may as well call me Alex Jones over here. I've got a lot of questions. A lot of questions. And apparently I'm not the only one. Mehdi Hassan has apparently also turned into a conspiracy theorist over at Zadeo. Him and Prem Tucker had a sit down earlier Tuesday.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for another weekly edition of Ask the Editor with, of course, our dearly beloved leader, Mehdi Hassan, who is back. Mehdi, how are you doing?
I'm good. Where is it morning, Prem?
You know, I'm just being all-inclusive. I know some people are listening later.
Fair enough.
Hours later.
Because normally we do this at like 11 a.m. So it is morning in LA and in the East Coast. But right now I think it's 1 o'clock in LA. So I was wondering which people in the morning. But
That's true. Well,
maybe people are watching in the middle of the night,
Australia,
past midnight. Some of our loyal subscribers around the world.
New Zealand,
to that
perhaps.
End, just to prove Mehdi wrong, can we get another location check?
Yes.
In the Substack.
Where is everyone watching?
What time zone? Let us know. Yeah. Let's hear it. So drop where you are below.
Prem's coming for Mehdi over here. It's like, can we? I love how Prem completely derails this to get chat involved in this discussion somehow, as if whether or not it's morning we're in this.
Where we're coming from. Today we have a lot to talk about. Of course, the past few days have been rife with news about the latest drop of the DOJ Epstein files and all the horrific discussion.
Mehdi is your favorite Hassan? I'm telling Hassan Piker. Not that I know Hassan, but when I do, in the future when I do know Hassan, I'm going to be like, hey, Hassan, I know this chatter who says that you're not their favorite Hassan. They claim to love Twitch, but you're not their favorite.
Things inside of them. We have Israel's most deadly assault on Gaza since the ceasefire, which is a ridiculous sentence, which we'll get into.
Yes.
And the Grammys, a big presence of celebrities and superstars speaking out on ICE. Many celebrities exclaiming "ICE out" at the Grammy Awards. So we have a lot to talk about. Firstly, Mehdi, of course, the big headline that we need to talk about is the Epstein files.
Yes.
What was your reaction to the latest drop of the files this time around?
Are you still talking
So one
about
thing we've
Jeffrey
got to say
Epstein?
first before we get... Well, two things we've got to say. One is you've already won our informal bet. Rosalind Lonsdale is watching from New Zealand where it is 10 a.m.
Let's go, baby.
There you go. Rosalind just got you. She covered you there. You were 100% right saying good morning.
Damn, Rosalind.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Rosalind just comes in there and throws Mehdi onto the bus. I'm in New Zealand where it's in fact morning.
Our global
Morning
audience,
day.
I was 110% wrong. Thank you, Rosalind, for joining us from New Zealand. We've got Kevin in Alaska. We've got Charles in DC with us. We've got Shazmin in Brooklyn. We're loving it. We got somebody in Houston. Dunkel on YouTube in Germany. We got the Crypto Newbie. I love the YouTube names. In Saudi Arabia. And we've got Uzbek watching from Pittsburgh. How's that for diversity? So welcome all. Second thing I would say, Prem, is I feel very strongly about this. I've got to say this thing. When you say the big story was Epstein, in the Trump era,
how do we define what the big story is? There is a freaking big story every hour. And I tweeted about this at the weekend. I said, I'm very critical of the Democrats, the way they don't jump on Trump scandals. I'm very critical of the media, the way they kind of give a soft ride to Trump scandals. But at the same time, I do have to admit that it is hard for all of us, liberal media, Democratic opposition party, those of us who are in independent journalism, to cover this shit show of a presidency. Because just in the last few days, just think about the big stories, the Epstein files, but you also have the Wall Street Journal reporting that the Emiratis basically bought almost half of the Trump family company on the eve of his inauguration, then got a bunch of AI chips. Right? We got the story about Tulsi Gabbard today, also in the Wall Street Journal, that there's a whistleblower complaint against the Director of National Intelligence.
I can attest to this. It's insanity. It's pure insanity. And as somebody who tries to cover things other than just U.S. politics, because there's a lot of people out there who basically just cover U.S. politics, never talk about, you know, the kind of stuff that we do. We go global constantly, talking climate change and environmental issues, you know. We cover a lot around here. It's overwhelming. It is overwhelming. Like, to balance it. You know, with an 8-hour show, you know, this week hasn't been, I mean, it's basically been a mini vacation for me this week. But, you know, usually like an 8-hour show 5 days a week. In the Trump presidency, honestly, it felt so much more manageable during the Biden presidency.
I'm staying in the race.
Oh my God. This is, I mean, nonstop. It's nonstop. It never ends.
So sensitive, the complaint is locked away in a safe.
It feels like it never ends.
Right? We had the story of Donald Trump saying that he's going to pay himself $10 billion from the IRS. He's going to settle with himself, with our money, because he's suing the IRS for his tax data getting leaked. I mean, we can go down the line, story after story after.
Seriously. It is fucking, that one is fucking perverse. I'm not going to lie. The Donald Trump suing the U.S. government, the man is a billionaire. And he's like looking to take money directly from the taxpayers. Like all these people who are complaining about, remember Burisma? Remember how, I mean, how quaint was Burisma? Oh my God. Burisma.
Give me a joke.
That's a good one. Oh boy. He's run out of media companies to sue, so now he's suing. He's just gonna sue the U.S. taxpayers.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
In power just to kind of brazen their way through it and lie their way through it. That's something we haven't really seen before at this scale in modern American politics.
Yeah, I'm wondering, you know, I think this is actually a helpful conversation because there's the term conspiracy that I think might be worth decoupling a bit. There's the sort of like tinfoil hat kind of version of conspiracy where you think of, you know, you're this guy who went down a rabbit hole. You're doing It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing where you're connecting things that aren't connected. But there's just the literal term of conspiracy, which is powerful, or not powerful people, but the idea of people conspiring together to do something. And what the Epstein files shows is sometimes it is that level of like conspiracy of them conspiring to do something. Sometimes it's just a normalized relationship with these people in power that is quite gross, is quite materially nefarious, but isn't necessarily ongoingly conspiratorial in terms of how they view it. Like they're just always doing bad things.
Yes.
And so I wonder, at this point, where we've gotten so used to Trump, Musk, and so on, these powerful figures in such brazen ways getting away with things that we in the past would consider smoking guns.
Yeah.
What do you think happens now, both with Trump and Musk, but everyone else implicated in these quiet conspiratorial behaviors that now we are trying to show are as sensational as they are, but there's just been no expression of accountability for these previous smoking guns, for these more obvious figures like Trump and Musk?
Yeah, I think the accountability issue is a big issue. I think the fact that, one of the reasons Trump won in 2016 was people wanted to drain the swamp, right? That was a very popular slogan. I think people are very fed up with the establishment. They believe there is this coordination. You don't have to be QAnon to believe that there's a cabal of pedophiles. But I think people accept that, as George Carlin once said, it's one big club and you ain't in it. I think there's a sense that people feel left out, that they think their elites are all colluding and coddling each other. They pretend to be opposed to each other on the Senate floor, but they're all hanging out together, scratching each other's backs. There's crimes maybe being committed behind the scenes. Just one example of something we all kind of assume happens, but to actually see and hear it and see it in the emails, and there's now audio of certain conversations. Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister, is calling Jeffrey Epstein, and Epstein's explaining to him how to get it.
No, honestly, I feel like the Epstein files are enough to get like your average American get the tinfoil hat out. I mean, how could you not? How could you not when you see the extent of this man's net worth? How can you not, get the tinfoil hat on, throw on eyes wide shut, and, start thinking about how the government and the elites are all in on it together. How? Explain to me. How can you not go through this and be like, oh my God, they're all in on it together, and they're in some sort of elitist criminal cabal ruling the world. I mean, for instance, you got the world's richest man in there.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. What's the frequency, Kenneth?
Good question. What is the frequency? Yeah, you're the world's richest man in the files, begging to come
first of all,
party.
some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Elon Musk.
Hey, can't just walk in on people when they're doing stuff.
Jazz,
Oh my God, hey guys, another week.
we're back on our bullshit.
What's been going on? What's been going on in the toilets?
Meanwhile, in some more national news for you this morning, the Department of Justice released more than 3 million pages of files related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation on Friday. The new
You're getting way ahead of me right now, but I just want to address this comment. This is absolutely, this is going to come up later, Red Hammer, and 100%. 100%. I mean, but we already have proof of this, right? Nobody believes that a staffer has total password access to Trump's personal social media. They don't. And nobody has full post access. Remember, Marco Rubio earlier last year showed up at a dinner / press conference with a note asking for approval from the president to post to True Social, right? So it has to go through him first. They don't just post randomly. They literally ask him for his approval on each post. If he's not the one directly posting it, he is directly approving it. We're gonna get to. You're getting way ahead of me. We're doing Epstein files first. We're doing ICE first. We'll get to the Obama situation later.
files mentioned President Trump hundreds of times.
They also mentioned Paul Davidson and, of course,
Hassan Parker,
along with former President Bill Clinton, Elon Musk, and more. The Justice Department says the Epstein files.
I love you.
after all these redactions, all this time, we're almost a month and a half past the deadline for which all the.
Whoa! What are all those Is that an Arctic Monkeys poster back there? Okay. I don't know who this guy is. Maybe he's a lawyer or something, but he looks like he walked into a frame store. And he was just like, just give me those. Okay. It's not totally relevant.
You have a number of examples of Elon basically emailing back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein and visiting Epstein Island. And what we learned from this email exchange is that it was Elon who sort of initiated and was trying to go to Epstein Island. And Epstein was like, accommodating Elon, but Elon was the one who asked.
Okay, swear to God, one more side note here. This little video is way more cinematic than it should be. Kyle here. I'm gonna speed it up. Check this out.
Now know that is
oh my God, Jesus, Kyle!
Bill Gates apparently got STDs from.
That's dangerous, man.
It's very bizarre.
Or he's drunk driving. Watch this.
So let me get this straight. A lot.
Oh no! That's dangerous too. Okay, that's enough. Sorry, just trying to have some fun here. Just out here trying to have some fun, like
Hassan Parker.
Okay, shout out to Kyle there. Sorry that I made you reckless driving. You're not. So anyway, I did see this over the weekend. You know, bizarre. Bunch of more bizarre stuff over the weekend. More of this JE guy we've been hearing so much about. And basically you could sum up this story like pretty quickly. It's sort of like with Trump. It's like all these guys are basically doing the same thing. They're like, I never met that guy. And if I did meet that guy, I told him to shut the hell up and get away from
That is exactly what it is, though. Isn't it? Everybody's like, who? Jeffrey who? Jeffrey Epstein?
About Jeffrey Epstein?
Or they're like, I told that guy he sucks. Him? The Jeffrey, the disgraced financier, Jeffrey Epstein. I told him he's a dick. I was like, hey, that guy, you suck. You suck. You go away.
Aren't I a good guy?
If I did meet that guy, which I didn't, I told him to shut the hell up. And I warned everyone about that guy. And I said that they should tell him to shut the hell up. So they're all saying that publicly. And then you look in the emails and they're like, I love you. You know, you check the emails. They're like, you're my best friend. When can we hang out? All the time? Hopefully all the time. So that's basically the whole story. It's like a bunch of them. There's this guy, Howard Lutnick, whatever. You could go look him up. He's got like this bizarre interview. This guy went way over the top with the, I've never even seen that guy.
I say to him,
yeah,
massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage?
Calm down, man.
And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weird.
Why are you acting like that in an interview anyway? That is pretty weird to come up with a story like that, you know? And talk like that. Like you're doing a Moth. If anybody remembers the Moth, where people would get all intense telling these stories. And I said to him. It's really weird to tell a story like this and like this. You know, like I saw that guy once and I marched right up to his little butt and I said, you seem like a creep, you idiot. I mean, I have radar for this kind of thing. I can really root out a creep. I have creep radar, I call it. You know, this is this guy in an interview going on and on. I have creep radar and mine went off right away and I said, shut up, man.
If I ever see you again, I'm gonna kick that ass.
But then you go look at the emails, it's like, when should we meet? That's the weirdest thing to me, is just like these interviews where they're like, that guy, I told him to get the hell away from me. Okay, so anyway, on and on and on, and bep, and
Hassan Parker.
With that, but one of these guys that everybody's talking about is this guy. I don't really know who he is. He's involved in technology in some sort or another.
Iluma!
Okay, what the hell is this right here? This is from The Guardian. Your taxes done for you, $150 all in. Sorry, I was reading the wrong part. What does this crap say right here?
Iluma!
Had more extensive and more friendly communications with this guy Epstein than previously publicly known, according to...
I love how the media is still calling him the financier. The financier? Jeffrey Epstein? You're telling me that guy was doing a bunch of sex stuff? What? They're still doing it in 2026. And they're still calling Jeffrey Epstein the financier.
It's released Friday. Emails in the files appear to show the two cordially messaging each other on two separate occasions to make plans for
Iluma!
Along with
Hassan Parker
to visit Epstein's Island. The documents include Musk and Epstein emailing in both 2012 and 13 to determine when Musk should make the trip. So it's back and forth. Do you have any parties planned? I've been working on the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids go home for Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for, Musk wrote. Blah, blah, blah. Then Musk sent an email suggesting that the visit wouldn't take place, saying logistics won't work out this time, won't work this time. Musk has been harshly critical of those linked to Epstein, but the newly released emails appear to contradict his own long-standing denial of any ties of his own. Hey, shut up! No!
He doesn't have nothing to do with that guy, man.
The Tesla CEO told Vanity Fair in 2019 that Epstein was obviously a creep, and claimed that Epstein tried repeatedly to get me to visit his island. I declined. Okay, so people are talking about this. They're like, I thought that guy said... What did the guy say? I thought that guy said he just thought that guy was a creep. But then what the hell are these emails, man?
What the hell are these goddamn emails, then?
Yeah, those emails seem to contradict everything Elon's been saying about the files and Epstein. Weird. Very weird. All right, we gotta keep talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Boy, oh boy, and we haven't even hit. Honestly, like we're only scratching the surface right now. I'm trying to like ease us into this. We're also doing it chronologically through the week. We haven't hit the Sheila Zolnur portion of this coverage yet. When it gets there, things get pretty crazy. She's been doing some interesting research. Now you may have missed this moment. Donald Trump. Actually, should we cover this later? Should we cover this later? Fuck it, we're doing this chronologically. Let's just go. This is from a few days ago on Tuesday, I think it was. Donald Trump got very testy, I guess you might say, when talking with CNN reporter Gatlin Gallons.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
They thought they released too much. I heard that, and you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really, now that nothing came out about me, other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally by Epstein.
Nothing came out.
But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice?
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman.
No ratings.
I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Well, I'm asking you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein,
You know why
Mr.
you're not
President?
smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth.
Seriously.
And you're a very dishonest organization.
Seriously. Gatlin is right. Gatlin is 100% right. I wish she had finished that sentence. I'll finish it for her. Well, I was asking about the survivors, and you're taking the opportunity to be a huge fucking sexist right now. I don't understand. What is the deal?
Omega Star just
What is the deal?
100 bits. Fuck you, Cheeto. Why don't you smile more?
I don't understand. You're a young woman, and you never smile. What's the deal? Why can't you smile? I see you're looking nice around the office. Maybe I want to pinch it, and yet you don't smile. How am I to know what to do? It's very confusing, okay? And if you smile more, it would make me more comfortable as a man, okay? Good old-fashioned sexism. All right? Look, a sullen woman is... Nobody wants to see that. Your forlorn face. It's very nasty. Stop frowning. Nobody wants. It's insane. It's insane. It is so wildly sexist. And the fact that he took while he's in the middle of not answering a question about the Epstein files and the victims that the DOJ has completely ignored, he takes that opportunity to be a sexist. It is insane. Not in the files. Also, women should smile more. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like what? Like what in the actual fuck? I don't understand. I don't understand. Can somebody explain to me, like, what kind of deranged lunatic would do such a thing? Who does that? Who does that? I don't understand it. What a strange week. Another strange happening this week. Former President and First Lady Bill and Hillary Clinton went back on going back on testifying. I think that was enough going backs on. Maybe that might have been one too many. I can't remember now for sure. But they are now released as of 3 days ago. It may have changed in this time, and I missed the story somehow. It's hard. I can't say for sure right now. But as of 3 days ago, reporting from the Associated Press suggested that Bill and Hillary would be testifying after only a couple of weeks ago. Maybe was it last week? I can't remember. Like, they've changed their position on this multiple times now. But I think it was like last week or 2 weeks ago. They were going to not testify after previously saying that they were going to testify.
Former US President Bill Clinton and former US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton have agreed to testify in a House investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The Clintons were facing a vote which could have led to potential criminal charges for refusing to testify in Congress. Chair of the House Oversight Committee, Representative James Comer, has continued to press for criminal contempt of Congress charges. Attorneys for the Clintons have said the pair would accept Comer's demands and will appear for depositions at a future date, if Comer agreed not to move forward with contempt proceedings. Comer said an agreement had not yet been finalised, and that...
So, I mean, they agreed to testify with conditions once again. Well, I mean, yeah. It's not clear whether or not they're actually ever going to testify. If you ask me, I'm on the fence. I can't say for sure where that one's going. If I had to say, if you forced me to take to like make a guess, I'd say they're not going to. But hey, anything could happen in 2026, okay? Anything could happen. Oh my God. I am just looking at my phone, which is the only way that I keep track of these particular things. Somebody very generously, you didn't say whether or not you wanted to be mentioned, so I'm going to keep you anonymous, but somebody just donated so generously over on PayPal. Wait, that's not right. There we go. Somebody just donated $50 on PayPal. Incredible generosity. And you know what that does so many things. First off, it helps make up to some degree, not entirely, but to some degree, for the streams that we did not do earlier this week because of my ISP being down. They do maintenance at night, so it's inconvenient for the fewest people, besides from me. But it's hugely helpful there, but also, where's my sound? Also completing the galactic content goal that we never started. Never even started the goal, but we did it. Somehow completed the goal. 44 minutes into the stream. Ensuring that we get all of the sweet galactic content I have planned for tonight, or at least most of it. We'll get at least a 12-hour stream, at the very minimum. And we have enough content to do that. Oh boy, do we have enough content to do that. It's been a busy week. I don't know if you've heard. A lot of stuff happened last 5 days. Kinda crazy. All right, well, bask in the glory. Bask in the glory. Galactic content goal completed while also contributing simultaneously to the galactic deficit, the financing of the galactic deficit. So good, so great. Take it all in. The awesomeness of the space fams is the reason for this confetti party. All right, everybody. It's going away. So we have to get back to the content. I've got 158 videos to get through. And if we just sit around doing confetti parties all night, we'll never get anything done.
This is ridiculous. Come on.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right. If you missed this, let's go here. Voidzilla, aka CoffeeZilla, breaking down the Epstein files. Honestly, this dude has been doing. Can we be real? Like people like CoffeeZilla, and we're about to get to her. Sheila Zolnor, among others, have been doing like the job of actual journalists. Like, let's be real. Coffee is doing a better job of breaking down the Epstein files than like CNN, right? Like he's pooping on it.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is...
Yeah, and let's be real. let's be really, really real. Like, Larry Summers' job is to be around, I mean, kids, essentially. Students. Like, I mean, not all, I mean, most students are not technically kids. But, I mean, I think, I mean, he has the most, you know, like adjacent to children sort of job, you know, you can imagine. Most public facing, like he was the dean of Harvard or something.
Hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine, all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and like, of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls,
I mean, this
talk them
woman
into
is
stuff. But now we
dangerous,
have
ladies and
emails
gentlemen.
of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this. Many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models. Eventually,
these people used capitalism in the most heinous possible ways, exploiting others with money and power. People in disenfranchised types of situations. It is disgusting how they took advantage of people in this way, just over and over and over and over again. It's beyond reprehensible. Everything I hear, like, it breaks me a little bit more inside. Like, every single day, every hour, I feel like I hear a little bit more about the Epstein files. And I'm like, ew. Why?
These people are perverts.
How?
That is some really sick stuff.
of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body, and then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sort of details
smiling
here
enough
about her body extensively.
Not smiling enough, says Jeffrey. Oh my God. Enigmatic friendship. Enigmatic special secrets. And not very happy. Why don't you smile enough? Sound like anybody you know? Why don't you smile more? Very nasty. Nobody wants to look at that.
3, I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York, and then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who myself in jail. But yeah. No, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we...
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? It's almost like the DOJ is directly involved in the cover-up of the conspiracy between Jeffrey Epstein and just an unknown number of co-conspirators in just a myriad crimes. Just a fuck ton, a cornucopia. The full spectrum of criminality, it would seem, that they got involved with. Government corruption, drug sales, sex trafficking. I mean, what didn't they do? Murder, literally murder is being alleged in the files, among other torture. These people are like doing like war crimes. I mean, like, it's insane. It is insane. Literal espionage.
literally have...
Money laundering. I mean, like, what crime didn't Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators commit? And they're covering up. They're covering up for them. The government is covering up for one of the biggest criminal conspiracies in modern history.
Defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim, because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well,
yeah, who could be doing it? Aside from Steve Bannon, who we have literal video evidence of him trying to,
we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out.
Oh,
but underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or, like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand.
Because they were incompetently trying to cover up aspects of this thing. They're just, I mean, it's wild. Or they're trying to throw Steve under the bus. It's one of the two. They're either trying to pretend like they're trying to cover up for Steve, which I can't imagine how. I mean, honestly, considering now that I'm talking about that 2 hour. Actually, was that in the files, or how did Dropsite get a hold of that? Because Dropsite are the ones who actually are the first ones that I saw it through. Is that one in the files? It's not. I wonder if they're intentionally throwing people like Steve Bannon under the bus because he's not in the actual administration right now, so that they can be like, look, Steve Bannon, Elon. Like, these are people who've had falling outs with the administration, right? Elon, Steve. These guys aren't really in the inner circle right now, so they're expendable.
And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression
Also,
that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of.
Yeah, but what? Here's a question. Why would Jeffrey Epstein's name ever be redacted? It's insane. How is that happening? How are they doing these redactions? Are they using AI? What do they do? How are they doing these? I keep asking myself, is this AI? Like, how? Who is this? Can't be humans. Are humans actually doing this? This is some of the most, like, inconsistent shit I've ever seen. Nude images of victims were released unintentionally, of course. You would think. But who knows? Who knows with this government? Could it be malicious? 100%. There's no way to know with these people. There's no way to know. It's like a wall of incompetence, so it's impossible to know when it's incompetence or malice. It's like almost impossible to know sometimes. Like you look at these people and like, it could be both. It could be neither.
Victim status or for some reason, and then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then a bunch of redacted.
I just want to look this up. $192 billion in reserves. No, well, slightly less. Sorry. $185 billion. $185 billion. 685,960,725 is the latest updated market capitalization of Tether. The stable coin founded by this man, Brock Pierce. Nearly oh my God, a fifth of $1 trillion this guy has under his watch. And he's sending pics to Jeffrey Epstein.
This is ridiculous.
Stuff.
No need for any investigations.
Untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying, the redaction.
It sounds really gross.
The way they did this
It sounds really gross.
But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his, we're going to crush the trafficking.
It's honestly incredible. I don't know which one to be more disgusted by, the contents of the files or the handling of them by the government. It's really, it's up in the air for me. It's 50-50 right now. They're both appalling.
Because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video. Like, like an apology, like a old school 2016 turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, you know, he says, do you think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube? No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says, if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark topics. They're brainstorming.
And you know
how
what?
do we trick the public?
You know what? Considering this discussion, the drop site, the video that we watched on drop site, the Steve Bannon interview with Jeffrey Epstein, which honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, they were using a nice camera, especially for the time. That, like, honestly, I don't know exactly what kind of camera they were using, but it was at least a 1080p, maybe 4K camera that they were using. With a seemingly professional lens setup, I'm fairly certain. I'm trying to think back to it. Yeah, no, like I'm almost 100% certain that Steve Bannon Jeffrey Epstein video was intended to be exactly this. I mean, I'm not sure Woody Allen was there or whether he was going to wind up editing it, but I can almost guarantee you that interview was these guys working on that video on the Jeffrey Epstein comeback tours. That interview must have been part of this. It's wild. It's wild. They were actually going through with it. They were actually going through with the Jeffrey Epstein comeback tour. It's like, look, pal. I mean, think about some of the questions that Steve Bannon asked in that interview. Like, oh my God, like, oh God, I can't. I could be wrong. It could just have been a random interview that happened after this text message exchange, completely unrelated to this. But I find that to be very unlikely.
Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark topics. They're brainstorming. How do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away.
Just quirky. He's just quirky, you know, he's got some quirks. He's got some weird quirks, you know, that cause him to do just incredible numbers of crimes, especially against children, but not exclusively. It's just disturbing. All right. These people are doing crimes. And honestly, I know it's not a crime to try and rehabilitate a sex criminal, technically. But ethically, considering what we know and knew about Jeffrey Epstein, even at the time of the making of this documentary, dude. Oh, this feels like, honestly, that feels like complicity. It honestly feels like complicity. Trying to rehabilitate that man, like his public image specifically. Like, that's fucked. That's a fucked thing to do.
Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, "Are you on island?" Jeffrey Epstein says, "P Beach," probably Palm Beach. And he says, "What do you do when you get there?" Jeffrey Epstein, "Guess." Peter Attia, "Besides that," I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. What do you do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. "You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize it did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough." He says, "I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public." So it's this apology, he addresses some of it.
I love that. I love that. I regret embarrassing myself.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. I really embarrassed myself, and I regret that. It's a great public apology.
And he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his got a fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. "I responded with crude, tasteless banter." He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history a little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read...
Hey, Pete, some of the sex slaves have been kind of down lately. Not a lot of... Honestly. Oh, my God. They haven't been smiling enough. Maybe you can help with that.
This 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story?
What is the
Apparently
fallout?
talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole, you got to provide therapy to, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it.
So much in these files. Every single place you turn is just another person pops up in this web. But of course, the DOJ, they're not investigating anything. They've basically come out and said it. Even with all of the evidence in front of them. They're just like, it's fine. All right, here we go. Sheila.
When I tell you
Sheila
the
time.
rabbit holes, it's like a Russian doll situation. Here's a random file I decided to open today. I noticed that there is a wire transfer of $30,000 from Jeffrey Epstein to SLK Designs. Okay. The following month, there's one for $13,189, $20,000, $1,500, $1,500, $1,500, $1,500, $1,500, $1,500, $20,000, $30,000. This is a pattern. The 1500s, this is a very distinguishable pattern of having somebody on retainer. And then when they come through for you, there's the big payments of the 30,000 and the 20,000 and the 30,000. Who's SLK Designs? By the way, does that address sound familiar? 301 East 66th Street, apartment 14G, New York. Sarah Kellen. She was known as a madam. She was known as her number 2. So I get to this part.
This woman is
she was like an
dangerous, ladies and
assistant to
gentlemen.
Ghislaine. So said Epstein's former pilot, David Rogers. Note the spelling. In a deposition, blah, blah, blah. Haley Robson, 33, says she was 16 when she was recruited into Epstein's ring. Like so many other girls, she was told she would be a masseuse. And like so many other girls, she says the financier groped her while she was giving him a massage. Robson eventually started recruiting other girls into the operation. According to her, Kellen, SLK Designs, kept all of the names and numbers of girls who gave Epstein erotic massages and would call around to see who was available to work when Epstein was at his Palm Beach mansion. Some of these girls later told Palm Beach detectives that it was Kellen who would show them upstairs when they would arrive at the house and set up the massage table for them. Having the Rolodex of the girls' names and information to call around when he's in town and wanted a massage, $1,500 a month, $1,500 a month, $1,500 a month. He's in town, I get 30. I found a new girl, I get 30. One of Epstein's victims said that SLK, or Sarah Ransom, said that Maxwell and SLK coached her on how to please him. She owns an interior design firm called SLK Designs. Although online mentions of it are scarce, records show the business once operated from a building in Midtown Manhattan owned by Epstein's brother. Also per the Daily Beast, the condominium listed to take SLK Designs deliveries at 301 East 66th Street is the same address where Epstein allegedly rented units to house models. Where's the Russian doll in this? David Rogers, the pilot. Here's one of his flight logs. There's a Christy Rogers. This is from July 1997, but Christie's starts August 1st, okay? You see in the corner right there where I highlighted. July of 1997 into August of 1997. And then in this column, on the left column, you see SAF. That's the Santa Fe Airport. I don't know what ZOR is, okay? But this Christy Rogers, I don't see her name ever again. There is no return flight. You know whose name I saw a whole bunch
You know what I think it might be? Hold on. Yeah, I'll bet you ZOR is a private airport. I'll bet you it's a private airport. Because Jeffrey Epstein, he had properties all over the place. And his company was called, at least one of his trusts was called like the Zorro Trust. I'll bet you it was a private airport. ZOR. Because it doesn't show up. If you search for ZOR, it's not a known airport. But a private airport. I'll bet you. ZOR to SAF and SAF to ZOR. There's actually ZOR pops up multiple times here, you can see.
Alan Dershowitz, just a side note. But I never see Christy Rogers' name again. Note the spelling, Rodgers. That's the way his last name is spelled. Could it be that he just spelled her last name wrong because it's his last name? Just out of habit? This is a missing person, Christy Jean Rogers. Do you know when she disappeared? Do you know when this Christy Rogers disappeared? August 1st, 1997. August 1st, 1997.
This is ridiculous!
I mean, I don't think that sounds like a coincidence. And what's funny to me is that all of the articles that are talking about
I mean,
her disappearance say that
you gotta be a spring chicken to think that's a coincidence. The world's most notorious sex trafficker and pedophile has a woman by the name of Christy Rogers on his plane. The same, like in the exact, like in like a 48-hour period of around the disappearance of another young girl of the same name. You don't think you think that's a coincidence?
last time she was seen was August 1st. She went to her boyfriend's house, and then at 5:30 in the morning, she snuck out of the house to go home, and then she hasn't been seen ever since, on August 2nd. She lived in Northwest Florida. This flight is from Santa Fe. From everything I have seen, it is not beyond the realm of comprehension that the parents were in on it. They said, yes, she was at my house, and then she went to her boyfriend's house that night, when they know full fucking well that they put her on this plane. And then they said she was missing. Because if they didn't say that a 16-year-old was missing, and then she just stopped going to school, there would be problems. So they had to report her missing. This is literally just from like light research. So that's why it really fucking, I do not understand when Todd Blanche gets on the television and says that we don't have any information that would lead to any other arrest of anybody else. There are no investigations ongoing. The cases are closed. We are not going to.
Yeah, you would think you'd want to talk to, I don't know, the pilots of the plane, right? Like the pilot and the co-pilot of that private plane. You'd think you want to talk to them. You'd think you'd want to maybe check some security cameras in some places, right? Like, you know, like there's a missing person. We're talking about a missing person. These people are fucking like just beyond negligent. I don't know what the word is. They are. Oh God, there's a word for this. I can't think.
We do not have any information. Have you tried researching? Have you tried an investigation? I would like to see proof that an investigation was done. I would like to see any kind of proof that any investigations were. The smallest amount of curiosity. The smallest amount of curiosity. They are intentionally not investigating so that they can say that we don't have any information. I mean, none of this stuff is anything. Taking a page out of Lizzo's book. Just because his name is in it doesn't mean anything. If you steal an apple from the grocery store, is everyone in your phone also guilty of stealing an apple, you stupid fucking bitch? Really? Part of stealing an apple does not entail me trafficking that apple to other people. You understand how trafficking is different. You understand how trafficking involves a large web of people. You understand that, especially on the scale that we're talking about here. So we're seeing all of these emails written in code, right? We're seeing all of these allusions to things that the smallest amount of curiosity by internet sleuths uncovers a treasure trove, right? So what exactly is the government doing to investigate? What exactly are they doing to look into any of these things? These are every single page of these files is a leak.
Seriously, people like CoffeeZilla, people like Sheila Zollner here, they're doing the job of the media and the government. Like they're actually investigating the files. Like the DOJ's went through and protected a bunch of like predators and like Donald Trump and his friends and you know, whatever. I don't know who else. Government assets. And then just released them and didn't even read them. It feels like, or like they're just fine with crimes. I guess like this is fine. It's wild. Donald Trump's lawyer comes out and said, "Nothing to see here." Good old Todd Blanche. She's like, "Yeah, we're good. We're good on doing an investigation. Not important." We'll talk. We'll get to that later. And by later, we mean never. He actually never said later. He actually said case closed. So actually, later would have been a better answer than what Todd Blanche said. Todd Blanche said never. Todd Blanche said, literally, these files are perfect. These are perfect files. We did our job super good, and nothing to see here.
And I need to know what they've done to investigate any part of these leads, any leads at all. But it's the plausible deniability of it all. They get to say that as it stands, as we sit here, there's not enough evidence to arrest anyone additional. So as it stands, he was only trafficking children to himself. You stupid fucking idiots. Because as long as we don't look into it, there is no additional information that would lead to an arrest. Of course not, of course. I mean, so the next question is, why is Todd Blanche lying to us? I don't know, man. Do you happen to know who represented the orange one in his criminal trials for which he was found guilty?
Cyclone Cheeto.
Todd Blanche. And by the way,
and finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
Images of death or physical injury? You're telling me that you have videos and photographs depicting death and physical violence, and there's nothing to investigate?
That is weird, isn't it? They excluded images of death. And there's nothing to investigate. No reason to investigate the deaths. Images, right? It's deaths, right? He says images of death. But another way of saying that is deaths, right? Images of deaths. Because unless there's a single, unless there's like 1,000 images of one death, which would be weird. I mean, not that this isn't a weird situation, but I guess my point is I think it would be weirder if it was of one death than of multiple deaths, right? And I think it's highly likely, in fact, that we're talking about evidence of multiple murders. Possibly, at least, it would seem. And why would that not warrant an investigation? And we deserve an explanation of that. Honestly, images of who was dead? Can you tell us who died? Can the U.S. government tell us who the fuck died? Who was in these images of death you're talking about? That should be it should be an easy question to answer, because what's the like the government's I think the government there's like a response they has like they have like a responsibility essentially to answer for that, right? Like you got like an image of a dead body. If you don't know who it is, how do you know it's not a murder? Like it could be clearly it could be a homicide, right? How do you know it's not a murder? How do you like if you don't know who it is, right? Like how can you know without an investigation, right? And if you do know who it is, right? Then there must have been some sort of investigation done into it, right? Like, you would think there would be some sort of public criminal trial over something like that. If we're not going to do it, more investigating into it already, like someone must have been convicted for it, right? Otherwise, we got a real problem here. You got dead bodies with no explanations. The U.S. government's going, no big deal. That's weird. That's weird. Like everybody should have a problem with that. Think about that just for 1 second. Just for 1 second. Think about what would happen if you called your local police department and said, hey, I got a dead body here. You think they're just going to be like, no big deal. No investigation needed.
I cannot believe
Zuckerbucks.
I keep hitting the wrong one. Where is it? This one?
Give me a joke.
There it is. God damn it. Oh, I mean, like, really? In what scenario has the government ever said, actually, no big deal? It's only when they're the ones who do the crimes. It's only when they're the ones who do the crimes, right? The only time the government's like, dead bodies, no big deal, is when they are the ones who do the crimes. Never forget that. Never forget that that is always the case. The only situation in which the government is like dead bodies, NBD, it's when they're the ones who are making those dead bodies. Otherwise, they're like, hey, that's not cool, man. Right? In a normal reality, you call the police, you tell them you got a situation on your hands. They're gonna start asking questions. They're gonna do what's called it's referred to colloquially as a investigation of sorts. They're gonna want to know stuff. They're gonna be interested. But in this case, federal government's like, yeah. We're fine. It's fine. No big deal. That's weird. Everybody should be asking questions about that. That's a red flag. That's a serious red flag. Somebody is being protected.
This is ridiculous.
It's true. It is ridiculous. Should you call Scooby and the gang? You should. Actually, it's not clear anybody else is gonna do anything about it. It's not clear. Not unless Sheila Zolnor and CoffeeZilla buy a van and a dog. I think we better at least keep that option open, at least. All right, we're an hour and a half into the show. So we got to take a quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages with much more. So much more to talk about. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. As we are completely funded by individuals like you, we are still running a galactic deficit, unfortunately. You can help finance that. Places like Cash App and PayPal, as well as Patreon. But of course, we got YouTube, we get super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups and the subs, gifted subs, prime subs, all that stuff. We also have Throne now. It's an interesting new way to contribute to the Galactic News Network, where you can basically go shopping for me. I add things that I could use and or would like in my life. Things like scented candles, drinks, snacks, a bike clock, stuff like that. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay, everybody, we're back. Time to get back to talking about those Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
More Sheila Zolnor from 3 days ago. This woman has been digging deep on these files.
I don't want to tell Todd Blanche how to do his job, but when he continuously tells us that there's no arrests that are going to be made and there's nothing.
Sheila may not be willing to go that far, but I will. I'll tell Todd Blanche how to do your job, to do his job every single day. I mean, I'll just do your job. Just do your actual job. Stop not doing your job.
I don't want to tell Todd Blanche how to do his job, but when he continuously tells us that there's no arrests that are going to be made and there's nothing to see here and the allegations and the emails in the files by themselves are not sufficient, of course, we all have to think like, well, have you asked the one question extra? Have you decided to just, like, I don't know, look into anything? I think they call it looking into something. Have you decided to do an investigation? Have you thought to maybe go beyond the written words and maybe just like follow a lead, right? So I don't want to tell him how to do his job, but just like anything random, okay, like literally flip to any fucking file, any file at all, at random, because that's how I stumbled upon this one, at random. So like when you have a report from 2021 where somebody goes to the extent of making an FBI report, okay, and talking to an agent, actually speaking to an agent, and they say that they witnessed Robin Leach, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous Robin Leach, strangle a young girl during a party. And he claims that she's buried behind very specific, behind the 19th hole at the Donald Trump golf course. Did you ever think that maybe you take a cadaver dog and do a little strolly stroll around the 19th hole? And then when he goes on to say that the guy is aware of 3 separate occasions in which girls were murdered and buried there. Maybe do a walk around the property with a cadaver dog or 2. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but literally think to yourself, why would a person call the FBI tip line or go on their website, make a tip, and then go to the trouble of talking to an FBI officer, agent? Why would they go to the trouble of making such specific allegations? And why are all of these allegations so consistent?
Weird.
Why are they so consistent with each other? Why are they all speaking the same language, these allegations, from different people who don't know each other? And so maybe if you consider to yourself, why would someone do this? Maybe the answer that you'll reach is, well, it doesn't seem like they're motivated by anything, especially when it's easily verifiable. When they're making claims and they're giving you a roadmap to get to an answer, they're giving you the roadmap to verify the veracity of their claim or verify that they're lying about it. Maybe you just
Jesus Christ, I was muted that whole time. That's annoying. I muted myself that time because I was snacking. Now, what's insane about this is that, I mean, the government, it's clear to me that the government has had this information for a long time. They've been sitting on this information for a long time. Going back to Donald Trump's first term, and honestly predating Donald Trump's first term, but not excluding it. I mean, tons of this stuff happened before or during Donald Trump's first term, right? And then through Biden's presidency. I mean, and then now once again through the first year and change on Donald Trump's second term. It's all been in the hands of the government, and they're saying, nah. They're saying, we're good. We don't need to investigate any of this stuff. And that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing, seemingly systematically ignoring what Jeffrey Epstein has been doing and all of his co-conspirators. That seems to be the operating procedure at the DOJ and the FBI when it comes to one Jeffrey Epstein and anybody hanging out with him. Off limits, apparently. Ghislaine Maxwell's the exception to the rule when you look at it. And even, I mean, she's sitting in a fucking day camp for girls. For naughty ladies. You get to play with puppies and rehabilitate yourself.
I don't know, sniff around. If you meant to do your job in any meaningful way. If you weren't completely a fucking bullshit piece of shit hack. I mean, the appearance of impropriety alone, the fact that you represented him poorly.
Exactly. The Farmer sisters showed up in the 90s. In the 90s, during the Clinton presidency. Which means that the FBI had this information during the Clintons, during the Bushes, right? Or during Bush, sorry. During Clinton, during Bush, during the Bush years, which is 8 years of Bush, 8 years of Obama, now 5+ years of Trump, and 4 years of Biden. $30 years, literally.
In his criminal trial. And lost. I mean, I should take that back. Poorly. You probably weren't working with much, right? The evidence was very likely overwhelming, right? And so the appearance of impropriety where now you're in charge of burying or bringing to light all of this shit. And you get to just say, nothing to see here. We've got videos depicting death and violence. And there's literally nothing to see here. Have you thought to compare the flight logs with the missing persons lists of any kind. In my last video, I found one. Christy Rogers is on the plane the same day as her last fucking appearance. I don't, this is enough to make a person crazy. When you...
Oh, I'm sure. Like, honestly, I haven't been attempting what Sheila Zanur has been doing or what CoffeeZilla has been doing because of how much stuff we cover here. Honestly, though, at some point I might have to, because I know just how much these people like her are going through right now. Like, I'm starting to think, like, honestly, we need to like create some sort of like we need to create like some sort of Slack chat for like you know, like for the Epstein Files investigation, for the independent media Epstein Files investigation, so that we don't, you know, wind up doing the same work twice. But it's like, it's out of control at this point. It really is. This is, I mean, we don't even have all the documents yet, and there's 3 million of them just from this. And I'll bet you that the Epstein estate still has more stuff too. It's going to take forever to go through all this stuff. To really go through it. Sure, you can keyword search stuff and blah, blah, blah. But you have to actually go through that stuff. You actually have to go through it and unpack it. And put context to it all. It's a lot. It's a lot. I can't imagine what she must be going through these files emotionally. It's got to be rough. It's got to be rough. Just going through it like vicariously through people like Sheila and CoffeeZilla and whomever else, it's like wild. It's just wild. Like, I just haven't had time for it. Like, it's just so vast. There's so many other things to unpack right now. That's the thing that was Mehdi was saying earlier, is that it's like, it's almost impossible to keep up with it all.
Like, are being gaslit constantly. We're the party of law and order, bullshit. And they are doing a terrible job of just covering shit up right in front of your face. And their supporters. I watched a video, oh my God, I almost lost my shit. I watched a video yesterday where a girl goes into a store called Trump and Truth and decides to film herself having a conversation with these people. And she's like, the conversation eventually goes to where they say, oh, but if you're a sex offender, because they're talking about immigration, and like, if you're a sex offender, you gotta get out of here. I don't care if there's an allegation. And then she goes, oh, so then you agree Donald Trump is a criminal. And they're like, oh. And she's like, but have you looked at any of the files? And then they start going into fucking corroborating. And like, my mom always said, this is my favorite part. My mom always said, don't believe anything you see and half of what you hear. Don't believe anything you see. We're dealing with a bunch of brain dead, rotten, dirty, unscrupulous, dishonest pieces of shit who are desperate to hold on to any semblance of their superiority. And if they can be on the side of the oppressor, they're gonna fucking do it. They don't have the brain cells to understand how dumb they are. And that's the real tragedy. You watch.
That's the real tragedy, says Sheila. Oh my God. I mean, honestly, it is certainly one of the tragedies of our era right now. Is they do somehow seemingly, it seems to me like they're incapable of like shame and or like self-awareness, like knowing how they look, like, or how bad some of the stories that they tell look or sound like when they come out and tell them. They just seem completely oblivious to it somehow. Like they're that bad at their jobs somehow, or that corrupt. They just don't care. It's like it's one of the two, and all the time seems to be the case. But Sheila has been dedicating so much of her life to going through these files. It's been fascinating. Wait, is that... Wait. Did I miss one? Wait, hold on. I think I missed a video. Hold on. Did I... There's a video that was supposed to be in here. I could have sworn I had in this list. Hey, Wormy. Who is this woman? Sheila Zolnur. I think I've said her name like a bunch of times. But I'll say it again. Sheila. Sheila. Oh, yeah, here it is. Why isn't this one in here? Because really, you need the context for this one, don't you? Hold on. I gotta pull up a different video. Sheila's been going in over here.
Wasn't her dad's textbook company called McGraw-Hill?
No.
Anyway, the last
No,
entry,
Sheila.
the last activity
This is the middle
from
of the
that
video.
person was...
No.
The Epstein. For anyone who's not actually sifting through the Epstein files themselves, I don't think you understand what an oppressive fucking task this is. I don't think you understand how mind-melting it is, because every time you see something and you go through a rabbit hole, you realize there's another thing and another thing and another thing, and the reach of these people, there is nothing that they did not touch, okay? I'm going to give you an example in a second, the thing that's right behind me, but like this was the first thing I clicked on. I didn't know how I was going to start going through all of these fucking millions of things that were released. So I literally picked something at random. I just picked a fucking file at random. And I found this, cream cheese baby, okay? And before I get into it, when I say their hands were in everything, there's a random email from a guy to Jeffrey Epstein, and he ends it with, "Saints will win." The date...
Before we get to any of that, can we just talk about the subject line for a second? Subject line, cream cheese baby? Subject line, cream cheese baby. Cream cheese baby. What in the shit is a cream cheese baby?
February, whatever the fuck. It was when the Saints won the Super Bowl. Fixed. Does it necessarily mean it was fixed? Yes, okay? Because this, all right? This is like, this unlocked something for me for some reason. Anyway, cream cheese baby, okay? I'll explain. This, you're never going to convince me why the fuck this person's identity is redacted, but it's redacted. On July 16th, 2009, 3:31 p.m., this person's obviously responding to something, but I don't see the rest of the chain. LOL, obviously responding to something. I don't know if cream cheese and baby are on the same level. It's okay. There is still enough time today. I'm trying to schedule priming for 5:30. Fuel explosion 9:45 p.m. ? Will bring a new engine startup video. And the rest of this chain, Epstein says, there's millions of babies, very little good vegetable cream cheese. That fucking gives me the heebie-jeebies. By the way, I haven't even processed that statement. He has so much access.
I mean, honestly, like the lack of humanity in that sentence He values good cream cheese more than babies. That's basically what he's saying. He's like, babies are a dime a dozen. Good cream cheese? Can't find that anywhere. This is despicable. This is a despicable sentence. It's like, babies suck. But, man, you can't find good cream cheese. I mean, what the fuck? What kind of despicable human being says that? Oh, God. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like cream cheese a lot. This actually makes me hate cream cheese. I'm not gonna lie. This discussion makes me like. Oh God. But who the hell says that sort of thing? May Wormy doesn't say that sort of thing. May Wormy says, "I'm sending 10 sweet galactic memberships to the community." Who got them? So many people. Nova Scotia Grown, Outcast, Purple Pros, Tony K, M Solo, Johnny Too Late FTV, Mistfish, Series, Wedge Wizard, and Blue Tomato. So incredibly generous, May. So incredibly generous. Yeah, seriously, Jeffrey Epstein is ruining cream cheese for me. It's one of my favorite foods. In fact, I was craving cream cheese earlier this week before I watched this, and then I was like, you know what? I might have to do without cream cheese for a little while.
That the real delicacy is a good fucking vegetable cream cheese. Fuck this. Fuck everything. Okay. Then they go on about where they can find a good vegetable cream.
The Epstein files are oppressing Sheila. She's losing it over here. Fuck everything, says Sheila. Oh God.
Jeffrey finds some at 2J's, okay, just in case you were worried about it. But this is what I'm concerned about. Felt like a non sequitur. Fuel explosion. I'm like, let me just Google July 16th, 2009 fuel explosion. There's no way, right? There's no way that on July 16th, 2009, there was a fucking fuel explosion just after 8 p.m.
A what now?
Just outside Detroit. The 9 Mile Bridge had to get rebuilt. Officials say a tanker.
So these guys are doing domestic terrorism and talking about it in email. No investigations needed, says Todd Blanche. Donald Trump's lawyer. I mean, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States of America. Tony K, hello to you. Over on the vertical chat. You just received a galactic membership from somebody, I think. May Wormy. Yeah, you're on the list. You're on the list. You're one of the lucky 10 people who received a membership just now.
Truck carrying thousands of gallons of fuel was traveling on I-75 when it apparently collided with a car. The crash and resulting inferno collapsed the 9 Mile Road overpass as drivers watched in horror. The explosion in Detroit was similar to an explosion that happened in Flint more than 6 years ago. Wonder if they had anything to do with this one too, or that one too. So I'm like, did they plan a fuel tank?
As if Flint didn't have enough problems. Like they needed a fuel tanker explosion.
This is ridiculous.
These people are insane. Like the criminal network of Jeffrey Epstein. There should be like 10,000 investigations going right now. Instead, the DOJ is like, nothing to see here, actually. Move it along. Donald Trump's like, honestly, I can't believe we're still talking about this. The DOJ should probably be working on other stuff. Like, are you kidding me? This guy blew up a fuel tanker. Allegedly.
Explosion. He scheduled it for around 9:45 p.m., but just after 8's pretty close too. No other fuel explosions come up for that day. When I Google, I got to page 10 of Google, and there were no other specifically fuel explosions that day. So then I go to the files and I search for Detroit. Over 1,000 hits. I search for Michigan. Over 1,000 hits. And it's not just Epstein. It was Maxwell as well. And there's an email where she's talking about her sponsors in Michigan and where she's going to be staying in Michigan. And suddenly there's all this business happening, all these flights to Detroit, constantly flights to Detroit. And then there's an incorporation that happens the incorporation, I just remember it saying something like, for the purpose of buying distressed properties. Okay. Was this explosion a leverage for some business dealings? Because they started to go to fucking Michigan a lot. And if you Google whether Epstein had any business dealings in Michigan, you don't see anything. There's nothing there. But every other fucking day, one of his assistants is sending a calendar invite about planning a trip to Detroit, booking the flights to Detroit, going from Nevada straight to Detroit.
I'll bet Jeffrey Epstein just really liked Detroit, you know? By the way, Detroit, like 10 plus years ago, was struggling, right? We know this, right? It's been doing better, but like back in the day, this was 2016, right? She said, like 10 years ago, like Detroit was like really struggling at that time to like turn things around. So why is billionaire Jeffrey Epstein hanging out there, if not to take advantage from the struggling populace?
He's emailing with other people talking about, all right, and then I'll meet you in Detroit. And it was all after this fucking fuel explosion. Then there's that footage from that Bannon interview, the interview of him that Bannon is doing that was released with the Epstein files. And he's talking about market manipulation. Then there's that email where he talks about how he does market manipulation. That's what we do. You see in this context that Saints Will Win email sounds a lot like, I'm just giving you the inside scoop in case you want to put some money down on it. And then you find out that he and Maxwell met with the 4chan guy, and then that same day the /poll page thread sub, whatever the fuck you call it, started. That's where Pizzagate was born. And Maxwell was some kind of super duper moderator on there and on Reddit. What do moderators do? And I think it was called Maxwell.
It's kind of wild to think that Ghislaine Maxwell would be the arbiter of the rules anywhere. Like, for her to be the one to, I mean, oh my God, for her to be the one to be telling anybody what is okay and what is not okay to say or do in life is such a farce. It's such a farcical situation when you think about it. Ghislaine Maxwell, moderator. Oh my God. Sex criminal. Ghislaine Maxwell. Keeping the internet safe.
McGraw or something like that. Wasn't her dad's textbook company called McGraw-Hill? Anyway, the last entry, the last activity.
Wait.
Maxwell,
what did you say?
McGraw or something like that. Wasn't her dad's textbook company called McGraw-Hill? Anyway, the last entry, the last activity from that person was the day that she was incarcerated. So the Pizzagate thing was active disinformation, because it's actually what they were doing. Because why don't you search for pizza in the Epstein files? You mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement? Yeah, that's the pizza. And that's in response to someone saying she looks pregnant. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza today. Thank you for letting us do that. Do what? Let's say 4 p.m. It shouldn't take long, maybe a couple of hours for the casting. Then I will make the pizza mold after. I'll have it ready when you come back. Since we're not going for...
I had to look it up. So apparently... Wait. Oh, it does look like there was some sort of joint venture. There's some sort of joint venture between Robert Maxwell's company and McGraw-Hill. Textbook people for kids. Good. Although the McGraw-Hill took over the company after Robert Maxwell's death in like the early 90s.
Easy detail, you can just wear either skin-tight nylons or just a thong if you want. Or nothing. It's entirely up to you. But I think this one is mostly going to be about contours. Casting with ASS in capitals. This person's obviously doing some kind of plaster mold. And they're doing the ass first and then the pizza mold. You can wear skin-tight nylons, a thong, or nothing. What else are we talking about? Holy shit, chunky. I forgot about that. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? I wonder what grape soda's in reference to. We know what pizza's in reference to. Subject line, spoof on chandelier, the video I sent you with the amazing little girl dance.
How is there no investigations going right now? How are people like Todd Blanche coming out and saying there's nothing to see here? There is so much to see here. It is disturbing. Frizla, super chat on the YouTube. Thank you very much. What are we watching? We're watching the Epstein files, courtesy of Sheila Zolnur, who we've been going to for her coverage of the Epstein files over recent weeks. She's been honestly one of the people that I think has been doing the best sort of analysis of all of this. She's getting deep into the files. Like, that much I'll give her so much credit for. She's getting deep into these files in a way really nobody else seems to be willing to go where no one else wants to go. Oh, and everything that she's uncovering is disturbing. One more Sheila video. Then we're going to we're going chronologically. So she dropped a bunch of videos on the same day.
Hey, one more thing regarding this fuel explosion at 9:45 that seems pretty scheduled. On July 16th, 2009, and just so happens there's a fuel tanker that exploded just after 8 that same.
Holy cow, man to the pivot. 45 stream streak. 45 stream streak on Twitch. That's pretty incredible. Well done. 45 streams.
5 that seems pretty scheduled. On July 16th, 2009, and just so happens there's a fuel tanker that exploded
2009.
Just after 8 that same day.
Even worse. It was actually worse in 2009 than it was in 2016 in Detroit.
I briefly touched on it in the last video, but shortly after this explosion, he incorporated a business with the intention of investing in distressed properties. I didn't even think of this when I made the video, but 2009, what was happening in the housing market in 2009? The economy was shit and the housing market was shit. This was the housing crash. And I briefly looked into the financial state of the Tri-County area here, and it was not unexpectedly abysmal. And this bridge that had to get rebuilt because it completely collapsed, they got $12 million in federal funds for it. And that's not even counting all of the insurance money that they were able to collect. Do I know where that 12 million?
2009 was the crash. Yeah, but Detroit was one of those Rust Belt places that had already been living in, like, just, you know, despair, right? Like, industries had left like the city like a hull, like a shell of its former self. You know, a lot of the Rust Belt cities got devastated pre-2009. 2009 just made things worse.
Went? I don't. Do I know who owned that truck? I don't. And there's no information about it. Do I know who stood to benefit? No, but I know that shortly after this, he was going to Detroit constantly. So
Can you imagine what this means, though? They were willing to do they were willing to A, do damage to public infrastructure, but B, they were willing to murder human beings. If this was planned and intentional, right? As Sheila is suggesting, it collided with a truck and a car, meaning that it killed at least 2 people.
the overarching theme of the last video.
Although I guess that's not necessarily true. I'm just assuming that they died. I guess the people driving the truck and car could have survived on the Interstate 75 in a collision with a tanker truck carrying thousands of gallons of. I guess it's possible you survived that.
Their hands are in everything. And I almost forgot about this other thing. Fucking Call of Duty. There's emails where he's telling this guy who owns Call of Duty or whatever the fucking platform is, and he says, you really need to start encouraging children to engage in microtransactions. And they make these coins, Call of Duty point coins, and the coins are gold, and they have CP written on them.
When I heard this, I was so disturbed to hear this. Because I've known that microtransactions are like taking advantage of children already. When I thought about it from this angle, thought about like doing this from like a nefarious angle and thinking about how you could control children, right? Like if you were some sort of like creep, some fucking internet creep, you know, just like, oh, like this is a perfect way to like bribe children into doing things for you that they wouldn't otherwise do for an adult, perhaps, that they didn't know. Like, oh my God. Like, we should make these things fucking illegal. Like, good fucking God.
The stated goal of getting children to engage in more microtransactions. CP, what does that stand for? There is literally nothing that these people didn't touch. There's some evidence in there about his connection to Bitcoin. In that vein, there's a photo of him in front of a bunch of boxes in some kind of warehouse that say CIA on them. There's emails where he's like, but remember, I don't work for Mossad, smiley face. But remember, no, but for real, remember, I don't work for Mossad, smiley face. In that vein, people are saying that there's a connection between him and the genesis of Bitcoin, that he created Bitcoin, that the guy that everyone thinks is the inventor of Bitcoin is a guy named Satoshi Nakamoto. and he has like billions of dollars in Bitcoin. Was this created for them to have a way to decentralize the money that is exchanging hands for these purposes?
There's conflicting stuff around that particular thing with the relation to the Bitcoin stuff. There is a post like floating around suggesting that it's from the Epstein files that is not from the Epstein files. But there is numerous mentions of Satoshi in the files, as well as him having all sorts of different conversations with big Bitcoin people and like crypto people, right? Like we were just talking about, like, what was his name? What was his name? The guy, the Tether guy. I can't remember his fucking name now. But he was literally like, you know, shooting the shit with the Tether guy. I don't think it's crazy to think it's possible that he may have had something to do with that. There's crazier things to think. Let's not forget that Bitcoin originally was used mostly for crimes. It was used mostly for crimes, for dark web transactions, gambling sites out of the U.S., and stuff like that. Illicit fucking transactions is what the main purpose of Bitcoin was. Sure, it's become more popularized now. More people use it now than did then. But back in like 2009? In 2009 it was like it was originally coming out, right? Like, I mean, I'm trying to think. It's been around for so long now. Actually, was it later than 2009? I can't remember. Sorry, I'm not a Bitcoin historian. But point is that, like, you know, back in the day, the original purpose of Bitcoin was to do crimes. And so it would not be shocking to me that the world's most notorious criminal, apparently, not just sex criminal, this man with one of the biggest criminal networks, perhaps in modern history, like, would come up with a way to launder money. To do a bunch of shit on the dark web, right? Like, and to pay people anonymously. Sounds right up old Jeffrey Epstein's alley. He also happened to know a whole bunch of spies. It's possible he himself was a spy. So how would that really be shocking? That Jeffrey fucking Epstein, what
the way you see an idea in your mind and shape it into something that could only come from you. This is how website creation should be. Wix Harmony, the new way to create.
I don't care. What are you doing? Is my premium membership? Oh, I got signed out. How did I get signed out? It's fucking stupid. How is that even possible?
So why are Republicans so interested
you're killing me.
in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is
I am not running ads now. This is not a sponsored program by what Wix, was it? This programming is not brought to you by Wix, as it turns out. But hey, you know, come up with the right number, Wix, and maybe we could do business. I don't know. How much did they pay? They pay me nothing. I'm paid nothing. I'm paid nothing by nobody. I got no sponsors, aside from space fams like you. I've never even tried to get a sponsor. I don't even know how I would really go about it. They just randomly start emailing people like, hey, you want to run ads in my channel? Let me say words that are complimentary to you and your company to my viewers. Force them to listen to nonsense about your product. $10 million. Brought to you by CBD. Yeah. Should reach out to Sunset Lake CBD. Oh shit, somebody donated on Cash App. Helping us out with the freaking galactic not content goal, the galactic financing of the deficit. The deficit of the I can't say words right now. I need hydration. I'm gonna blow up and then act like I don't know nobody. That's not true. That's not true. Honestly, if I were to blow up, I'd have even less incentive to take sponsorships, not gonna lie. I feel like I would go in the opposite direction that some people go. Like, they get huge and they start doing sponsorship and be like, what? I'd be like, what's the point? I'm already making enough money to pay all my bills. Anyways, much appreciated to the person who just donated on Cash App. I don't know if you want to be made public for that incredibly generous donation, but I really appreciate it helping out with that. We were not making enough progress on the financing of the galactic deficit, and that was much needed injection. It's been a unfortunately very slow start to the month since we've had the internet down all week. Glad to be back. All right, we're gonna leave Sheila Zolnur for now, although there's been some more from her over the last 24 hours. Let's go here to Representative Ted Lieu of... Where is Ted? Cali? I can't remember. Representative Ted Lieu had some stuff to say about the old Epstein files here. Earlier this week, I believe this was Wednesday. Actually, this might have been Tuesday. I take it back.
Why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. Illegal. So I encourage your press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the...
Fascinating. That is a fascinating suggestion from Ted Lieu. The press should look into the files. It's true. That's what we've been talking about, like, this whole stream so far, is how the press is doing a worse job than CoffeeZilla and Sheila Zolnur somehow. They're, like, ignoring the files. What's up with that? Is it because all their friends are in the files, or what? What's going on here?
All wrong. Yesterday, he said, essentially, that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, the federal sex trafficking law. So Deputy General Todd Blanche just...
That is weird. Ted Lieu making a very good point. That Donald Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General of the United States, is completely wrong about that. Patronizing one of these illicit criminal sex parties with underage children at these parties would be a crime. Patronizing. It's a separate crime from the actual trafficking, but it is in fact a crime. It is in fact criminal under the law. In fact, it's
disgusting and probably illegal. Disgusting and probably illegal.
Okay, let's keep talking about partying with Epstein.
Ed Martin, he was at one time the Washington, D.C. U.S. attorney. He is the one who got together with Pulte, who was over at the FHA. And they started doing all these hit jobs on people like Lisa Cook, Tish James, by combing through their mortgage and trying to find some problem in their mortgages. Ed Martin has been demoted and is now down to like his portfolio is just like pardon lawyer. At this point. Unclear what that means at the DOJ, but it does suggest that there has been some power balance within the DOJ that has changed. I don't know how relevant it is really, because it's really just like one set of cronies versus another set of cronies, but we haven't seen Pam Bondi out very much as of late. And it's unclear whether that's because maybe she screwed up something with the Epstein files, or maybe she's out of favor with Donald Trump at the moment. But the guy that's been sent out a lot is Todd Blanche. He is the number 2 at the DOJ, Deputy Attorney General. And just to remind you, it is February 3rd. So this time, plus 3 weeks last year, he was Donald Trump's top defense attorney.
And he was the guy that paid a little visit to Ghislaine Maxwell, and she told him, oh, Trump's not implicated, pretty much. And then, coincidentally, she moved to a low-security prison. She got a puppy. Things worked out quite well for her.
Against all Bureau of Prison rules. So that just gives you a sense of what Todd Blanche's job is. And he made the mistake of acknowledging that on ABC's This Week. Sunday. This is number
4.
This is number I'm sorry. This is number 3.
This is on then Fox News.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is on Fox News. To give you a sense of what his job is, this is what he said on Fox News last night regarding the Epstein files.
Well, as some of the people we saw on camera at the rallies, is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted?
Pause it for 1 second. I just want you to remember how she asked that question. Who partied with Epstein and engaged in relationships with minors, are they going to get in any type of trouble? And you're going to be very surprised to which part of that sentence Todd Blanche did not hear.
Relations with minors will be prosecuted. Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein, and some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them.
I'm sorry, I gotta pause it there. For him to suggest that the DOJ will always investigate any evidence of any crimes when we've got like millions of evidences in these files right now of crimes that are not being investigated, apparently, it's just such a
these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence
videotapes that you all have? Or
What do you mean you need witnesses? You have dozens and dozens of victims who are saying we are willing to cooperate right now.
And photos don't necessarily speak, but they sort of show. I
mean, that's weird because I've always heard there's like a saying. Is there not? A picture is worth a picture is worth 1,000 words. And oftentimes words are spoken. You know? So in fact, pictures do speak. In my opinion, they do speak. You know, maybe they might not be saying the people in the pictures might not be saying words, but the pictures themselves.
That's what they do. But just in case you were wondering why he goes out and says this stuff, the 2 + 2 in this is 2 is he was Donald Trump's defense attorney. And the other 2 in this is that in many ways, he's still Donald Trump's defense attorney. This is him just 2 days ago.
America safe again. We're working hard every day, and those handful of investigations or cases you just show don't change that.
Those indictments of James Comey and Letitia James came after the president explicitly said they're guilty as hell and justice must be served right now. They came after career attorneys refused to bring the indictments, and both cases have been dismissed.
I mean, I don't know what it means to say to come after people. I mean, listen, if you're a prosecutor in the Department of Justice, you are expected to effectuate this administration's priorities. Like every single prosecutor in every administration, there are some prosecutors within the department who have chosen to leave. They don't want to do that. That is their right. That is fine. But if you're going to work in this department, you are going to execute on the president's priorities, and that's what we do. And yes, there are cases that have been dismissed by judges. They're under appeal. That's what happens in our system, and that doesn't make the
So the DOJ is here to execute the president's priorities, not the law? That's weird. I thought the DOJ was here to execute the law. Was I wrong? Was I wrong about this? I thought it was supposed to be an independent agency executing the law. Justice. Now it's a political agency executing the will of the president? Okay. Fascinating.
Is wrong or right. It just means that they've been dismissed and they're under appeal.
Well, you just actually made my point right there. You said it's the president's priorities. The president calls for them publicly to be prosecuted, says they're guilty as hell, and then they're prosecuted.
No, that's not the president's priorities. That's a truth that he sent out. The president's priorities are executing on making America safe again. And that's what we're doing. And so when we go to prosecutors and we say, you are going to do violent crime, you are going to do
I don't think we need to hear any more at that point.
How would you define a priority? So the truth, what he says on Truth Social is distinct in some way from his opinions in other areas or his agenda? That seems quite odd.
Priorities are a function of how they are communicated. And it's just a total coincidence that they went after multiple people with completely loser cases that people resigned rather than take, that were dismissed summarily, that took multiple grand juries to try and find an indictment. And even at that point, they had to lie about what they got indicted and lie to the grand jury and to the judge. But they weren't listening to what the president said. It was just a coincidence because all he had put out was a truth post.
It's incredible that we're living through this moment in history where it's just basically taken as a given that the Department of Justice is going to basically function as a retribution vehicle for the pettiest man alive who's a pedophile protector at the very least and is declining before our very eyes. It's
actually, I think it's not just pedophile protected at the very least, because Donald Trump was also convicted of 34 counts of fraud in New York, as well as convicted civilly of rape. So it's those of the very least It's those 3 things. Well, 36 things.
Crumbling empire stuff, as is even this Epstein story, where you see how like he was a global elite and a connector and a fixer, and his influence network was very much within the crumbling world order that even Carney talked about, where it's like the Israeli intelligence, the military industrial complex, like U.S. financial firms, and that kind of corruption. And these people being exposed in many ways is unmasking that like elite, that's transnational elite that rules us all outside of
Yep. These Epstein files are ripping the mask off. The facade is crumbling. The Epstein files are making it quite obvious just how insidious and widespread this cabal really is. Some people, though, are losing their freaking minds over the files. And interesting enough, there's some right-wing figures out there rushing to defend Jeffrey Epstein and other strange things like that.
And because I didn't know the extent of Bill Gates's like.
Hold on, I just get past this part. This reminds me, I have to fucking reach out to NPR. They like copyright struck me. Everybody's been watching this NPR like interview, and I'm not gonna be watching it. We're not gonna be watching the Melinda Gates thing. Honestly, though, like, I'm not mad about it because honestly, Melinda Gates can go fuck herself. She's a billionaire too. Let's not forget. Melinda Gates is a billionaire too, and she was living right along with Bill as he was ruining our education system. You know, supporting him in everything else he was doing, and she's still a billionaire. I don't care how you got it. If you're a billionaire, you're a problem. So I don't really care. There's enough victims out there. Seems like she was the least victimized out of everybody.
Jeffrey Epstein, who worked on behalf.
Oh, let's hear about how this is the most Jewish style of crime that's ever been invented. Like, I assume that's what Candace's angle is going to be, right? Whiplash from Melinda to Candace Owens here, but imagine Windows ask Epstein for antivirus and want to secretly install on her that a virus infected her from Russian model, but it's on email now, lol. Thank you for the super chat, chatter. It's all Jewish. The island was Jewish. It was a Jewish island.
Half of the Rothschilds, according to him, he wrote that in an email, the Rothschilds, who credit themselves with having created which nation state? Oh, right, Israel. Israel, the same nation state that is having a bunch of women say that they were ritualistically abused in a forest by rabbis. That's happening in the Knesset right now, that nation state, saying that they were 3, 4.
One of the things that makes it extra difficult when parsing through Candace Owens' commentary is that, as we've always joked about and talked about quite a bit, that like there is a lot of stuff that goes on in Israel that is like, that has the makings of a perfect anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. So like what she's bringing up here is not, I mean, that's a real article from Haaretz. Now, the problem is there's pedophiles in every religion, okay? It's not exclusive to Judaism. Candace Owens, however, will take this thing, right, and tie it back to, you know, Israel's non-extradition policy and ease of access for, you know, other people who have engaged in pedophilia. And then we'll create this narrative that, you know, all Jews are like this. This is yet another instance of fundamentalism. Fundies.
Yes, she did. Yeah. Yeah, Candace is out here just saying things real weird. The Knesset says Candace Owens.
All different, all various shapes and sizes. Engage in fuck shit like this. Now, of course, it's additionally ironic that Candace Owens is saying this because she's Catholic. And it's not like the Catholic Church isn't known for pedophilia as well.
These people are perverts. When this happened, he's saying, those are my bosses, the Rothschilds. And here is a brief, but by no means an extensive coverage video that was put together by, I assume this guy must be Goy, right?
Where my
Goy?
unstable
Goy,
girlies
TikToker,
at?
Contrarian put this together. Take a listen.
Israel is mentioned twice as much as Donald Trump in the new documents. Here he is discussing with Roger Schank, a Jewish American academic and hedge fund worker, saying Jews create vast fortunes by manipulating markets and creating financial speculation and exploiting labor. He says, let the Goyim deal in the real world. In a discussion with the Rothschild family, Epstein says that they overthrew the Ukrainian government.
Ian? Is his name Ian or something? I'm guessing it's something
Great
stupid
opportunity.
like
The
that.
Rothschild family paid Epstein $25 million for certain algorithms. While talking to Peggy Seigel, August 7th of 2010, she asks if an event is going to be 100% Jewish. He says no, they'll have Goyim in abundance. But don't worry, they're just brilliant wasps from JP Morgan.
Did he just fucking key search Goyim? And Goy, is that what happened here? Where it's like, yeah, guys, Jeffrey Epstein is a Jewish supremacist.
Help, I'm being repressed!
It's a big surprise. He's also an ultra-Zionist. He's also an international sex trafficker of minors who worked for the Mossad and the CIA. Allegedly, the last two parts. I mean, we have a lot of evidence for that at this point. I mean, half of the shit that they're talking about directly corresponds to that, including but not limited to opportunities in Ukraine. Okay? Whether it be talking about ISIS and Daesh, whether it be talking about the attempts of Israel and UAE alongside Saudi Arabia when they wanted to fucking invade Qatar. Like all of the conversations that he's having as an asset of both the American state and the Israeli state. He's not having those conversations as a Jew, okay? Lock the fuck in. This is what's so frustrating about this analysis. And I'm not doing this to I don't know, engage in Jewish exceptionalism or anything like that. It's just outright unproductive, okay? Because any moment that you spend on Jeffrey Epstein being Jewish, by the way, he's Jewish. Have you noticed he's Jewish? He's a Jewish supremacist. It's like, yeah, I have noticed that. I know. And so was Itamar Ben-Gvir, for example. But I don't give a fuck about that beyond the fact that that ideology is running amok in the nation state of Israel. And that ideology is the underpinning of why Israel engages in ethnic cleansing campaigns against the Palestinian population. I care about Zionism as an ideology more than I care about like the entire Jewry that is responsible for the nation state of Israel. Okay? These guys don't. And we found out exactly what happens when they don't care.
Yeah, the people who are focused in specifically on the Jewish angle of it all are clearly just like looking for that, right? Like they, you know, it's no surprise that Candace is focused in there. You know, Miss or Mrs. I guess she's married now, right? Mrs. Hitler. Hitler's mistake was doing stuff outside of Germany. Candace Owens. Candace Owens, as we're calling her. Because apparently we're pronouncing things weird. But it's like Hassan said, it's completely unproductive. I mean, what people should be focused on is the nation state, the statecraft stuff that Epstein seemed to have been deeply involved in, right? It had nothing to do with Jewishness, but wielding power.
About the Israel angle and do care more so about the Jewish angle. You end up actually saying.
Also, I'd like to point something out that might be shocking to people. Jewish people aren't having like a secret meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, or at least, you know. Yeah, I get, you know, there isn't like some secret like Jewish Jeffrey Epstein meeting every year or something. You know, meeting of the Jews. Like, it's not a thing, not happening.
like, well, Jeffrey Epstein is kind of cool, except for the fact that he was doing all the cool things like international sex trafficking of minors, but Jewishly doing it. Okay? That's not the problem, dumbass. It wouldn't be appropriate if Jeffrey Epstein was, I don't know, Jeffrey McGurk, Jonathan McGurk, whole ass Christian doing it. It would still be fucked up.
Joshua Finkelstein, BlackRock's Larry Finkelstein's son, is accused of not having any respect for non-Jews, seeing them as not human. This is from his ex-girlfriend, Svetlana. He pressures her to have an abortion. In 2017, Epstein has a conversation talking about if you want to hire the best people, you have to hire only Jews. Only hire those who can prove they are genetically Jewish. Maria Farmer, one of the first victims to come out and name Epstein.
I wasn't allowed to go get food. And when I called GNN and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else's.
Said that their operation was motivated by Jewish supremacy.
Anybody gonna say that that's not real anymore?
She went out there and claimed there were tens of thousands of hours of tape. There are, by the way, but they are child pornography. The reason the FBI...
The guy's openly a Nazi. Oh, you mean contrarian? I know. I'm just so sick and tired of leftists thinking they're doing universal humanitarianism by constantly crying about Jewish exceptionalism and pushing back against entirely unnecessary anti-Semitism. Yeah. Also, that's kind of funny that you say that because that implies the existence of necessary anti-Semitism megaphonics. I know that isn't your intention when you say that, but
like I find it strange that people want to play that game all the time, like, oh, the Jewish cabal is running everything, and then just ignore all of the Christian, like the multi-billionaire Christians that run their lives, right? Because they're all over the place. They're all over the place, and they just ignore it. Like that's fine, as long as their multi-billionaire Christians are buying up all the properties in my neighborhood. That's fine. Right? It's the Jews. That's the problem. Rather than the multi-billionaires, just generally speaking. Right? They're incapable of like a classist analysis. They're only capable of these sort of like nativist and tribalist sort of base. You know, like it's ridiculous. It's with that like Warren Buffett. Right? One of the wealthiest men. Elon Musk, wealthiest man on the planet. Neither of those guys are Jewish.
This is what I was asking you yesterday. Like, how do you even, in our anti-Zionist agitprop with normal people, effectively respond without losing them to a long explanation about anti-Semitism versus Zionism? Like, normal people see this and become both anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic. Like, I don't know how to combat that effectively.
Like, I don't know what percentage of real estate in America is owned by Berkshire Hathaway, but it's like multiple percentage points of all of the real estate in the United States is owned by one man and his company, right? Like, think about that for a second. And then Elon Musk, and then all of these other fuckers who aren't Jews, but like these anti-Semites, that's all they can focus on. Oh, it's the Jewish cabal. What about all the Christians? What about all the goy hanging out with Jeffrey, right? Like, he was hanging out with plenty of dudes, like Steve Bannon. I mean, like, how many Christians? What, Bill Clinton's a Jew now? What's happening here? Donald Trump? Like, what are we talking about? It's ridiculous. Did he have ties to Israel? Yeah. Did he have some creepy? But like, that's not the point. Like just like dialing that in, like, and being like real obsessed with it, is something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you if that's what you're doing. If that's what you're spending time on, you are. I don't know anything about that contrarian guy. If he is an actual Nazi, then it makes perfect sense. But it's just a weird thing to be focused on right now, considering everything that's going on, like everything that's come out about this files, for that to be your main focus. It's weird. It's super weird, you know?
I mean, you combat that by, once again, just being like, the notion that every Jew is responsible for all of this is just idiotic. it's so difficult to combat this narrative, partially because you can't point to white people in the same way, because when you got a white pedophile, or even like in Candace's case, when you got the Catholic Church that's like filled to the fucking brim with pedophilia, credible allegations of pedophilia, no one immediately assumes every fucking Catholic person is a pedophile. Okay? Whereas, because Jews, there's not that many of them, and they have a history.
Side note, Candace says Charlie Kirk is a time traveler and visits her in her dreams. Candace says, Condace says a lot of things. Okay? She says all sorts of special stuff. Okay? We can't.
Where my unstable girlies at?
She says all sorts of stuff.
Historic marginalization. Yeah, when you do actually talk about Jewish fundamentalists, Jewish supremacists, or a Jewish person that's engaging in pedophilia, people immediately go, oh, this is how they all are. You know what I mean? And like, although, as I've talked about before,
well, maybe we should do the same thing with all Catholics then, right? All Christians. There's plenty of examples. Maybe we should attribute every single crime of all white people to all white people. I mean, where are we going with this? This is it's the exact same thing. It's a slippery slope to go down, in my opinion. It's a slippery slope. Tribalist hate. Not productive. Let's do it, says Jen. All right, let's listen to the victims. You know, listen to everybody going through the files. We're not hearing enough from the victims, unfortunately. And they've been silenced. In many ways, they've been silenced and ignored. And or targeted, or like actively hurt, re-traumatized. These women are going through all of the things.
The worst of it is, I think, like, well, I don't know if it's the worst of it, but it has my full name, my birthday, my address. The thing that is redacted is Danny.
This is ridiculous!
And I'm not the only one. Like, how is any of this acceptable?
Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein are furious with the Justice Department for its failure to properly redact the millions of Epstein files that it released on Friday, including some information about the alleged victims. They're also accusing the DOJ of over-redacting information that some victims have shared about Epstein and those around him.
Publishing images of victims while shielding predators it's just a failure of complete justice. And it's like there's this deep sense of betrayal when the system's meant to protect you.
This is a victim statement. It was 7 pages long. In a victim statement, it tells what happened, who did it. It basically outlines everything that this person experienced and shared with the FBI. It was 7 pages long, and 4 of them looked like this. This is clearly strategic. Clearly, incompetence is the strategy. Like it is the strategy to intimidate us, I believe.
Yeah. No, I mean, for the government to redact the sworn testimony of the victims who are saying they want these things to be put out there, for them to redact that, how can you say this is anything but just like intentional, malicious action being taken? They're not redacting their personal information, their birthdays, their full legal names, their social security numbers, and things like that. But they're redacting their sworn testimony to the people like the FBI and whatever other law enforcement agencies. The allegations that they're making against the predators, they're redacting those. I wonder who's in there. You gotta wonder who is in those pages. Why? Why would they redact Who is here? Who is the perpetrator that they're protecting here? You gotta wonder. Just the full page redaction. They're just like, fuck it. It's the most blatant. It's the most blatant of strategies.
Like we shouldn't keep going.
The redactions could have been done by a 5-year-old. You might as well just go ahead and give them to a grade 3 class. They could do much better than these lawyers. Who are these lawyers? Who are these volunteers?
Who are these people? Yeah,
I mean, they don't know how to read.
A DOJ spokesperson says they are working around the clock to fix any redaction issues, and that only 0.1% of the files released so far contain unredacted information about the victims.
This is about survivors everywhere. This is about anyone who has ever been sexually victimized and has, felt like they can't tell anyone or talk to anyone about it, who has felt fearful of, approaching law enforcement or
What a totally fucked up thing to say. Oh, well, only 0.1% of the 3 million files released and contain information that wasn't supposed to be released. By the way, every time they do that, it's a crime. Just want to point that out to everybody. But just so that we're all clear on this, what they're saying is this. And let me just show you. 0.001. That's 0.1% times 3 million. 3,000 instances in which these victims' information was released. Wrongfully, unlawfully released. That's what we're talking about here. When they say 0.1%, and none of us should believe that number. But even by their own lie, by their own number, by their own figure, 3,000 instances of victim information was wrongfully, unlawfully released to the public. While, who knows how many instances of perpetrators and co-conspirators, collaborators, and other sorts of criminals had their information redacted. Many thousands of times, I will tell you right now. I can say that without any concern for being wrong. I know that to be the case. From what I've seen so far, there's no way it's not more. There's no way it's not in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times, that perpetrator information was redacted, even though that is also unlawful. So we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of times that the DOJ has unlawfully acted against the legislation which is intended to get this information out to the public. They have completely shirked their duty. And honestly, there needs to be repercussions for this. At the DOJ, at the Trump administration. Because, usually I'd be like, well, you can't blame the administration for what's happening at the DOJ. In this particular case, yes, we can. We have Donald Trump's personal attorney as the deputy attorney general coming out and saying that they're basically a political wing, a political legal body, which is ridiculous. They're part of the Trump administration. Everyone needs to be held accountable for this shit. All right, we gotta take another break. Yeesh. I'm not doing good. Moving very slowly right now. Should have bought snacks. But I had no money. Okay. I'm like running out of food over here right now. I need to go grocery shopping. All right, quick break, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell and like button too, so you don't miss any shows. It also helps us out. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-up subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. You got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. You want to go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, we also have Throne now available to you to go shopping for me. You can buy me drinks and snacks, keep me hydrated and fed. You could buy other things on there too. I've been trying to add items on there. We actually recently crowdfunded a freaking e-bike. Much appreciated to everybody who donated over there once again for that. But yeah, we have all those ways, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. That sound is intended to alert you to the fact that the break is over and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Also, I want to say thank you to Sasha G for the 5 sweet Galactic memberships. Those memberships going to Sean L. Kearns, Shirley Pulowski, Ben Longstreth, HBX, and Autumn Leaves. As well as Ethan Dark for the super sticker as well. Much appreciated, both of you. Incredibly generous. Trying to sneak in the donos on the break. Don't think I didn't see them. All right, we're going to go back to this discussion. Honestly, at this point, I need this again. For us to go back to this. We're going to need a little bit more of this, I'm afraid.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this kid, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, JeffreyEpstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein. I call it the Epstein hoax. Epstein. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax.
Unbelievable.
I don't understand why.
All right, people. Let's keep talking about the Epstein files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
The current executive branch and the legislative branch that is majority Republican and the Supreme Court are all pedophile protectors. Every single one of them protects child rapists. One in particular that I want to focus on right now is Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi declares that she is a warrior for justice. She wears her Christian cross all the time. And this that I'm about to show you was in the Epstein files, and she protects the sender of this email. Pop this up. To Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty.
Why is this redacted? Why do we keep getting redactions?
Why is Pam Bondi
on
and Trump's
what seems
DOJ
to be what seems to be the names of perpetrators? Why are we every single time we're seeing it over and over again? The perpetrators is being protected. Honestly, it seems like the perpetrators are being more protected than the victims themselves. That's where we're at this point.
This child rapist's name from the files. Why is everybody providing cover when a lot of the victims' names, survivors' names were not redacted? But that to me just shows you how flagrant it is. And child predators are very flagrant about it. They're very flagrant about.
Okay, we're not watching this whole thing.
Not gonna do it.
Can't do it.
but is to get blackmail footage on powerful people. So here, to tear down the systems of government that be, because these people are too unlikable to run on their own merit, to go put their name on a ballot and go win an election. And so here is, they're just saying the quiet part out loud, openly rooting for the demise of America. This is an email from Epstein to Peter Thiel. And he says, return to tribalism, counter to globalization, amazing new alliances. You and I both agreed zero interest rates were too high. And as I said in your office, finding things on their way to collapse was much easier than finding
0% interest
bargain.
rates were
And then
too
Peter
high.
Thiel responds, of what?
0%. This is such a stupid sentence. 0% interest rates are too high. The alternative, I mean, basically what he's saying is that the central bank, the Federal Reserve, should be paying out, like the Treasury should be paying banks to take loans, to take money from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve should pay them. This is back in 2016. This is wild. This was during quantitative easing. Actually, this was, honestly, I think this was during the end of quantitative easing, and they're talking about how the bank, what? This is insane. It's an insane
Jeffrey
thing to say.
Responds, Brexit, just the beginning. And we've covered this. I covered this a few episodes ago. Brexit has been an absolute disaster for the UK. It's been an economic disaster.
Exactly. They want more than free money. They want to be paid to take free money, right? The Federal Reserve already gives banks basically free money. Money at which none of us regular human beings could ever hope to get loans at, right? Like banks are taking like billions of dollars from the Fed. And and honestly, at that time, they were taking it from the Fed at 0% interest. And I don't know what you were paying. Just want to go back real quick. 2016. I don't know what all of you were paying in interest on your credit cards or your mortgage or your whatever, any loans, car loan, whatever, my payday loan. I don't know. Right. But banks were taking money from the Fed at 0%. They were just taking billions. They're like, we'll get back to you. We'll get it. We'll get you them. We're good for it. We're good for it. Because we're going to go and we're going to turn around and we're going to charge a bunch of schmucks, 20%, on their credit cards, like it's insane. It's insane. It's such a perverse system that we have. And this guy's saying, actually, we should have negative interest rates where the Federal Reserve loans money to people and then gives them money for taking that money. Insane. None of you and I, none of us would ever get close to getting a loan like that. Please pay me to take a loan. That would be great.
Stuff. And he wants a mass surveillance country. He bought and paid for.
In fact, I'll take $1 million at negative 100% interest. Thank you. Annualized.
The biggest prostitute in the United States of America, J.D. Vance. And he has installed J.D. Vance to be the heir apparent of this because Peter Thiel, nobody likes him. Nobody.
I'm in a structured settlement, but I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Him, and he knows he can't win. He decided, I'm rich. I'm smarter than everybody. Mm-hmm. I don't want there to be a democracy anymore. So he's cheating to eliminate democracy. And again, illegal. There are fascist collaborators all around this administration.
Yep. It's the new New American fascism. 2026, people, we're living through it. It's the Epstein cabal is running the U.S. government. Donald Trump, he got into office, he removed the swamp and replaced it with the Epstein cabal. Pam Bondi was the Attorney General of the state of Florida when Jeffrey Epstein received that sweetheart plea deal back in 2008. Or not, whatever, in 2008, 2009, whatever year it was. That's right, the Attorney General of the United States. The one who could have said, actually, that deal is fucked. You're not giving this man a sweetheart, day pass prison, 1 year prison sentence for trafficking children. But no, she was fine with it. And so was Donald Trump's former Secretary of Labor, Alex Acosta.
These people
are perverts. Let's keep talking about the perverts, I'm afraid. Perhaps Democracy Now! Can help make sense of this for us. This is from yesterday, with Representative Ro Khanna.
Fallout continues to grow over the Justice Department's release of more than 3 million pages of files related to the late convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein. On Wednesday, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna called for Congress to investigate associates of Epstein named in the files.
Immediately, if
Mr.
not
Speaker,
sooner.
Thomas Massie and my Epstein Transparency Act led to millions of files being released that have shocked the conscience of the nation. Today, I call for Congress to hold in front of the Oversight Committee every single person who emailed about going to Epstein's Island. They need to answer some basic questions. Who raped these underage girls from working class families? What did they see? What did they know? What did they participate in? The American people are frustrated with the rich and powerful getting a different set of justice. There cannot be two tiers of justice in America, and I will not rest until the people who committed these heinous crimes and this heinous behavior are held accountable.
Congressman Ro Khanna has also called for the Department of Justice to release more files. More than 2.5 million pages remain unreleased. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has said the department's review.
I've said it, and I've said it, and I've said it. I'm going to say it again right now. I say to you, in this moment, if they released all of what we've seen so far, of which we've only grazed the surface on the Epstein files, right? Like, we've seen like a tiny portion of the currently available Epstein files. If that was what they released, what is currently redacted? What is redacted and what is not released? What is in there? What don't we know? Considering everything we've heard, from cannibalism to murder to the sex trafficking, the drug trafficking, statecraft, and all sorts of other sorts of things, domestic terrorism. I mean, all sorts of insane things in these files that we've seen so far. If that's the stuff that they were like, okay, we'll give them this, maybe this will shut them up. What is in the stuff that we're not seeing? Release the files.
Is over and that no further prosecutions are expected. He told Fox News, quote, "It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein."
Meanwhile, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have criticized the DOJ for failing to redact personal information, including some of their identities as well as email addresses. And there was a release of nude photos. In a statement, one group of survivors said, quote, "As survivors, we should never be the ones named, scrutinized, and re-traumatized, while Epstein's enablers continue to benefit from secrecy," they said. We go now to Capitol Hill, where we're joined by Democratic Congressmember Rouhana, co-sponsor of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Congressmember Rouhana, you're about to meet with the DOJ and the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, along with Congressmember Massey. You're calling for a continued investigation into the files that were released but were redacted, and more files that, well, according to Blanche, they're done with releasing files. So can you explain your response to what has been released and who was protected in the release of these files?
Well, what already has been released really is quite disgusting. You have some of the most powerful elites in America in technology, in finance, in real estate, in politics, emailing Jeffrey Epstein, asking to go to his island. And many, many of these people owe the American people an explanation, and many of them should be investigated about who was being raped on that island, what they knew, what they did, what they saw. But there are also over 3 million documents where there have been excessive redactions. One of them, an email where you have someone saying to Jeffrey Epstein that he enjoyed his time with a young girl, and the name of that person who emailed Epstein is redacted. And there's no explanation for that redaction. The redactions are supposed to cover very classified information or cover information that would compromise survivors. The redaction should not be protecting people who actually engaged in criminal behavior or heinous behavior. And Massey and I plan to review the unredacted files. Blanche has said that members of Congress can do that, and to ask what the explanation was for the redactions, and the plan is to get rid of the excessive redactions.
And Congressman Khanna, what do you make of the fact, of course, there have been these redactions that are actually compromise a potential investigation to people who were complicit, and at the same time, as we mentioned, the Wall Street Journal investigation found the Department of Justice failed to redact the full names of 43 victims, including minors, and 40 photos were published of young girls, women, naked, and in some cases with their faces visible.
I love the people who claim to care about children and women are simultaneously throwing women and children under the bus. Can't have healthcare or bathrooms. Oh, God. Can't even right now.
It's appalling. It shows there are two tiers of justice in America. The rich and powerful get to play by one set of rules. So they were very, very careful, Pam Bondi on down, to say that we want to make sure these rich and powerful people aren't overexposed. And let's really go through the files so that there are not leaks that compromise them. In fact, some of the documents that compromised Donald Trump, where they had tips about Donald Trump, were quickly pulled down. On the other hand, the review that they had 1/3 of the U.S. attorneys do of all of these files, obviously they did not stress the importance of protecting the victims. How do I know this? Because there are survivors' lawyers who were never consulted, were never brought into the process. There was never any effort to have an independent master review the documents. And so they were cavalier at best when it comes to the survivors, and they took great lengths to protect some of the rich and powerful people who actually committed the crimes and morally heinous acts.
Congressman Khanna, what's known, in fact, about the complaints against, as you said, the most rich and powerful people in the world, which includes, at the very top, President Trump?
Well, we know a lot just from what was released. I mean, we know that these people were asking to go to Epstein's island. We know that there were underage girls on that island from working class families that were being raped. We know that there were underage girls and young girls who are being trafficked. We know that many of the country's elite had no problem corresponding with Epstein well after he was convicted of pedophilia, and no problem asking to go to Epstein's Island or Epstein's parties well after he was convicted of pedophilia. And I am so offended by Deputy Attorney General Blanche saying, oh, this is just about men who are playboys who are going to parties. This is about men who knew that Epstein was abusing and raping young girls, saying, I want to show up to parties where these young girls are being paraded or where these young girls are being raped. And this is the American elite. I mean, the question we have to ask ourselves as a nation is, how have we produced an elite that is so callow, that is so immature, that is so venal, that has so little scruples, and that has such impunity from the rule of law? What have we done wrong in this country that is our elite?
The law you co-sponsored, Congressman Khanna, specifically talked about the document from Alex Acosta when he was U.S. Attorney in Florida that named co-conspirators. Can you explain? And it said it had to be released. Can you explain what was released and what wasn't, and what names we know from that time? If that had been taken seriously, the women who talked about being raped and sexually abused and the girls back in 2007, might we not have seen something like 1,000 girls and women who were brutalized since?
We would have, and we would have seen those women saved if the FBI had acted in 1996 when Marie Farmer initially launched a complaint. Marie Farmer was called a liar, but now it's come out that the FBI knew of that complaint in 1996 and sat on it. This could have prevented thousands of women, thousands of underage girls being raped and abused. What came out this time on 2007 is that there were 32 plus counts against Epstein. Almost all were dropped other than 2 counts. We were not given the explanation for why those counts were dropped.
It's despicable. I mean, there's no explanation that justifies the FBI just ignoring this woman and not at least looking into this. At the very least. I mean, come on.
Come on!
Like, seriously. The bare minimum was not done here. And not done, I mean, it's not done at the... to the detriment of society, it would seem, because this guy just went on to continue to perpetrate these crimes over and over and over again. The same crimes that these women were accusing of him of in the 90s. Oh, God. And the extent of them is just unbelievable. The more and more they come out, the more I start to like actually grasp what is happening here. Like it's honestly, it's been tough. It's been a little tough, like getting like a real grasp on it and like accepting what we're talking about here. Just how big this all was. It really is somewhat staggering to think that this could go this far. That somebody could be doing this many crimes. And that the government could somehow, I mean, honestly, what Donald Trump has proven is the rule of law. It doesn't exist in the United States. It only exists for some people. Other people get to ignore that. You have to be a certain kind of wealthy. But if you are, you have a different system of justice. Everybody else has to follow the law. But if you're in the Epstein class, you don't have to. You don't have to worry about it, actually. It's fucking disturbing. It's fucking
these people are
disturbing.
perverts.
Was redacted and withheld. And we were not given the explanation for why some of the co-conspirators were not charged or who these co-conspirators are. So obviously, the Justice Department still is protecting the co-conspirators, and they are protecting their own faulty analysis for dropping all of these charges against Epstein.
Congressman Khanna, could you talk about some of the people who have agreed to testify in this congressional investigation, which includes now former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who will testify later this month?
Well, I'm glad President Clinton and Secretary Clinton have agreed to testify. They should, to a congressional subpoena. But that also means that Donald Trump needs to testify. That means people like Bill Gates, who are in these files, need to come before Congress and testify. That means all the real estate folks, finance folks, technology folks who have emails to Epstein saying, when can I come to the island, need to come to Congress and testify and answer questions. What did they know about what was going on Epstein's island? Did they ever participate in raping underage girls? Did they see underage girls being raped? Did they see underage girls being paraded naked at these parties? They can't just hide behind X or Twitter or some softball interview.
Well, that's what Todd Blanche is trying to say. He's trying to say partying with Epstein isn't a crime. The fact is, it seems like everybody knew what Epstein was up to. People keep saying it. It was an open secret. Epstein was running around doing crimes. And, I mean, he was convicted in 2008 or 9, whatever it was, of sex, of being, he was a sex criminal. And for, like, literally more than 10 years, he was just running around continuing to do those crimes, and everybody knew about it. And they were fine with it. For whatever reasons. People may have had different reasons, but they were all partying with him. And there's been not allegations, but like suggestions. I can't remember who said it. I think it was one of the victims. Might have been Virginia Giuffre. I think it was like it might have been a 60 Minutes interview with, I do not quote me on this. Point is I remember an interview that we watched earlier of a victim talking about how Jeffrey Epstein needed to like engage in sexual activity every few hours. So if you were hanging out with this guy for any extended period of time, he was dipping off to bust a nut, however many times a day, like multiple times a fucking day. This guy's going to get massage. He had massage tables in the middle of his fucking homes everywhere, just like in like the living room, right? This guy is like, I feel like you couldn't be hanging out with this guy and not know. You would have had to be both blind and deaf. Like the person with the most, Stephen Hawking can see and hear too, can't? Like, I mean, who? Unless you're fucking Helen Keller.
Need to answer these questions under oath.
What exactly does it mean to say you're calling for a continued investigation? And when are you going to meet with Todd Blanche? Some might say he's doing his job, maybe not as the number 2 in the Justice Department, but as the former personal attorney for President Trump.
Well, we've requested the meeting. He said on television he's open to meeting. Our teams are working it out. They have been responsive to our requests. The goal is to see what other documents need to be released. The goal is to see what investigation needs to be undertaken with the documents that have been released. And then, of course, there's Congress that can continue the investigation on the Oversight Committee where I sit. Robert Garcia, our ranking member, has done a terrific job about that. And the next administration can make sure that there is accountability and the full release. But it's important to realize that this scandal has already had extraordinary reverberations. It may bring down the British government. I mean, Keir Starmer is being asked about this in the House of Commons. You had Paul Weiss's chair resign over this, and you're having suddenly a Me Too movement again of people being confronted with the enormously depraved things that took place in Epstein's Island.
Yeah, we need some fucking consequences here. People need to face the music. Somebody in vertical chat seems rather skeptical about anybody ever facing any sort of consequences for this, and I understand your skepticism. Believe me, I'm not super hopeful about it, but I do feel like it needs to happen. Certainly doesn't feel like it's going to be happening under this government right now. Some of these crimes have no statute of limitations. I don't think. Like murder, I don't think there's a statute of limitations on that. All right, let's see what Hassan's been up to over here. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah. I know what Hassan's been doing. He's been checking in on Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes has a fascinating Epstein take.
Whoever believes this guy is a moron, he literally gets paid by Israel to share pro-Jew.
Hold on.
Moot or whatever his name is, and that the entire anti-Semitic reactionary right movement, this counterculture, supposedly counterculture movement of defending white people, was perhaps also another Mossad conspiracy, and that really hurts their feelings when they hear that. When they hear that this is also that they were being duped into. They were duped into like unproductive mechanisms of thought, methods of thought, by potentially a Mossad agent. That really frustrates them, that they've been psyoped. How do they factor in Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein's butt buddy? Yeah, Nick Fuentes for the past few weeks. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile, he was an ephebophile. That's why I'm selling his merchandise. Ephebophilia is based. Nick Fuentes unironically looked at the Jeffrey Epstein situation only a month ago and decided the real crime of Jeffrey Epstein was not that he was an international sex trafficker of minors. That stuff was based. It was that he was Jewish while doing it. And there are still people who sincerely think that this guy has any serious any serious care or consideration for covering these
This is
issues.
such a dumb
He just
take.
straight up said it.
It's got to be one of the most brain dead takes that you could possibly come up with. Actually, pedophilia is dope, but being Jewish while doing it is is morally wrong or some shit. Like it said that it breaks my brain. That breaks my brain. What is wrong with these people? Like seriously.
Really was like, well, you know, he was really cool. Like, you'd be a part of that too if you had the opportunity. Also, I'm selling Jeffrey Epstein merchandise. Jeffrey Epstein is cool as f. That's what he said. Meanwhile, a lot of these liberal outlets are trying to present Jeffrey Epstein as a Russian agent, or they're trying to say, well, he talked about Putin quite a bit. Yeah, bitch, you know who else he talked to directly? Ehud Barak. Liberals and Republicans both are moving away from the Israel connections for some reason. And even the supposedly anti-Israel right, the anti-Semitic anti-Israel right, is also doing the same in their own way. I wonder why. Because there's only one truth here, and anyone that tries to move you away, anyone that tries to deflect your attention away from that one singular truth is f***ing lying to you. That's it. They have an agenda. You can think in your mind that I'm trying to preserve the safety and security of Jews. That's why I'm an op, because I'm not a real anti-Israel, agent or whatever. If you want to believe that, you can believe that if you want. But there's a real reason why Israel's agents are way more aggressive in the way that they come after me than they do with Nick Fuentes. That's because I think Nick Fuentes is basically a fed. Jeffrey Epstein traveled to Paris with the Academy Award-winning Jewish American filmmaker Woody Allen for a pedophile convention in March 2012. Yeah, here, let's take a look at Nick Fuentes' take on Jeffrey Epstein. Nick Fuentes, 6 months ago, Jeffrey Epstein had a pedophile island and Trump is covering up. Nick Fuentes this week, this whole pedo thing, it's like, you know, they're really pedophilia. It's not really pedophilia. Here, let's hear.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia.
Who forced you to say it, Nick?
They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was
He's
like
being forced.
They were technically not legal. Big difference.
Also, they.
Big difference.
My opinion. I know that's a
big differences. Big difference, says Nick. Huge difference between 7 and 13. Yeah, that is gross. This guy is something wrong with Nick. There really is. Like, his brain is broken. The internet has broken Nick's brain. You know, he has made his living saying some of the most objectionable possible things. Like, his entire job is to come up with some of the worst possible takes. And like, he's just a terrible take factory. That's just what this man is. He just says the wrong thing. That's all. He just says the wrong thing all the time. How can I say the wrongest thing?
Controversial take, but that's not really the issue there, okay? The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is what it is. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy.
Look, you don't understand.
Jesus
if Epstein was a Christian
Christ,
spy
dude,
that was
what is
doing
wrong with this
international
guy?
sex trafficking,
That's
then
the
that
problem.
would be good.
He's a
Probably.
Jewish spy. The pedophilia is not the problem. It's the Jewish spycraft. I can't do it. I can't do this. We're moving on. I think you get the vibes. What a fucking dumb take. The illicit sex network wasn't the problem. Oh God, Nick. What a fucking moron.
This is a human man.
Is it though? Is that a human
You're a little
man?
baby. You're a little baby.
All right, let's go to a human woman. A human woman by the name of Sheila Zolnur, who has been continuing to get into the files. Amanda, thank you for the puppy feeding over there on Twitch. This is from yesterday.
We have to talk about something. There's a lot of people talking about, so-and-so's not in the files, or there's no direct communications between Epstein and this person. I've looked through the files. There's no emails between them, and they act as if that is conclusory evidence that their favorite person has nothing to do with it, right? Oh, there might have been a photo, or they might have been mentioned in passing, but that.
Okay, actually, before I let her go any further, I have not even a counterpoint. Well, I guess is it a counterpoint? I have a point to build on this argument, I guess you would say, with Sheila. I want you to try and think of your own right now with this one, because she's not wrong about this, but there's another argument here
With it, right? Oh, there might have been a photo, or they might have been mentioned in passing, but that doesn't mean that they had anything to do with it. And I'm thinking about you, Jay-Z. Okay, where people are thinking that just because there's no active involvement being alleged in these files that have been released so far, that it means something. And I need you guys to understand something, because I was going through the photos just now and something sparked something for me. And then I got to the diary entries, and then I did a little backtracking of, wait a second, Dan Snyder, walk with me. It started, I should say, with this photo that I saw. And it's him at his desk, and he's on the landline. And we're all poring over his phone records, his cell phone, the text messages, the emails, the things that he does on his handheld, but he's on this landline. And how many times do we see in the text messages and the emails, not for phone, or not for, written communication, need to call, can I call you, are you available to call? And then there's a shit ton of these. The people who are really trying to reach him are calling on the landline. And his secretary takes a message and gives them a message. And then he calls them back on the landline. He's got a landline next to this massage table. He's got a landline next to this massage table. Different massage table. Another landline. There's a landline next to his bidet. Okay? Next to his bidet, he has a landline. And of course, there's a landline next to his bed. Next to his bed. So I noticed this, and I'm like, this is all meaningless. Anything important. These people who are so aware and so careful, and they're like, not for written communication, can I call you? These people are mainly communicating on landlines or in person. And then I saw something. I got to the journal entries where it becomes very clear that these girls are being used as incubators. After
Okay, before we I just want to point something out to everybody. So this is the thing about all this, right? Like, she's not wrong about this, and I think to some degree that is the case to some degree. But you also see plenty of incriminating texts and emails being sent. But what do we also see going along with this? One of the reasons why you're not getting these. I'm sorry. Whoops. You're also seeing, like, over and over and over again, the names of the people in the texts, like sending the texts or receiving the texts or the emails being redacted. So, of course, certain people aren't coming up, like some like incriminating things about certain people doing this or that aren't coming up because you don't know who's sending half of these fucking emails. They're all redacted. All the senders and receivers, aside from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and a few other people, are redacted. Right? You have full page redactions being released, and then millions and millions of other files still under lock and key at the DOJ. Right? Like, so, like, part of the reason why, like, because what she's talking about, like, yeah, like in some cases, like, you're not finding explicitly what's the word? Why can't I think of the word right now? Not condemnable. Well, condemnable, sure, but explicitly, there's a word making you guilty. Why can't I think of words right now? Like, one of the reasons why you're not finding, like, information that explicitly points to guilt for certain people, the people might be expecting or whatever else, is because the identifying information itself is being incriminating. Thank you. God damn it, Bed Lefty. Thank you. Incriminating. One of the reasons why we're not finding necessarily incriminating information that's being linked to hordes of people is because those names, the hordes of names, are being redacted. We're seeing the information, we're seeing the crimes, but in many cases we're not seeing the names of the people committing the crimes. Or vice versa. We're seeing the names, but we're not seeing the crimes, right? Like, and we're like with the victims, we're seeing the victims' names not redacted, but we're seeing their allegations, their testimony, their statements to FBI and other things being redacted. We're getting the opposite of transparency on this thing, and that's why, to my thinking, is why we're not getting as much of specifically incriminating evidence linking specific people to crimes. We're just seeing like a horde of crimes, but like a struggling to attach it to anybody, and that's because it's being intentionally obfuscated by the DOJ. It's a crime. What they're doing is they're covering this all up, right? She's also right that he was trying to keep people from she's also correct that Jeffrey Epstein was doing his best to keep people like on landlines and doing, but we saw like him actually, like, I think chiding someone for saying incriminating things and not on the phone. But you can tell that, like, he also felt a certain amount of impunity, right, and acted with impunity and there's plenty of things that are incriminating enough were being said in email and text. And if we just had full transparency and names being unredacted on this stuff, I think we'd have a much fuller picture right now than we do. But there's still a ton to go through. That's one thing I know for sure, is there's still just a fuck ton to go through on this. We're gonna be talking about this for weeks. Just this batch we're gonna be talking about for weeks, let alone the information that we probably still deserve, that's just, like I said, sitting under lock and key under the DOJ
very clear
right now.
that these girls are being used as incubators. After they took the first baby who survived in the early miscarriage, I think it was called, I no longer feel like a person but a vessel. Will they take this one too? Who has the first one? Where did Ghislaine go? Will I ever be free? In another event, I am such a monster. I didn't console her. I can't unhear her screams. They haunt me. I couldn't even bring myself to look at her. I'm a monster. I deserve to be haunted. And this is talking about another baby. And here's the journal entry. But it's when I got to this one. No one can prepare you for this shit. I am so fucking lost. Why did Mr. Colgan agree to this? Jeffrey treats me like I'm a special property. And when I need Ghislaine, she is working, and Mary is just as batshit crazy as my mom. Joe Gibbs is nice, but Dan Snyder is a pig. A redskin, and then they couldn't decipher what she said, but he owns the Washington he owned the Washington Redskins. The other girls, well, some are nice, but 3 I hate. How many fucking girls are there? Alice in fucking Wonderland? For them, ... And I thought to myself, I don't think I remember seeing any correspondences with a Dan Snyder. Dan Snyder, by the way, billionaire, businessman, former owner of the Washington Commanders, but they used to be called the Redskins. And wouldn't you know it, sexual harassment, misconduct, blah, blah, blah. So I go back to the .gov website and I search for Dan Snyder. And he only comes up in the emails like when they're sharing articles that might cite to something and his name comes up, or it'll be an invitation list. Dan Snyder. There was one point where Jeffrey apparently referred him to some broker, a financial broker, and the guy was like, I was finally able to reach Mr. Snyder. Or I think it says Dan here, but in another email it was Mr. Snyder. The only other context he comes up in is after Jeffrey Epstein was secreted out of the jail. In 2020, in some internal email, the United States Attorney for New York State, where they wrote, and in a more trivial category, I just got an inquiry from a TMZ reporter who says there's a rumor that Redskins owner Dan Snyder is about to be arrested in connection with the Epstein-Maxwell investigation. I got to the 4th page, the final page, where Dan Snyder's name comes up, and there's not a single correspondence between him and Jeffrey Epstein. His name doesn't come up in any call logs, not in any messages, nothing. But they're obviously close enough. And by the way, as of February of 2026, Dan Snyder has not been arrested. The United States Attorney for New York State heard a rumor in 2020 that Dan Snyder was about to be arrested. 6 years later, and he's never been arrested. And we have real-time journal entries. And when I say real,
makes you wonder what happened in between those things. What has happened since 2020 to prevent Dan from being arrested? Couldn't possibly be his being a billionaire and connected to this cabal of powerful people. I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein didn't have a hand in preventing his... Actually, I guess he couldn't have, because it was in 2020. Oh, well, I guess maybe in his... Well, actually, I take it back. We haven't even gotten to talking about whether or not Jeffrey Epstein is alive or dead.
time I mean records kept in real time of a girl saying, Joe Gibbs is so nice, but Dan Snyder is a pig. And if there's any question as to which Dan Snyder, a redskin something. Hey, Todd Blanche says that there's literally no criminal activity to investigate. Nothing. And by the way, you know how we know that this girl was underage? This was a child, aside from the handwriting. She refers to her mom here. And here's another one.
Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Sorry, everybody.
Walk down Madison Avenue. My mother has lost her fucking mind. Means her mother is very much involved in this. Even though Ghislaine said it was best to take me home because Mr. Black is so important for some reason over my health, There is going to be hell to pay. I ruined their trip and I am dramatic when that fat fuck bit me. He threw me on the floor and blood all over Jeffrey's carpet and I am the issue? Who the fuck bites someone? Sick. No one is that important and Leon Black, can go fuck himself. I hate New York. This girl is being used as a concubine in Jeffrey Epstein's home, and her mother is there. Here's another poem called Stopped Dead. Leon Black. Underlined words in the poem were birth, cry, fatso millionaire, it's violent, goddamn baby screaming, there's always a bloody baby, your 7 chins, still as a ham. People you think are good are bad, like the CEOs who pretend. There's a photo of a sonogram. I heard the heartbeat even when she put her hands over my ears. Aren't pictures enough for them? Torture. Should I deeply miss them? Have these all been murderers? Does this make me a killer? Snyder comes up again. They are always flights of horror. Whether it's with Jeffrey, Mr. Leonsis, Mr. Case, Mr. Snyder, the Gregorys, Mr. Colgan, or one being borrowed by a seemingly good federal worker and even rented. It is all horror, and nothing is as it seems. I am so confused by everything, and people you expect to be good, like even old senators like George Mitchell, who you think would be good like a grandpa, are bad. Mr. Kimsey is deranged. The answer is C, crazy. It all is. Who's George Mitchell? A 92-year-old fuck. American politician, diplomat, and lawyer, a leading member of the Democratic Party.
This guy's alive.
He served as the United States Senator from Maine from 1980 to 95 and as Senate Majority Leader from 89 to 95.
This guy is still alive. That's wild. This guy is in his 90s and he's never seen any consequences for anything. But according to this young girl, he's a bad guy. I wonder what that means. I wonder what in the context of all this that could possibly mean. Oh boy. Crazy stuff. Well, we're gonna keep talking about the files.
About Jeffrey Epstein?
More from Sheila. Sheila Zolnur. I can't lie. There was a second where I was like, Sheila, you're getting too crazy with this. But I mean, I take it. I actually never said it on stream, but I take it all back. Like I took it all back to myself when I was watching. Like earlier, like I was watching one of her videos. I thought she was going too far, and then I watched more of her videos. From we've been watching a bunch of her videos lately. Like I can't remember which one it was. It was like from a few days ago that I watched. I was like, Sheila, you're crazy. You're saying crazy stuff. This can't possibly be true. And then then she started doing the other ones. I was like, oh no, she's right. She's right. She's like everything. I don't know about everything she says is true, but I mean, she is uncovering some horrifying things here. She really is. It's disturbing. It's disturbing what she's found. And the more she unpacks, the more I don't know, the more like conspiracy brained I feel like I become, because like it's just all just so crazy. She makes a lot of good points. Here's her next video. This is from yesterday as well, titled The Files. This is enough for at least 3 arrests. Right? Todd. I assume when she says Todd, she means Todd Blanche. We should also be asking Pam. Pam and Todd should be answering these questions, undoubtedly. Cash Patel. I mean, he's, you know, he's involved too. Where is Cash? And is there a new deputy director at the FBI? I know, I mean, Bongino's out.
I got to
but is
this
there a
at
new
the
one?
end of my last video. I had to speed it up. So I'm going to make this a piecemeal video that I think is extremely important. In one of the victim's journal entries, she says, Jeffrey treats me like I'm special property, and when I need Ghislaine, she is working, and Mary is just as batshit crazy as my mom. Joe Gibbs is nice, but Dan Snyder is a pig, a red skin, something they couldn't decipher.
Do you guys think I should do like Hassan does and like put my socials down on the bottom of the screen? Do you think I should do that? Sometimes I wonder myself if that would be helpful to like getting people moving around between platforms.
To be the guy who owned the Washington Redskins. There's other disturbing things in this entry alone, but I want to keep it tight. Whether it's Jeffrey, whoever, Mr. Snyder, Dan Snyder, whoever, or one being borrowed by a seemingly good federal worker and even rented, it's all horror and nothing is as it seems. I'm so confused by everything, and people you expect to be good, like even old senators like George Mitchell, who you think would be good like a grandpa, are bad. Let's go one by one. Dan.
Hold on, I'm skipping past part of this because we watched this. Seems like many of you think it might be a good idea. You think YouTubers are YouTubers, except we're on YouTube and Twitch. We're multi-stream. The multi-stream experience here at the Galactic News Network. I also have other socials I could put up. You know? Technically we have like the Discord, the Blue Sky, the Twitch, the Twitter. What else? We got stuff. Oh my god, Cash App Patel is in the Galactic chat. I literally just said your name, Mr. Cash App. Speaking of which, did you know that we have a Cash App, the Galactic News Network? You can contribute that way, if it so pleases you. I'm shocked we have the director of the FBI in the chat. Mr. Patel, where are the files?
Search for him in the files. There's 4 pages of results, and all of it is just passing references. For example, he's included in a list, in a guest list. Someone thanks Jeffrey for hooking him up with Dan Snyder for a business opportunity. I got to the last page, and that's all there is with him, except for one other thing. In 2020, July 16th, 2020, after Jeffrey Epstein escaped with his life from jail, a United States attorney for New York, in an internal email, and I don't know who.
Sorry, we watched this too. I'm sorry.
Because all of the important stuff, the lewd and lascivious stuff, was done on the landlines that were scattered everywhere in the house, including massage.
This is a compilation. I'm just realizing this is a compilation of multiple short videos that we already watched. How has this happened? It's all blending together. That's part of the problem. It's all blending together. The crimes. So many crimes. All of the crimes are just blending.
In this one, she says, "Thank God my parents picked me up. For being a Rockefeller, that plane Mr. Dana had me on was scary. My parents, her parents knew where the fuck she was, so that means her dad as well. Both he, Mr. Dana, and Larry Summers are fucking disgusting. I guess it's a royal thing. Andrew is like his brother in a way. Someone should not brag because that was yucky." What do we think she's talking about? Does that lady know you can't have any dignity if you've been with him? What do we think she's talking about? I know I have none. Only Skittles. If you're coming from the last video, you know that there was multiple entries with regard to her having to give up babies. And here's another one that I didn't include before. "I am very sorry, little one. What are these bets and why do I have to take photos?" And here's another reference to her like waking up to these are bad people. They are not who they say. Run, run, run. And here's the one I just mentioned. "My mother has lost her fucking mind. Even though Ghislaine said it was best to take me home because Mr. Black is so important for some reason over my health." This is Leon Black. They're talking about there is going to be hell to pay. I ruined their trip and I'm dramatic when that fat fuck bit me. He threw me on the floor and blood all over Jeffrey's carpet and I am the issue. And apparently there was a baby involved there too. Birth cry, fatso millionaire, it's violent. Goddamn baby screaming, there's always a bloody baby. I am so sorry I keep failing. I heard the heartbeat. Even when she put her hands over my ears, aren't pictures enough for them? Torture. Should I deeply miss them? Have these all been murders? Does this make me a killer? Are we thinking that she's making any of this stuff up? And I forgot to mention this one last time. Tomorrow is the halfway ultrasound for Jeffrey. This one stuck. After they took the first baby who survived and the early miscarriage, I think it was called, I no longer feel like a person but a vessel. Will they take this one too? Who has the first one? Where did Ghislaine go? She's never around.
This is ridiculous.
This is maybe some of the most disturbing stuff I've heard in the 2 years I've done this stream. We've heard some real fucked up stuff around here. Some of these descriptions are just so horrifying, so depraved.
I didn't console her. I can't unhear her screams. They haunt me. I couldn't even bring myself to look at her. I am a monster. I am so sorry. I am broken. These are credible. These are records made in real time. She references people that she would have no business knowing or knowing that they even knew Jeffrey, right? But there was enough in 2020 where they were going to arrest at least one of...
Who was president in 2020? Does anybody remember who was president in July of 2020? Trying to remember.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, my brain's not working. I can't remember who was president in July 2020. It's weird.
What are we doing here? I saw a bunch of emails last night from a victim sending emails to I don't know who. She's pleading with Kash Patel and Mr. Trump in 2025, thinking that they were going to bring her justice. And all they've done is sweep everything under the rug. These people are just getting away with it. Todd Blanche says there's nothing to see here. I hate everything. Great job, Todd.
Great job, Todd. Great job, Todd, says Sheila. What a way to end that video. She's such a queen.
2 days after.
Such a boss. Great job, Todd. That's exactly what I would say. Great job, Todd. Really good job. Really. Look at you, Attorney Generaling over there at the DOJ. You and Pam both. Let's not forget Pam. She's doing a great job too. Releasing the files. It's only taken her a year and they've been on her desk since last February. So, That's not bad. It's a lot of files. I mean, it's a lot of files. I'll give her that. Give them both that. It's a lot of files. They do have the entire US government to deal with it, but it's a lot of files. They're doing a terrible job, if I'm being really honest and not sarcastic. It's a really, really bad job so far, but they could improve. Literally, I mean, they'd have to. How, I don't see how you could get any worse. Aside from launching investigations into the victims themselves.
2 days after Jeffrey Epstein started his Florida jail stint, you know, the nights and weekends stint he did, he won the $85 million Powerball in New Mexico. 2 days after he started his jail stint. I think they paid him off to take the sweetheart deal. I think they had to pay him off. Listen to me. I remember, okay, hold on. Back when this had first come out months ago, it was the Zorro Trust, and it was New Mexico. So people were connecting that dot, and they were saying that singular fucking dot. And they were saying Zorro Ranch, Zorro Trust, New Mexico, 85 million fucking windfall. It's got to be him. And then there were other people saying, yeah, just because they're called the same thing. Blah, 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 blah. It's been confirmed. The Zorro Trust is Jeffrey Epstein's. Oh, hey, Jeffrey Epstein, Zorro Trust. What's up? That's from the files. So picture it, Cicely, you're Jeffrey Epstein. You know you're about to start a jail stint, because it didn't come up on June 30th. June 30th is the day that his little nights and weekends started. July 2nd is when he won the Powerball. Well, in New Mexico. So was he in New Mexico at some point right before, the day before he started his jail stint? It doesn't make any sense. Also, picture, Cicely, you're Jeffrey Epstein. If you know you're about to start a jail stint, is it top of mind to call someone in New Mexico and be like, I'm feeling kind of lucky. I need you to go and get a Powerball ticket. What? Clearly someone else purchased it in New Mexico, okay? And the way the Powerballs work is that the person who buys it, it belongs to them. It belongs to the person, and a trust can't buy a ticket, right? So before you claim a ticket, you have to sign it. The person that the ticket is attributed to has to sign the ticket. So someone had to sign that Powerball, that winning ticket, to the trust before they claimed it in August.
This is insanity. When I heard this from Sheila, I was like, Sheila, this is crazy. This can't possibly be true. I had to Google it. But it's showing up on multiple places. Hindustan Times, Times Now. Oh, it is insane. Granted, the mainstream media isn't covering fuck all with this. But I'm seeing multiple places, sources that aren't like big, like mainstream news sources, like reporting it at this point. They're like mostly like foreign news sources. But it's insane to think. It's insane. $85 million prize. 2 days after. What the luck? Must be the luckiest guy. Must be the luckiest sex predator on the planet in history. he gets put in jail. 2 days later, he wins $85 million. A guy who already owns a multi-million-dollar Palm Beach mansion just happens to luck into $85 million 2 days later. Wow. Good God.
August of 2008, okay? So let's just say, for argument's sake, that Jeffrey Epstein was the kind of guy who had a standing order from all of his employees. Everyone buys a fucking Powerball.
When he was Alive? Yes, when he was alive. This was back in 2008. Apparently, he won the lottery in apparently an organization, the Zorro Trust, claimed the lottery ticket while he was in jail. 2 days after he wins the they win the lottery 2 days after, and then a trust associated with Jeffrey Epstein claims that money. It's very weird.
From all of his employees, everyone buys a
what were the numbers?
Powerball.
What were the numbers? I don't know. Trying to think, what would they be? What would they be for sex caballionaire? 6, 32, 33, 66. Something. I've run out of numbers. Sorry, my numerologist is
every
out.
week. For me. You go buy it for me. And let's just say that this time the person you know that your boss just went to jail. Okay? And you're holding $85 million in your hand. You're telling me that rather than claim that $85 million for yourself and get the fuck out of Dodge, you're gonna call Jeffrey's lawyer and be like, "Can you tell boss man we won the Powerball this time?" Miss me, okay? It didn't fucking happen. It didn't fucking happen. If one of his employees bought a winning Powerball ticket for $85 fucking million, they would have been gone. Okay? Okay.
It is a great point. It is a great point. I guess it all depends. It would be weird if somehow, because here's the thing, right? Like, if you buy the lottery ticket, right? The only way that you could prevent that person from cashing it themselves would be if you signed your name to the ticket, preventing them from cashing it, right? Because if you sign your name to a ticket, then the person whose name is on the ticket has to be the one to cash it, right? Or they have to sign it over legally or something. But how is Jeffrey Epstein in jail in 2008 signing a lottery ticket while in jail? It doesn't. That doesn't check out. How's he doing that? How's he doing that? So really, yeah, he's got this person, this unnamed person, holding a $85 million unsigned lottery ticket, and they go, "Oh, better tell my boss about that." Fuck off. Fuck off. Nobody is doing that. Nobody who isn't making more than $85 million a year isn't. You know what I'm saying? You have to be making more than 85. I feel like, really, in that scenario, it's very low likelihood that you do that unless the person you're working for is paying you more than $85 million. Then in that case, maybe you would. Say you're waiting for your $100 million salary, and maybe you do bring the $85 million back. But other than that, I don't see that scenario happening at all.
More likely. You've seen.
That's yours. That's your legal property, really. When you think about it, that ticket's in your hand. You bought it. You bought it. It's gonna be tough for Jeffrey to claim that if in fact this lottery ticket, because honestly, doesn't feel like it ever existed.
What's more likely? You've seen him in those depositions, the videos of him giving those depos, right? That guy's indignant. He knows what he's doing. He knows who he is. He knows how connected he is. I guarantee you, because he is untouchable, he understands that he is untouchable. There is that deal exists and everybody fucking knows it. He was like, "I'm not fucking going to jail." And they're like, "Please, you have to." And he's like, no, I'm not fucking doing it, which goes hand in hand with the fact that he sued the victim's lawyer after his jail stint was over. Okay. Because how dare you come after me? So it's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. I thought it was going to be a sweetheart deal. What the fuck kind of sweetheart deal is this? And they're like, Jeffrey, the optics, you have to. I mean, really, you should be hanging from a fucking wall somewhere, but you got to do something. And it's only nights and weekends, so right? And he's like, no, I'm not going to fucking do it. And then someone's like, we'll give you $85 million. And he's like, okay. That's what happened.
Fine.
I think, and by the way, I think he took the lump.
Exactly. Right, that ticket never existed. The ticket never fucking existed. They just I honestly, how do you even facilitate something like that? That's one thing I'm asking myself. How do you even facilitate something like that? Because they have like the balls and all that stuff, right? Don't all these like state lotteries and stuff like have like the drawing? How do you cheat that? Like in all the movies, like all the TV shows, it's always like magnetic balls or something. I wonder if that actually works. I mean, there's so many questions going on here.
Some for $30 million. Do you know how many moving parts there are to fixing a Powerball? Do you know how many people's hands had...
Right. I'm being an idiot again. Of course. Doesn't matter what the balls come up. It doesn't matter because no one ever wins the jackpot and they just right, and they just make the ticket after the fact. Or they just claim to have the ticket. Yeah, we verified it. It's fine. It's perfect. It's the perfect ticket. Oh my god. It doesn't have to, they don't need the magnetic balls. But still, oh my god, it's so corrupt. It's so wildly corrupt. How do you make that part of it happen? How do you make that happen? Oh. Also, I think I'm missing a video.
That to make sure that Jeffrey Epstein or a representative on his behalf purchased a fucking Powerball ticket and then they made it so that that ticket was the winning ticket. We're gonna fix it so that whatever ticket you have in hand is the one that wins. Do you know how unlikely that is? I'll tell you how unlikely that is. You have a 1 in 300 million chance of winning the Powerball. Okay? If you were, statistically speaking, if you were to buy a Powerball ticket, one ticket every single week, it would take you 5 million years to win one. It just so happens that he gets a winning ticket that is called 2 days after he starts his nights and weekends. Yeah. So anyway, I feel like this is even more proof that he's
Luckiest
alive,
man alive.
because you know what's cheaper than having to pay him off to do a little sentence? Letting him walk out of the jail. Are all fucking in on it. Every single fucking last one of them is in on this shit. Good night.
I am missing one. Where did it go? Did she take it down? Did she take this video down? Because there was another Sheila. There's another Sheila video that I had, which is part of the title of this video, which is about Jeffrey being alive. I think it might have been taken down. There's a hidden video now on my list. I wonder if she got hit by somebody for something that she did. wonder why she unlisted it, if that was what happened. Hold on, here, grab my phone. Let's go here. Talk more about those Epstein files here with CNN.
So these unsent draft emails in this particular situation have caught a lot of attention. What do you know about them?
That's right. Well, Aaron, these two drafted emails are both dated July 18th, 2013, and they were saved in Jeffrey Epstein's email accounts. They appear to be draft emails from Epstein to itself. It's not actually clear who authored them, and there's no indication the messages were ever sent, no evidence they were shared with Bill Gates or anyone else. Now, in those draft emails, Epstein or whoever authored them makes graphic and explicit and unverified allegations about Gates. Within one email, Epstein claimed he helped, quote, get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls and set up illicit trysts with married women. The email also references Gates asking Epstein to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. One draft email alleges that Gates tearfully asked Epstein to delete messages referencing an STD, writing, "Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you surreptitiously give to Melinda." It also says Gates asked him to delete explicit personal details about his penis. Now, a representative for Gates strongly denied those claims, telling CNN they were, quote, absolutely absurd and absolutely false. And Gates himself was asked about this by a CNN affiliate in Australia. Take a listen to what he said here.
Apparently, Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I apologize that I did that.
He didn't send it. It is a false email, whatever that means, says Bill Gates. Guy who's all up in those files. He regrets things and stuff that he did, apparently.
It's actually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women.
Only dinner.
So, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll
Right. You've never met a woman. Bill Gates has never met a woman before, says. That's fascinating. He's never met any women.
Aren't I a good guy?
That, although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
And that's
Give me a
his
joke.
response, it seems like, within the past day or so. Andrew, you dug into both the emails sent between the two, Epstein and Gates, and the meetings listed in the Justice Department files. Can you tell us what that showed?
Well, what also stands out, Aaron, is how much Epstein was advising Gates on his philanthropic strategy more than previously known. And it appears in at least one of those emails that Gates took Epstein's advice seriously. For instance, an email exchange from August 2014 shows Gates and Epstein discussing Gates' approach to philanthropy. Epstein wrote to Gates, "I am confident that with the right approach, you'll be able to raise at least $100 billion. Everyone of hyper wealth is dealing with the same issues. How to give some away? I can see that selling yourself is not your strong point." To which Gates replied, "I agree. I should not use slides or even do a presentation. I do think a bit about how surprised I am at how tough doing good philanthropy is, and what really has worked might be interesting to them. I will find a time for us to talk this week."
Oh, God. Oh, it's so difficult to do good philanthropy, says Bill Gates. Oh, God, what a tough time. Oh, can you imagine being a billionaire struggling to do philanthropy? Oh, it must be so burdensome. Oh, God, I can barely think about it. What a Sisyphean task. Oh, forced to trudge up that hill with the boulder of greatness. Oh, his philanthropic efforts always thwarted by this or that. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine being Bill Gates, one of the richest men on the planet, complaining about how hard it is being a philanthropist? What a fucking martyr. Get over yourself, Bill. This is my suggestion to you. Get over yourself and stop doing philanthropy and just start advocating for taxes. Start advocating for this kind of taxes that would make you superfluous. That's what I recommend, old Bill Gates. Oh, that's what I was going to do. That's what I was going to do. I was like, what was I doing? Did she take this down? Why can't I find it? Sheila did this. She did this one short where she was talking about Epstein still being alive, and now I can't find it. I think she might have taken it down. I wonder what was wrong with it. Is Jeffrey Epstein alive or not? God damn it! I must know, Sheila. I demand answers. All right, we're going here. Let's talk about some more of the right-wing brain-dead takes on the Epstein files.
I'm sure everybody has seen by now that clip of Trump and Caitlin Collins where he asks Caitlin Collins to smile. Or
he just points out that he's never seen her smile.
He's never seen her smile. You know,
psychology.
Smile. Right. I do. His misogyny just gets so much more old man-y as
like
his dementia
textbook.
gets back. It's exactly.
First chapter, introduction.
Right. I mean, you know, what Quiet Piggy was grosser, but like, you know, you have to
It's
go
like grad school, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have gone to women and gender studies 101 to say like, oh, okay, this is a way to humiliate a woman in public by calling her unattractive, or and also even not pig but piggy. So you're like you're almost like making it into like a childlike or weak feminine kind of nickname. Like that had more layers to it. But you should smile more is like absolutely just stereotypical.
Yeah, and he's always so like sensitive too. So like if she were to hit him back with the like, you know, I don't smile at child predators, like he would get really mad and like sue her. Like, you know, like he would get really upset. Yeah,
like,
he would get like really upset.
He's like, I'm talking to you about like sexual assault. Why would I be smiling?
Exactly. She was asking a question about the Epstein victims, who she's featured a lot on her show, and I'm sure he is aware of that. So, Megyn Kelly sat down with JD Vance, and Vance brings this up because how funny is it that Trump did that? Or perceptive. God, I mean, shouldn't do that on camera. And Megyn Kelly gives this reaction to it that it was just shocking to me. It was really unbelievable because she accidentally makes the point that we're making.
I mean, like, there was a moment in the Oval Office, I wasn't even in there, but, you know, I was in the West Wing, and somebody sent me where he was talking to Caitlin Collins, who's the CNN anchor. And I have, like, a decent relationship with Caitlin Collins, which is unusual given that she's from CNN. But the president, she's asking a question. The president says, why don't you ever smile?
Yeah.
And it's actually, like, so perceptive, even if you're asking a tough question, even if you take your job very seriously. Like, why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, I laughed because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that. And
Noticing that the Caitlin Collins doesn't smile is so perceptive. According to he happened to notice that Caitlin doesn't smile often. That's so perceptive, according to JD. He can read facial expressions, and that's incredibly perceptive. That's not even a below the surface perception. He just noticed that she doesn't smile a lot. Like, what? How is that an example of great perceptive abilities? Like, here's the thing. Like, in the past, I've played Dungeons and Dragons. In fact, I've done some DMing before, in fact. And I would personally say noticing a smile or lack of smile, very low roll. In fact, I would often allow players to just notice somebody smiling without having to roll at all. Like, it's such a a baby brain thing to be able to accomplish. Like, hey, I noticed somebody smiling and or not smiling. Great accomplishment. I am incredibly perceptive. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am a genius. Notice my great perceptive abilities.
Even if you're asking a tough question, even if you take your job very seriously, like, why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, I laughed because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that. And I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never smiles. Every once in a while, you have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Every once in a while, you get remember to smile, show the viewers that you have a heart.
Have some fun.
Oh, Roger Ailes said that?
Yeah.
Wait, is it the same Roger Ailes who...
I find Catelyn's lack of emotion to be, honestly, very professional. I appreciate it. It's one of the things about her that I think I appreciate, is that she doesn't give it away with her face, right? She's like playing poker with her face. She's keeping it stoic, and she's not going to let you know what she's thinking right now. She's just going to report the news. She's going to ask the questions.
Who headed up Fox News when Megyn Kelly was saying that they were sexual harassing her? I mean,
let's take let's take a trip back in history. This is number 6 here. This is from 8 years ago. Megyn Kelly explaining Roger Ailes and their relationship.
Oh, that's just him. So the harassment that I went through wasn't obviously harassment in the beginning, and then it graduated. It just got worse and worse and worse to the point where you couldn't deny it. And it was explicit quid pro quo sexual harassment, which was, basically you sleep with me and I'll give you a promotion. And even in those moments, I tried to laugh it off and pretend I wasn't hearing what I was hearing, or try to pretend that I had misunderstood.
That's hilarious.
Because I didn't want a direct
You want
confrontation
a what?
with him. I
For
didn't
my
want to have
job?
to reject him explicitly.
That is
And I think
hilarious.
this is telling, because a lot of women to whom this happens in the workplace have this calculation where you're thinking, holy, you know what? My whole job is on the line right now. The last thing I want to do is upset and reject my boss. We generally want to charm our bosses and have them feel good about us. And truly,
yes.
The culmination of it was in his office because you'd go in there and he'd shut the door and he'd lock the door.
It's terrifying.
And you would
That
sort
is
of
terrifying.
shrug it off because he was known to be very paranoid about security. But that feeling I'll never forget,
Is that
of
what it
like
was?
going in there and having him lock that
Was
door.
this-
And then so it culminated in him trying to be with me physically. And
I love how she both sides her own sexual trauma. She's like while she's talking about this clearly troubling experience that she had, she's simultaneously, but he also had this thing with the security and she just keeps doing it over and over again. I'm just like, dude, can you stay focused? Jesus Christ.
only at that point, whereas you couldn't pretend it wasn't happening anymore. That I really had to come to terms with it. And I ran out of the guy's office. I mean, he tried to grab me 3 times, make out with me, which he didn't. But I had to shove him off of me. And he came back, and I shoved him again, and he came back a 3rd time. And then when I shoved him off the 3rd time, he asked me when my contract was up.
Illegal. Oh my God. So there you go.
So how do you?
Yeah.
Caitlin Collins should take a bit of advice from the great Roger Ailes.
The bastion of journalism. Yes, the bastion of journalism, Roger Ailes. And apparently sex pest, allegedly, according to Megyn Kelly. It's weird. It's weird. I bet Roger would have preferred that Catelyn smile more, and Megyn to smile more, for that matter. I'll bet he told Megyn to smile more. He seems like the kind of guy. Right, Roger? Hold on, let me just pull a picture up of Roger. See if you can imagine this guy saying something like that. Can you imagine Roger? Can you imagine this guy telling you to smile more? Doll? Hey, doll. Why don't you smile more? Huh? Look. door slam. Lock. I noticed you around the office not smiling very much, and I don't appreciate it. You've been here for a certain amount of time, and your forlorn attitude has been it's been bringing me down. If you want to keep your job, well, maybe, perhaps, you'll find a way to brighten up the office rather than to bring everybody down with your sourpuss face. Oh yeah,
You don't
Roger
sleep with your
definitely
boss.
said.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about the smile. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yes. Toots. Yes, Lanzetta, that's exactly the word. I bet Roger said toots many times. Doll. Dame. Hey. Ha. I'm trying to think of offensive things old guys say.
WS sent
Oh shit, that is too much.
Subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me just gifted a galactic subscription to the community on Twitch. It was you, wasn't me. Aggro173. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it sounds like she got like sexually harassed at the misogyny factory, and so she quit and and then started her own like woman-owned misogyny
exactly what
business.
happened.
And like she wants you to take her advice as though like
Yeah, no, Brandon's exactly right. Like, I mean, she said it as much. She's like, time and time again, I tried to smile through the blatant misogyny all around me. Because I was, I had professional ambitions, and one day it got to be too much when my boss tried to physically assault me 3 times in a row in a locked room in his office. And eventually that crossed the line for me that day, and I decided to leave. That's basically
the expert
what she
on
said.
all of these things.
Yeah, still get credit as some sort of hero for it.
It's so craven because she actually, so she left Fox News just to look at her history and her career.
Wasn't me just gifting galactic subs like crazy over on Twitch right now. Yeesh, who got this one? K Musey? I can't read that from here. K Musey? I think it says that. Well, it was you. I'm fairly certain it was you. As always. Even though it says wasn't me, it was you. Wasn't me.
She was hired because in this moment, this was like, we were talking about Me Too. That was 2017. She was getting attention based on like her coming out and telling the story. She was pretty late. Gretchen Carlson and others were talking about Roger Ailes being a predator for a little while. Megyn Kelly eventually told her story.
Like you said, after Gretchen Carlson broke it open and made it untenable to continue looking the other way.
And she parlayed that into a media tour about the horrible things that she experienced, got on the Today Show, eventually said a bunch of weird racist crap, and they fired her because they were reminded, this lady came from Fox News. Maybe her icy cold demeanor and her obsession with Santa's racial purity isn't the best for moms in the morning.
Need to fire this starving racist.
The selection process that got her there wasn't
That's
America
really
loved her. It was
weird.
Roger Ailes was a predator and wanted her blondes on the show.
And she was pretending to be an ally of other women in that time period. But then when you see that clip of her with JD Vance, can we just play the final 10 seconds?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Because this is indicative of.
Because, I mean, it's fascinating because, like, Megyn Kelly spent so much time not being an ally of other women. And then for a brief moment was like, hey, where are my allies at? And then went right back to being not an ally. Right? Like, I mean, doing everything she's been doing lately, from claiming that actually 13, what I can't remember the exact way she put it. Did she say 13 was barely legal or something? I can't remember exactly what she said. It was very disturbing. And it's only one of a myriad of things she said ever since she decided to start podcasting. Ever since she left Fox. It's like for a brief moment after having a bad experience over at the misogyny factory, like Brandon said, she was like, where are my unstable girlies at? right now in this moment.
Where my
of
unstable
crisis in my
girlies
life.
at?
Like women trying to appease men to make it feel like I am one of the good ones.
She's Ghislaine Maxwell maxing.
This final 10 seconds of this clip where she is trying to riff with him, and she's also in the media. Like it's not just about having female solidarity, which is incredibly important. Have solidarity with somebody who's in journalism, I guess. I mean, I don't know why I'm even including her in that. But at the beginning, she was pretending that she was a part of like a class of people in the
That's
media.
what I was gonna say. I was like, Emma. Yeah, Emma, don't go looping. Megan in journal. Is she a journalist now? Is that what we're calling Megan now? It's quite an accusation. Megyn Kelly journalism? No. I don't think that's, I wouldn't call her that. No. No, I would not. Oh, Christ. Hold on. What time is it right now? 4 5 hours. We never took a third break, did we? You went right through the third break. Yeah. Yeah, we went right through the third break. I just got so focused in. I got so locked in on this. Can you blame me? Really? You know? Can you? You got locked in on all this stuff. There's a lot to this. The files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
We're trying to get the file. We have part of the files. I'm trying to figure it out, as we have set out to do here. And so it just sucks you in. There's so much goddamn. There's so much to unpack with the files. Oh God, I'm doing a terrible job. I'm doing a terrible job today. This is bad. If we're 5 hours in, this is how far we've gotten. It's not a good sign. It's not a good first sign for how much we're gonna be able to cover today. I think I'm gonna have to skip some stuff and do a week-ending report, part 2 tomorrow. The fact is I have so much to cover. I've got like another 30. I've gotten through like maybe 25 videos. I've gotten like 25 videos done out of 158. By that math, this stream would take me 30 hours. There's no way we're doing that tonight. Oh, I'm gonna have to make some cuts. Some stuff's gonna have to hit the freaking cutting room floor over here. You can only do 12-hour streams. It's the max. It's the max. At least that's what I've decided. It's not really, I didn't really decide it. YouTube decided it for me. Because I hate interrupting the stream and restarting it. That annoys me a lot. We are done talking about the Epstein files for now, but we've got a fuckload of other things to talk about. ICE, Congress's response to ICE, Democrats and Republicans, new findings this week on ICE, as well as Republican voter responses to ICE. And more. We've got the oh my God, we got the Obama meme situation, for fuck's sake. We got the Obama meme situation still. Oh my God. Almost, for 2 seconds, I forgot about this. It's so absurd that, like, my brain, like, rejected it. It's on the title. It's in the thumbnail, and my brain's just, like, pretending it's not there. It is so objectionable. What a terrible man. What a terrible man, our president. All right, gotta take a quick break. We will be right back. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch or the subscribe bell and or like buttons on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted membership. Got Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, gifted subs, and prime subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, we've got the new addition to our Galactic contribution opportunities, I guess you might call them, options. Throne. Rather than giving money directly to the stream, you could buy me stuff. You could know exactly what your money is going to. Buy me drinks, you can buy me snacks. It's basically like shopping on Amazon, but for me specifically, I add stuff to a list on a site called Throne, and you can buy it. Throne takes like 7% or something like that, supposedly, as a fee, and it shows up at my door on Earth. They unfortunately do not have galactic shipping. They can't get it to lower Earth orbit, so I have to go back down to Earth to receive the packages, but still, pretty great service. Of course, though, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar, shout out, secret content, secret Discord channel, inside of the Discord server. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody, we're back. That's right, the third break is over, the fourth half's about to begin, so you had better already be back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot more to talk about here tonight, goddamn. So much. It's just been a week. That's all that we're talking about today. It's the last week, and it's a goddamn fuckstorm.
This is ridiculous.
All right, people, we are back. We still have a ton to talk about here. Yes, indeed. You know what I'm thinking about doing? So I'm gonna create like a shelf. I don't think it'll fit in here. So I think what I'll do is I'll put it over here. And I'll show you in a second. I'm trying to get us to the right video right now. Let's go here to 6 days ago. I mean, slightly back. I mean, technically Sunday is the beginning of the week, so honestly, I feel like I'm within my bounds still. How is this only 6 days ago, is my question. That's my question. Anyway, around 6, I think it was actually technically 7. But this story is from 6 days ago. Over the last weekend. One Donald Lemon and Georgia Fort, 2 journalists, were arrested for their coverage of a protest in Minneapolis. By the way, okay, yeah, so what I was going to say is, before I do that, this is the story. What I think I'm going to do is I'm put it here. I'm putting it behind... Like, hold on, I'm gonna get out of the way so you can see. Right? Like, well, you can see it. Actually, vertical, ignore what I'm saying. Ignore what I'm saying. Vertical, it doesn't matter. You're not gonna probably ever see it. But, for the horizontal viewers, I think I'm gonna put it behind, put like a shelf, a Hassan-style shelf, behind Leica, behind her helmet. See what I'm saying? In front of the wall, behind the helmet, and put this as well as like I'm just gonna like things that people buy on Throne. I'm gonna put up right now that we have the Throne fully set up. We've now had multiple gifts sent over there. I'm gonna start putting them up as ways to show appreciation for the people gifting, as well as to like show people like I feel like you get it.
Former CNN anchor turned independent journalist Don Lemon appeared in federal court this afternoon to face charges related.
Don't forget that Hassan was in a panel on the Don Lemon show today. I can't forget it because I didn't know that happened. So I'm going to have to watch it later this weekend. I have not even watched that. We're just going through what I've seen already this week. 158 videos that I've gone through and organized into a semblance of a show, even though I know there's no way we're going to complete all of this.
A live streaming report he did at a protest during a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's what he told reporters afterwards.
Just marry Hassan. Wow. Wow. Just marry Hassan. Just because I want a shelf? Hassan... Now Hassan dictates who gets to have shelves and who doesn't. Shelves precede Hassan, okay? I will not be limited. I will not be limited by this.
Federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will
You're pretty sure he invented shelves? Wow, Donut Secret House thinks that Hassan invented shelves. I don't even think Hassan can build a shelf, okay? Hassan's never proved that he can wield a hammer or a drill. So, it's not clear to me that Hassan could build a shelf. Not that you need a hammer for a shelf. These days, you can buy, I mean, honestly, shelves are so incredibly, there's like, you can just buy them at Home Depot. They come like kits, pre-made kits. Some of the kits are really cool, actually. Just build a shelf, no big deal. No big deal, barely an inconvenience.
be silent. I look forward to my day in court.
Well, along with Don Lemon, 3 other people were arrested, including Minnesota independent journalist Georgia Fort. She went before Judge today. She joins us tonight. We'll have that interview in a moment. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the arrests are connected to a, quote, coordinated attack on City's church nearly 2 weeks ago. But Lemon and Ford say they were doing their jobs as journalists and were not protesters. All 4 arrested are charged with 1 count of conspiracy against right of religious freedom at place of worship and 1 count of injure, intimidate, and interfere with exercise of right of religious freedom at place of worship. In announcing their arrests on social media this morning, Bondi used the words, quote, at my direction, which is not what you typically see from an attorney general. The White House has posted this photo with the words, when life gives you lemons, along with a chain emoji. President Trump has been critical, obviously, of Don Lemon for years. Lemon himself has not been shy in calling out the president and his administration.
Don't be a strong, independent banana paladin in a tin cap. I am not a banana, Princess Mouse. How rude. God damn it. God damn it. I am not a banana. You don't need to copy him. I'm not like trying to copy. He's not the only person who has shelves in the background. So many people have shelves, and I want a shelf too. You know? It's like a vibe, is having a shelf. I feel like it helps. I feel not. What's the word? Help. I'm not sure help's the right word, but like I feel like it kind of brings us together in a way. You know, I can like take real life pictures of the things that people buy and upload them on into the space station. I think it would be cool. I think it would be fun. A plantain. I am not a plantain. I'm not a banana. I'm not a plant. I'm not any kind of vegetable. I'm a man. God damn it.
This is a human man.
Straight judge had initially refused to allow federal officials to arrest Lemon and take him into custody, but they took it to a grand jury in Minnesota and got a felony indictment. The indictment, unsealed this afternoon, alleges that Don Lemon and the others charged, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated the church congregants.
Oh my God. I don't even have a story on this in here. But Chuck, is bringing up something I've been meaning for us to talk about. But did everybody hear about how Mitch McConnell is like in the hospital? I think he's still in the hospital right now. He's got some kind of flu-like symptoms bad enough that it took him to the hospital. It was earlier this week. It's not clear if he's alive still or not. Not that they need not that they need him to be. He's been a puppet for who knows how long.
Hey, what? Hey, everybody, Democrats. Here's my apple size. Who has my apple size? Where's that nasty woman? I like my apple size.
All right, now it wasn't just Lemon. Don Lemon was not the only man. Or, well, he was the only man arrested. Well, not actually, he wasn't the only man. He was not the only journalist. This is the better way of saying this. Not the only journalist who was arrested for covering this protest at that church a couple weeks back. Actress Jane Fonda had this to say about the arrest of Mr. Dumont.
I know Don Lemon. My husband created CNN, and I will fight for their right to speak, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. They arrested the wrong Don. We have to fight to protect our rights. Many of our fathers and grandfathers fought and died for these rights. And we are not ready to sit and be quiet. We have to speak up. Every American who believes in our Constitution has to speak up. Don Lemon is a professional journalist. He and his producer were doing their job. Nothing more, nothing less. And he's been arrested. And they'll make up all kinds of defamatory things to say about him. That's what they're doing. This is how autocrats act.
There you go, Jane Fonda. With a strong message. Strong message. They arrested the wrong Don. I can't agree. Can't agree more. They also arrested another journalist by the name of Georgia Ford, a local independent journalist in Minnesota. This was Fox 9, Minneapolis, St. Paul, from Sunday. On her arrest.
And to the media, thank you for standing in solidarity with independent journalists. I know as an independent journalist, I have challenged us to move forward as an industry. But the fact that you guys stood up for me today shows me that we are moving together. And so to all the media who made a statement on behalf of me, thank you so much. As I reflect, as a journalist who has worked in media for more than 17 years, I leave this federal courthouse today with one question. Do we have a constitution?
Or not.
No, we don't. Don't look like I should be protected under the First Amendment, just like all of the journalists who I've been advocating for, too. I've been advocating for mainstream media journalists who have been brutalized for months. Do we have a constitution? That is the pressing question that should be on the front of everyone's minds. And so to everybody who showed up today, thank you. Please continue to support the other people who are being charged, obviously because there's ongoing litigation.
Is this the right question to be asking right now? But honestly, the answer that I have to that question is no. Or, to be more specific, we only have a constitution so far as the people in power, in charge, want to and follow it, right? So long as the people in charge continue to flout and disregard the Constitution rather than obey it, rather than enforce it, attempt to obstruct it and subvert it, we effectively do not. It's certainly not in the ways that we need it, right? It might exist for when they're trying to come after us, you know, or at least as they'll try and use it to come after people in terms of they'll try and use the law, rule of law, to come after certain people like Georgia, but won't use it. Even though this is a subversion of the law, really. They're a perversion of the law. What they're doing here. They're weaponizing the justice system against people like Don Lemon, against people like Georgia Ford, against all sorts of different journalists. And literally, in some cases, journalists have been attacked by federal agents, injured. Broad daylight, on camera. Unless those people care to follow the Constitution and enforce the Constitution, it might as well be toilet paper. You know? And if you're a great patriot, you should care about that. You should have a genuine issue with that. You should object. You should object to that. Whoops, I went too far. Sorry, I gotta go back. All right, let's go here. This is from Democracy Now! On, I think this was Monday.
In today's show, looking at the arrest of 2 journalists for covering a protest at the city's church in St. Paul, where a top ICE official serves as pastor. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon and independent journalist Georgia Fort from the Twin Cities were released Friday after initial court hearings. A federal grand jury in Minnesota indicted Lemon and Fort for violating 2 laws. An 1871 law originally designed to combat the Ku Klux Klan, and the FACE Act, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which was written to protect abortion clinics. The indictment names a total of 9 people, including the 2 journalists. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Abortion clinics, the very thing that these theocrats types, these religious extremists literally attempt to prevent, right? Like, this is literally the thing that these people get into oftentimes. Not all Christians, but Christian groups do. Christian groups are out there trying to block entrances to clinics. Meanwhile, they're crying about access, people, honestly, and people were able to access the church, by the way. They were allowed to go in and out of the church. No one was prevented from going in.
Took personal credit for the arrests of Ford and Lemon and 2 others on Friday, posting on X that the arrests occurred at her direction. Don Lemon, who was arrested late Thursday night by the FBI in Los Angeles, had been reporting on the church protest in St. Paul in January as an independent journalist. His attorney, Abby Lowell, described the arrest as a, quote, unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration, Lowell said. On Friday afternoon, Don Lemon vowed to continue reporting after appearing in court in Los Angeles.
I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
Don Lemon attended the Grammys Sunday night. Also arrested Friday was Georgia Ford, an independent journalist from the Twin Cities. She posted a video to Facebook just as federal agents from the Drug Enforcement Administration were about to arrest her and take her to the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis.
I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now. They're saying that they were able to go before a grand jury sometime, I guess, in the last 24 hours, and that they have a warrant for my arrest. I've talked to my attorney, and I'm being advised to go with them, I guess, down to Whipple. And my children are here. They're impacted by this. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press. I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago.
For more, we're joined now from Minneapolis by that longtime independent journalist, Georgia Fort, whose reporting has been recognized with 3 Midwest Emmys. Welcome to Democracy Now! We thank you so much for being with us, Georgia. Explain what happened next. You have agents at your door, and then what happened?
Good morning, Amy. My home was surrounded by about 24 federal agents, including agents from DEA and HSI. I asked to see the warrant. My mother was here. My mother asked to see the warrant. They did show us an arrest warrant, which was then sent to my attorney, who verified its legitimacy. Since it was an arrest warrant, we decided that it would be safest for me to exit through the garage so that we could lock the door to our home behind me.
This is Nazi Germany, okay? Like this is insanity. They're going after the press. They're going after their political enemies. They're going after, ethnic minorities. When will people wake up to that fact? When will people just accept that these comparisons that we've been making are just accurate and that they're all coming true? The things we've been saying are going to happen are happening, and happening worse than we've been saying in some cases.
I surrendered. I walked out of my garage with my hands up, and I asked the agents who were there to arrest me if they knew that I was a member of the press. They said they did know that I was a member of the press. I informed them that this was a violation of my constitutional right, the First Amendment. And they told me, we're just here to do our job. And I said, I was just doing my job. And now I'm being arrested for it. And so by about 6:30 a.m., they had me in cuffs in the back of the vehicle. We were headed to Whipple. What I later learned after I was released is that these agents stayed outside of my home for more than 2 hours. And when my 17-year-old daughter felt, threatened, felt scared that these agents weren't leaving, she decided that it would be safer for her to drive to a relative's home. And so she loaded up her sisters, who are 7 and 8, and they went to leave somewhere where they could go and feel safe. And these agents stopped my children on their way trying to leave because they were scared that these agents were not leaving even after 2 hours of me being apprehended. My husband also, he was trailing them. He drove out at the same time that they drove out. They stopped him, questioning him, asking them if they were taking my belongings away when they were simply trying to leave, because no one could understand if I was arrested at 6:30 in the morning, why were all of these agents still just sitting outside of my home at 8:30, 9 a.m.?
And so how long were you held? And if you could respond to the charges that were brought against you. Ironically, violating an 1871 law originally designed to take on the Ku Klux Klan, and the FACE Act, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which is supposed to protect
It's a complete perversion of the law. Okay? For time, we're going to move past this interview. It's a complete perversion of the law that they would arrest 2 black people using the Ku Klux Klan Act who are doing journalism. It's a perversion of the Constitution. It should be unacceptable to every person in the United States. If it's not, you got a problem. It should be completely unacceptable. Okay. What a crazy week, eh, folks? Now, people have been protesting. They protested all last weekend. I believe they'll be protesting again this weekend. They were also protesting, at different times throughout the week. I say we get started talking about the protests. Right here. This was from Sunday. The status coup. Wait, hold on. Got no sound.
Good afternoon. This is Tina Desiree Berg. We are reporting live from Minneapolis. We are at the Ice Out protest. These are a series of nationwide protests that are occurring today across the United States. I am speaking with Kelly, who is with MIRAC, which is an immigrants' right group here in Minnesota. So first of all, tell me a little bit about your organization.
Yeah, so I'm with MIRAC, the Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee. We're an all-volunteer grassroots organization. We've been organizing in the Twin Cities for almost 20 years, demanding legalization for all, an end to border militarization, and currently, the abolition of ICE and its whole apparatus.
So you've been talking about eliminating ICE longer than a lot of other folks have. I do want to ask you, going back to like when George Bush was president, when W. Bush was president, DHS was created sort of out of a politicized environment surrounding what happened on 9/11. Do you think that creating DHS, creating ICE, moving Border Patrol over, taking away some of the things the FBI used to do, adding them, all of that stuff has led us to this inevitable place where it's just politicized law enforcement?
To some extent, yes. Before 9/11, before the creation of DHS.
Honestly, it's not just politicized, it's militarized law enforcement. This is what ICE is, right? Because it's part of the national security state, right? It was created out of the Patriot Act under George Bush, like she was saying. But it's taking it a step further. It's basically turning the national security apparatus inward against the American people, and declaring dissidents as basically as terrorists and extremists, right? People with just complaints about the government, American citizens minding their own fucking business. Of course, every single American's business is the government because we pay our taxes.
CBP, ICE, and USCIS. Those functions were carried out by the INS, the Immigration Naturalization Service. And really, if you go back in U.S. history, back to colonial times, we see that the immigration laws in this country have been weaponized against certain groups of people, right? Japanese internment camps, Chinese Exclusion Act, the INS specifically targeted Mexicans on the Southwest for deportation. And so this isn't something new. This is really part of a pattern of a white supremacist government in this country. And truly, under Democrat and Republican presidents and administrations, we have seen violence against immigrants. We've seen deportations, family separation, and all the evils that come with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you brought up the Japanese internment and the Chinese Exclusion Act, because actually those two things are technically somewhat intertwined, from my understanding of the history of it. Because in the wake of the Chinese Exclusion Act, I believe that the United States increased immigration from places like Japan because the United States still wanted more people here to, build the railroads or whatever else was going on at the time in the late 1800s, right? So I think they increased the immigration from places like Japan, and then 60 years later, threw them all into internment camps. At least the Japanese people. But it wasn't just Japan. I can't remember exactly what other country. I think. Oh, God, my brain just broke.
In fact, if you go back to World War II, the immigrant quotas that historically happened during that period, and you look at like the Christian Front, there was also an attempted coup against the government, against FDR's policies, because they wanted a white national America First state back then. So this is something that's definitely been repeated. Do you see any similarities between that period of time and what's happening right now?
That's a great question. I'm not an expert on that time period, but we do know that history repeats itself, right? We see kind of the same patterns over and over of how people in power try to hold on to that power, and they use a lot of the same tactics over and over again to oppress immigrants, people of color, the people who are indigenous to this land, and others.
There we go. Very intelligent person there at that protest. A lot of smart people braving the cold. Great patriots, all. All right, we're going to move past this. Mostly because I just want to get us caught up to today. I'm just trying to hit a few of the finer points on stuff that we've missed because we haven't had a stream all week. It's been really weird. It's been like a mini vacation for me. Thankfully, I've at least used the time somewhat wisely. I deep cleaned the space station and my Earth apartment. Big time. Big time. In my, almost said convalescence. In the hiatus, I guess you would call it. I've just tried to stay as productive as possible. Unfortunately, from Tuesday until yesterday, they were doing, my ISP was doing maintenance between the time of midnight and 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as you probably know, those are our peak streaming hours. Preventing me from doing my regular stream always. It's terrible. We tried Tuesday, if you were here. His stream was rudely interrupted. Only 2 hours in. It's very frustrating. Now, this was big news Monday. The killers of Alex Pretty identified. Kyle Klinsky.
All right, guys, so I'm still working on my huge Epstein segment for tomorrow. I'm going to give you a full breakdown of absolutely all the juicy stuff that came out in the Epstein files, and it's going to be a doozy. Like I said, I think it's going to break a record for length of a secular talk segment, but I do have some huge breaking news for you right now. So ProPublica has just reported the names of the 2 ICE criminals that murdered Alex Pretty, and the names are Jesus Ochoa?
Yep.
And
Raimundo Gutierrez. Ochoa is a Border Patrol agent, 43 years old. Raimundo Gutierrez is a Customs and Border Protection officer. And Ochoa joined CBP in 2018. Gutierrez joined in 2014.
So the stormtroopers of...
I love how Crystal had to give us all the information. Thank you, Kyle. I mean, Crystal. Whoever it was. But it's fascinating. You have 2 seasoned ICE officers decided to gun down this man, Alex Pretty, in the street in broad daylight. These 2 fascist thugs. They both seem to have Latino last names. Something that's rather mind-boggling. But the fact is ICE and CBP have rather high rates of minorities working for them, especially Latinos for some reason. I don't know why. Making no sense to my brain. I mean, although from fact is that, you know, fascism provides a certain level of stability to people. Good paycheck. Access to power that you might not have otherwise. And sadly, because we do not have a society that provides enough for people, I feel like oftentimes people wind up going in these directions. And it's sad. All right, let's go back to the protesting.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Tens of thousands of people took to the streets this weekend as nationwide protests continue against Trump's immigration crackdown and escalating militarization. More than 300 anti-ICE protests were held across the United States Friday, including in Minneapolis, New York, Washington, D.C., Tucson, and dozens of other cities. Thousands of others also participated in nationwide general strike Friday. Democracy Now! Is in the streets of Minneapolis Friday, speaking with protesters who marched in sub-zero temperatures.
My name is Robert Blair Dondelay. I'm the Director of Engagement and Advancement at Film North and also the Creative Director at the Idealist Project. First and foremost, I'm out here to show that, well, we're not going to accept it, right? These are our family, our friends, our neighbors, our brothers, our sisters. We have children. This country itself, as well as the state, is largely built by migrants and immigrant populations, and we're not willing to accept what's happening to all of our friends.
I'm Andy. I live in St. Paul, and we are here marching on the streets because we need ICE to get out of our community. They've been terrorizing innocent observers and bystanders. They've been stealing neighbors out of their workplaces, homes, schools, and we need ICE out of our community right now. The whole city's been affected. Workplaces have been closed down. I have friends that are scared to go get groceries. I have people who are scared to show up for work. So yeah, I've been affected. This whole city has been affected. ICE off our streets! No justice, no peace! ICE off our
I'm Izzy. I've grown up in Minnesota, and I'm an aspiring teacher. And I think that right now in this divide, our country lacks empathy, and I think we need to teach peace. We need to stand up for our human rights and protect our students and teach what's right. With the current events, students are feeling less and less safe, and not only is that impacting their education, but their mental, physical well-being. I think that if you can't feel safe in your own home, in your own country, how are you supposed to feel safe in your school?
Yep, they're terrorizing the kids. They're terrorizing everyone in this country at this point. It's out of hand. It's out of control. Secret police. Secret military police running around, not following the law, just terrorizing community after community. What do I have here next? Now, it was over a week ago at this point, if I recall correctly, that one Greg Bovino left Minnesota. We were told that everything was going to be better there. Unfortunately, as I predicted, that is not the case. ICE agents are continuing to attack protesters and legal observers. Just the community. Honestly, it looks like a scene from Bad Mirror. Well, not bad. What's it called? Black Mirror. You know what I'm talking about? It's one of the, I think it was from the first season of Black Mirror, actually. Although it's a very different situation to some degree. But, oh my god, actually I wish this was that episode. These guys were gonna be held accountable for something. like, oh my god. But look at all the people out here filming. Looks like everybody in the neighborhood is like, what the fuck is going on over here?
I'm going to keep the focus on the ICE agents. They are now in pursuit. They have a gun.
Look at this guy.
They have a gun. They're pointing a gun.
Look at these people.
They're pointing a gun. They're shoving people down to the ground. They're chasing observers with a gun. They have their gun out. They have their gun out. They have their gun out.
Just hit that dude in the head.
They are around the vehicle. I'm trying to get a better angle. They're throwing tear gas, flashbangs. That is a flare gun or a smoke gun of some kind. That person just...
Is it, I mean, is it, where is this, Fallujah or Minneapolis? What in the fuck? What in the fuck? What in the actual fuck? How can anybody be okay with these scenes? Just like, these guys just randomly attacking people because they get frustrated. Just a bunch of pathetic man babies getting angry because the neighbors are like, what the hell is going on out here? Why do we have a bunch of dudes in military gear hanging out in our parking lot? And so they just start attacking. Just attacking people at random. How is that acceptable to anybody? Here's another disturbing story.
We have an update to another story we brought you last week out of Minnesota. The Department of Homeland Security is pushing back on claims made by two women who say that while they were detained by ICE, they helped a federal agent who was having a medical emergency. It happened on January 22nd in the city of Brooklyn Park, just outside of Minneapolis. Dashcam video shows the moment federal authorities descended on a car, taking Tippy Amundsen and Heather Zeman into custody. The video does not capture what led up to their arrest. A DHS spokesperson says the women had been obstructing operations by Border Patrol and that they, quote, disobeyed law enforcement commands and ignored warnings, resulting in their arrest. The women maintain they were not breaking the law. Now, what happened next is what's getting so much attention. Amundsen and Zeman joined us last week here on Morning News Now. They told us they were handcuffed in the back of an SUV en route to a federal detention center with 3 federal agents in the vehicle. Then one agent started to have what they believed to be a seizure.
We saw him. I saw him start to lean back, and then he said out loud, well, not really loud, very softly, that he was not feeling very well. And then his arms started to shake.
So I quickly asked them to pull over, uncuff me, and let me help him, because we could hear his tongue and the fluids in his mouth begin to sound like they were going to be aspirated into his body, and I was worried that he was going to stop breathing. I knew from minimal training that I have as on being on the emergency response team when I was a kindergarten teacher, that I needed to get him into the recovery position, keep him warm and keep him calm. So they did that. They pulled over, they uncuffed me, let me run around the vehicle. They began to uncuff Heather. And then I got to his side and I told him that he was going to be okay. I had to move his service weapon from his hip to the front of his body to be able to get him into the recovery position. And then I just held his head up so that he could have a clear airway. I spoke to him and I asked him his name. I told him that he was going to be safe and that I was going to stay there until EMS arrived.
Late last week, 3 days after NBC News reached out, the Department of Homeland Security responded with a statement offering a different account of what happened. A DHS spokesperson said, quote, while driving back for processing, one of the agents in the vehicle began to feel unwell and experienced a medical emergency. These two women lied to law enforcement, stating they were nurses when they were not, and they remained secured in the vehicle. Agents immediately pulled over to render assistance and called 911 for medical support.
It's incredible. This is incredible. So these two women saved these fucking pigs' lives. Like, this one pig's life. This fascist douchebag's life. Just to have the Department of Homeland Security turn around and gaslight them and the public about what happened. It's insane. What purpose would these women have of lying about that? Exactly. What do they get out of it? Seriously, what do those two women get out of lying about that? Doesn't make any sense. What the DHS gets out of this is that they don't look like just complete garbage people. At least to some idiots dumb enough to buy it. It makes them look like the heroes. Oh, we were doing our jobs, and anybody getting arrested by ICE, including American citizens who they have no right to arrest. Oh, those are the bad people. Women saving the lives of the DHS agents are the bad people. It's disturbing. Just a disturbing level of gaslighting that we are being forced to try it, like to swallow. Not that I'm here to but you get what I'm saying. Like they expect people to accept this.
I have.
This is an official. Like, I know it's hard to believe. That's an official government statement. That statement was paid for by your tax dollars. Someone who's paid a government salary put that together. In fact, multiple someone's paid government salaries were paid to put that together. That was the handiwork of multiple government paid government and workers. Federal agents put that together. It's incredible. Actual dollars, money, human money, U.S. dollars. Speaking of somebody getting paid U.S. dollars, federal tax dollars, Mike Lawler. Oh, Mike. He held another town hall recently. Oh, Mike. Ooh.
I have.
If you don't know, look it up. Mike Lawler, Michael Jackson.
What's your comments on the current administration and your support for ICE and your inability to criticize ICE for murder and for kidnapping children? My question for you: what is your line? What is the line that you won't cross? What can Trump do that you will say that's wrong?
So, again, my point with respect to Minneapolis is let the investigations actually take place. You've all clearly prejudged everything. You all know better than the people on the ground.
This is the worst answer to that question you could come up with. This is from 4 days ago. This was posted to C-SPAN's channel 4 days ago. The people on the ground, ICE, DHS, Greg Bovino, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the government officials, if you will, came out and said there will be no investigation. And in fact, launched investigations into people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy, rather than the officers themselves. Mike is such a joke. He should be ashamed of himself. This guy is the worst. The people on the ground. The people on the ground are saying no investigation needed. This guy is such a joke. You gotta get this guy out of office. He's total. Honestly, Mike is doable. Mike is doable, in my opinion, especially considering the current climate. Right? Like, he is in a red district in New York, but it's still doable. A lot of these New York districts, in my opinion, are doable because of how unpopular like Donald Trump and Republicans are at this time. He's Rockland County, and I feel like I feel like it's possible. I could be wrong. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Well, while Mike Lawler is saying stupid things over here, horrible things are happening in the streets. Donald Trump claiming that they were going to end temporary protected status for thousands of Haitians in the United States, causing people to panic all over the country.
So tomorrow is the end of TPS for Haitians here in America. That is tomorrow, February 3rd, 2026. No more TPS. Donald Trump and this administration decided to do away with it. And so many communities are preparing for the possibility of ICE presence, such as South Florida. Florida itself is a state, large Haitian communities. You have Boston, Massachusetts. You have New York City. They're all preparing for the possibility of ICE presence as we come to the end of TPS for Haitians. But Springfield, Ohio, they're preparing as well. If you don't remember, Springfield, Ohio is the epicenter of where Donald Trump and J.D. Vance vilified Haitians, criminalized Haitians, falsely accusing them of eating the cats and the dogs. And y'all probably remember because you were dancing to it on TikTok. But they are preparing. Some churches are giving people whistles just in case they see ICE. Some black people are saying they're going to stay home just in the event that ICE doesn't know what a Haitian looks like. They just see black, which tells us that this is rooted in racism, prejudice, anti-immigrant, okay, discrimination, all the things that are hateful. That's what this administration is doing. This is not about making sure that they come in correctly. Some of them are under asylum. Some of them are waiting for their paperwork to go through. They're working, they're paying taxes, especially in Springfield, Ohio. That was a dead city, okay? It was lifeless. And then roughly 25% Haitians have brought life to that city, have brought business to that city, have
Yeah, it's absolutely rooted in racism, but it's coming for everyone, anyone, you know? Be minding your own business. If you mind your own fucking business and be the victim of ICE. I mean, these guys are popping off in the middle of the street, just carrying guns, attacking people, you know? There's people like, there was that woman who was, do you remember back, it was last year, but that woman who was like shot in the, like multiple times in her own neighborhood walking back home from work, like to her apartment. She wasn't at a protest. She wasn't a protester. ICE was just running around her neighborhood shooting people. Like, it's coming for everybody. If you haven't come to that conclusion yet, you're just delusional. But she's absolutely right. It's rooted in racism, but white people need to wake up too. It's everybody that's going to be affected by this. Anybody who objects to this, even slightly publicly, may see consequences one way or another. NSPM 7. But like just being at a protest or just observing something because you're worried that this is going to be like a crime that happens right next to you. Right? All of these things are being treated as some sort of threat against the government. Just simply existing on a sidewalk near ICE. Somehow, all of your constitutional rights get taken away. Just in the name of them executing their racist agenda. stories like this should remind us that this is in fact just a repeat of history with the new sort of flavor.
February 3rd, we anticipate this is the rollback of temporary protected status for close to 330,000 Haitians in this country. Now, temporary protected status is offered to people who are coming from a country where the country is essentially so disrupted, either by natural forces, hurricane, whatnot, or maybe just the coup attempt.
State Department.
State Department decides to get rid of another leader of Haiti, and there's massive civil unrest, and it's unsafe for people, and some people may find themselves on the wrong side of like a, I don't know what you call it, like not necessarily a civil war, but civil unrest. There are 330,000 Haitians in this country. They will lose their status tomorrow. And nobody knows exactly where ICE is going to strike first.
Be right back. I gotta pee.
Strike first in terms of trying to uproot Haitians from their communities. People anticipate that Springfield, Ohio, where there's about 15,000 to 20,000, I think, Haitians who have been living there and essentially reviving the economy of that town. You'll recall J.D. Vance helped promulgate the lie that they were eating cats and dogs. Locals, they were eating, like they were catching cats and dogs of people, pets, and eating them. J.D. Vance later said, you know, look, it's worth it for me to make a story up and tell it. Now you're getting stories like this. This is from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Jewish seniors are offering to hide their Haitian caregivers as Trump's temporary protected status ends. Let's scroll down here. 500 seniors living at Sinai residence in Boca Raton, including many Holocaust survivors. Recently, some of them asked if they could hide the building's Haitian staff in their apartments.
Oh.
This is ridiculous.
I mean,
wasn't there criticism for the comparison to Anne Frank? What was that from?
Seriously. You might as well call this Anne Frank 2026. Book writes itself.
I mean, I'm sorry, but
Josh Shapiro's been.
Oh, it was
like
yeah. I mean, no, but that's exactly what it's like.
Yeah. Who compared pro-Palestine people to the KKK, but wants you to go easy on the Nazi stuff. He was actually Shapiro. We should get into that. Shapiro was going at Krasner for how forthright Krasner was being in opposing ICE, and Josh Shapiro helpfully said, "Let's take the temperature down. Let's not make."
Honestly, though, how much actual difference is there between Ben Shapiro and Josh Shapiro? Ben Shapiro thinks that you should have to pay more for your health care, and Josh Shapiro thinks that you should have to pay more for your health care. Like, what is the actual difference between Josh Shapiro and Ben Shapiro? I'm just wondering. Like really. Like, Josh Shapiro is one of these terrible neo-lib Democrats. Dude is useless. Dude is fucking useless. Like, you know, like he doesn't even want to fix Obamacare, right? Like, he wants the insurance companies to continue getting as much money as they're doing instead of nationalizing healthcare. Ben Shapiro just wants to take it one step further and just get rid of the Obamacare part of it and go directly to the insurance companies, right? Oh, great. You know, like, it's like, I mean, yeah, is there a difference? Is that better technically? Yeah. Yeah, it is technically. It is also a Republican healthcare plan. Also, literally Romney care. There's not really, I mean, honestly, Ben Shapiro is basically like, you know, because Ben Shapiro isn't like an extremist because of the fact, you know, that he doesn't fit in, right? You know, being a Jew, he doesn't fit in with the white Christian nationalist crowd in the same way everybody else is. So he's a little bit more of a neocon than he is sort of like a Fuentes, if you will. I feel like people like him and like Josh Shapiro are like super similar. They're just part of the like establishment. They're basically the same guy. Like if you replace like Josh Shapiro with Ben Shapiro, you wouldn't get that much difference. Like, didn't Josh Shapiro also vote for the Lack and Riley Act? Oh wait, no. What am I thinking about? No. He's a governor. He can't vote for that. What am I talking about? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on a tangent just now. All right, let's go to the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. Over Democracy Now!
Well, we're going to stay in Chicago for our top segment. As President Trump intensifies his immigration crackdown nationwide, local resistance is also growing, with communities coming together to fight back. Protests nationwide have continued in the wake of the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty in Minneapolis, while many city and state officials have also stood defiant in the face of Trump's relentless attacks on immigrant and other communities. Last week, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an executive order directing Chicago law enforcement to investigate and document reports of illegal activity by federal immigration agents in the city. The move came in the aftermath of Trump's so-called Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago last year, when federal immigration agents flooded neighborhoods, snatching residents off the streets. This is Mayor Johnson speaking as he signed the executive order.
What we have seen in Chicago, at least 2 people shot by ICE and Border Patrol agents, including one who was killed, Savario Villegas Gonzalez, an unarmed father who had just dropped his kids off to school. These rogue federal agents are taking us backwards as a city. That's right. They are causing chaos and confusion. In response, the city of Chicago must respond with accountability and transparency. The ICE on notice executive order is a step towards justice. This executive order will make Chicago the first city in the country to set the groundwork to prosecute ICE and Border Patrol agents for criminal misconduct. Because we need to send a clear message. If the federal government will not hold these rogue actors accountable, then Chicago will do everything in our power to bring these agents to justice. Yes.
That was Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. During his remarks, he referenced Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, a 38-year-old Mexican dad of 2, who was shot and killed by ICE agents in September in a Chicago suburb. He was unarmed and had no criminal record. The ICE officer involved in the shooting remains unnamed. Gonzalez is among at least 13 people, including U.S. citizens, who've been shot by federal immigration agents since September. At least 4 of those shootings have been fatal. This comes as a Chicago woman who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent last year is scheduled to testify today before a congressional forum looking at the violent use of force by DHS agents. Mar Martinez was shot multiple times in October, then arrested, but
it's insane. This woman did nothing wrong. They just blasted her.
These people are perverts.
They make me sick. They make me sick.
How can this be America? You're just minding your own fucking business. You get shot. She just got shot 5 times by the government, by the federal government. No accountability, by the way. Guy's not under arrest. He's not facing charges for shooting this woman 5 times.
All charges against her have been dropped. She's a U.S. citizen. Martinez will
Oh,
be
right. Yeah. She was facing charges, not the agent who shot her.
by another U.S. citizen, Aaliyah Rahman, who was dragged out of her car by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis and detained earlier this month. For more, we go to Chicago, where we're joined by Mayor Brandon Johnson. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us. Lay out what's at the center of your executive order, which you've called ICE on Notice. Would your measure create a process that would allow for the prosecution of federal agents?
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. You know, this executive order is about creating a pathway to accountability, as you expressed in your opening, whether it's Mr. Villegas Gonzalez or Ms. Martinez, or the black man on the west side of Chicago who was put in an illegal chokehold by a federal agent, as well as the raids on apartment buildings in the South Shore community on the south side of Chicago. What we have seen is acts of terror and chaos distributed across this country, and particularly here in Chicago, and there has been no accountability. And what this executive order is doing is showing up for the people of Chicago, but really creating a model for the rest of the country of how do we hold these federal agents accountable, because
We're not seeing any accountability for these guys, unfortunately. This is only the first effort so far. We're yet to see it in full action, but I'm hopeful. See, what's the word? Tentatively hopeful, I guess. Sort of. Wouldn't say I'm full in on it. I'd like to see it in action. I'd like to see some accountability for this. I'd like to see some arrests when these guys commit crimes. And for the crimes they've already committed. Not just for future crimes. Like, how about the past crime? It's something, but it doesn't sound very strong, does it? It's the bare minimum right now, is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'll take it. We need more of this. We need more than just mayors, is what I'm saying. We need more than just mayors. But mayors are a start. You need mayors, you need governors. Fact is, you need Congress to grow some spines. The death of Alex Preddy was ruled a homicide on Tuesday. Which isn't the same thing as murder.
New developments out of Minnesota, where the death of 37-year-old Alex Preddy has been deemed a homicide. The ICU nurse was shot and killed more than a week ago by federal agents. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office concluded the multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death were enough to rule it a homicide. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said he had seen no evidence that Preddy brandished a weapon during the encounter with immigration officers.
Yeah, and I'll go so far as to say it was murder, not just a homicide. This guy posed no threat. He was helping his community. He had a fucking bunch of armed thugs terrorizing that very community he's trying to protect. And then they decided to murder him for protecting the community. Homicide just means that he was killed by other human beings. We knew that. We saw it. We saw it with our own eyes. He didn't fall, he didn't fall and hit his head. He didn't have a seizure or something. He got blasted. He got shot like a dozen times. People are saying it's 10. It's clearly a homicide. You don't need to be a medical examiner to know that. All right, now let's go to another state. Maine, perhaps the next target of ICE, as they've pulled out some. I think as of a few days ago, they're planning to pull out like a few hundred agents from Minneapolis and redeploy them elsewhere. Maine may very well be the next target, and communities there are concerned about that potential prospect.
DemocracyNow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. In the state of Maine, the Portland City Council passed a resolution Monday night to allow Portland's mayor to participate in lawsuits against ICE. The vote came after federal agents conducted immigration raids in Portland and in Lewiston as part of what the Trump administration has called Operation Catch of the Day. They are playing on the fact that Maine is well known for its seafood as they talk about.
Yeah, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting that they feel it necessary to make puns. While they do these cruel invasions. And it is disturbing that they feel it necessary to keep doing like white nationalist memes and like kitschy like names for their fucking operations. Like, I don't know why they need this. It doesn't. It's just like it's like Twitter is running. It feels like Twitter is in charge of the government. Like if 8chan or like you know, some of these fucking people are like literally in charge of the government. It's like, who can meme the best right now? Pitchforks, I want to see some new Nuremberg trials out of DHS, ICE, and Epstein. No Project Paperclip this time. Oh. Well, thank you for the super chat, my man. Appreciate you.
People. Operation Catch of the Day. Lewiston and Portland have sizable Somali populations, just like Minneapolis. The resolution passed by the Portland City Council noted that attendance at some schools has decreased by 20% and that many workers are afraid to leave their homes. Maine state lawmakers are also considering legislation aimed to keep ICE out of schools, healthcare facilities, public libraries. Lewiston Mayor Carl Shaleen testified last week.
As the mayor of Lewiston, I'm advocating strongly for LD 2106. This bill protects the people of Maine as they visit and use our community institutions and also safeguards their personal information from our tyrannical and authoritarian federal government. I wish that things were different, but they are not. Mass government agents are here snatching our residents and sowing fear and terror. This bill allows our neighbors to safely visit their doctor, check out a book, and go to second grade. Passage of this bill also sends a strong message that this legislature stands in complete resistance to the federal government's slide into fascism. I appreciate Representative Sato for sponsoring this bill and the committee's time. Thank you.
We're joined now by Mufalo Cheatham, the executive director of the Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition, based in Portland, Maine. The group represents over 100 member organizations. Operation Catch of the Day? Mufalo Cheatham, it's horrifying to even say that.
Yeah, it's dehumanizing is what it is. It's referring to people as fish. Oh, what's the catch of the day? Oh, Somali.
What now?
What you talking about?
Like it's demeaning, it's dehumanizing. These people are disgusting. They're disgusting.
Can you talk about what has happened in the last weeks? Have you experienced an ICE surge in Maine? I'm not talking about the weather. And talk about who's been arrested, who's been taken, and how you're organizing with the Maine Immigrant Rights Coalition.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to think about the, catch of a day. But again, we're a state where, like you said, we're a lobster state.
But yeah, it's been a whirlwind. I mean, since January 20th, when I got the first verification at 7:45, and 4 or 5 days later, it was just sheer panic. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. I think you kind of watch these things on TV, and then when you see them down the streets, it just sends a very wave of fear, and it was just panic. It was just panic. So, but our organization has been really planning for this. We didn't think we're going to be, this soon. We thought they would come, but not this soon. But our organizing, our hotline, we had over 5,000 plus, increase in phone calls, for the next 5 days after January 20th. It was just boots on the ground. It was just boots on the ground. But we've been organizing, as we started seeing the people who are being picked up, it just became real, it just became real, because it was your neighbor, it was also, just somebody that you go to church with. And when we heard that they were coming for the worst of the worst, that was really painful to see, because it was just ordinary people that we know. One of our community leaders was picked up on the first day, and should, basically, you look at what she's being claimed to have done. It's just a mother, just a poor mother, just trying to make a life here in the United States. But yeah, it's been really, really challenging. But we've been organizing, as you heard from the mayor, from Lewiston, LD, 2106, is one of the legislatures that we are, advocating that it passes to keep our communities safe.
There you go. Groups organizing in Maine, doing everything they can to protect people in their communities from these jackbooted thugs who are terrorizing them. Now, let's go back to Minnesota. This is from 3 days ago. Speaking of terrorizing communities, one woman from St. Paul who was released from ICE recently is being harassed continuously by ICE. Even though she is out of detention, she is living in a state of fear.
Impacted by Operation Metro Surge, among women in Minnesota legally who says she is fleeing religious persecution, says she is now in hiding. This time it's from ICE agents who she says have detained her before. Heidi Wigdahl has her story. Heidi?
Julie, T. Dua Vang came to the U.S. 2 years ago legally and is on a pathway to getting her green card. She has no criminal record. So when ICE showed up at her doorstep, she thought it must have been a mistake. But shortly after her detainment, she became afraid. Daily tasks like grocery shopping have come to a standstill for T. Dua Vang and her husband, Apal Gian. A community member delivered these to help feed the family who is in hiding. On the morning of January 8th, their son opened the door to their St. Paul home, not knowing it was ICE. Agents detained T. Dua, and by the next day she was taken to Texas, first El Paso, then later Houston. At one point, she believed she was in the process of deporting back to Vietnam before she was taken off the plane. T. Dua and her family fled Vietnam after spending decades persecuted for being Christian. Family members have even been imprisoned for their faith. After more hardships as refugees in Thailand, the family found asylum in the U.S. 2 years ago with all the papers to prove it. But never.
Please don't send me to Vietnam and let the Vietnamese kill me. I just arrived to America and I haven't broken the law at all, and ICE just arrested us like we are animals. They arrested my wife like she's an animal. My wife did nothing wrong.
2
That
weeks
is
detained,
not right.
a judge ordered T. Dua be released on bond. As family drove to her, she spent nearly 3 hours waiting outside at night in a city she didn't know.
They took me to sit down. Wait.
To her. She spent nearly 3 hours waiting outside at night in a city she didn't know.
They took me to sit by the chairs and I stayed until my brother and my husband came, and when I saw them, I was very happy. Today I get to be back with my family.
Tidua says from being detained to now in hiding, it's her family keeping her hope alive. 5 days after returning, Tidua had to do a check-in with ICE but was then free to go. She says she's required to check in once per year, but since that check-in, ICE has come back to their home 3 times trying to make contact again. And
It's harassment. These people are just harassing this woman. She only has to check in once a year. She just did her check-in, and they just keep showing up. They just keep showing up. It's disgusting. It's government harassment. All right. Back to the streets of Minnesota.
To create a roundabout that Desiree Berg reporting for Status Quo News. So we are in the south side of Minneapolis. It's Sunday morning, and we stopped to talk to these folks because this is something new that's going on. They're calling this a filter blockade. So they have a setup here and at the other street corner down the street. So the idea is they are monitoring who comes into the neighborhood, if they're ICE vehicles or not, or if they're just residents that live here. They're trying to basically prevent ICE vehicles from being able to drive into the neighborhood in order to do raids. They have been handing out these flyers to people that are driving by so they know what's going on. And they're looking to actually expand these filter blockades across the city into other areas.
Updates about
Here we go. People innovating in the way of neighborhood watch here on the streets of Minnesota. Frisla going to bed using his membership message highlight on YouTube to let us know about it. Nighty night to you, Frisla. Also, thank you to Social Butterfly for the dono over on Cash App, helping us in the way of $5, getting us a little bit closer to completing the financing of the galactic deficit. Much appreciated. Why does this look like this? Oh, this should be here. This is why this looks weird. There we go. That looks better. That looks better there. Also, I just realized on this, I don't have this set up here. I should do this.
Do you know what
Where
we're here
is it?
for?
What's that? Somebody just raided the stream. Squidator with a raid over on Twitch. Thank you, Squidator, for the raid. Welcome, Squidadarians. Hope you're doing well. Hope the stream is good. Hope you're enjoying your night. We got a lot of stuff we're talking about here tonight. A lot of stuff. Right now we're talking about ICE. Right now we're talking about ICE. And I was also trying to update something on my... Where is this? On my stream software. Fuck it. I can't do this right now. Oh, wait. No, there it is. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. Okay, lock that. Sorry. Sorry, everybody, for the... Sorry for that. We'll be On our way here very, very shortly. Much I can assure you of. Just gotta solve one little thing here. There we go, I did it. Okay, back to the show. Let's do it, people. Old Owl Hootin'. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Alright, peeps, let's do this. Honestly, right now would be a time I would normally try and take a break. In fact, like a half an hour before this. But I'm just going to keep this moving because we have so much to cover tonight. So this weekending report is just so massive. I'm just going to keep trying to bang through this thing. Because I'm moving so much slower than I would like to be. Was there another part of this that I wanted? I'm trying to remember. Hold on. No, I'm going to skip past this. I'm going to go to the next one, to Kyle Kalinske. Secular Talk from Tuesday.
So there was a story that went mega viral of this little kid named Liam, who was basically kidnapped and abducted by ICE Gestapo thugs. And he was sent multiple states over, and he was being held in one of these horrific facilities. He got sick because the food they were given was like moldy and had worms in it and shit like that. And this was yet another example of the Trump regime kidnapping people. And they've done this a number of times.
It's illegal. It's illegal under U.S. law. I think possibly international law to do such a thing to prisoners, to be giving them moldy food filled with bugs.
For
It's
thousands
basically
of times,
torture.
kids have been taken by these ICE Gestapo thugs, okay? Well, of course, there was a lawsuit to push back against this, and a judge has now intervened in the clearest way I've ever seen. So look at this from Kyle Cheney here. Judge Bieri has ordered the release of 5-year-old Liam Ramos, who became a symbol of ICE's aggression in Minnesota. So here's a quote from the judge. Ready? The case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, even if it requires traumatizing children. By the way, this is Liam with his cute little hat. He became a real symbol because look how adorable he looks and how innocent he looks. And he was kidnapped by these thugs. Okay, ready? Never seen a ruling like this. So the judge continues, quote, observing human behavior confirms that for some of us, the perfidious lust for unbridled power and the imposition of cruelty in its quest know no bounds and are bereft of human decency, and the rule of law be damned. He's going in like only a judge can, okay? So he was ordered release, 5-year-old Liam Coneo Ramos. Judge Bieri warned of vast lawlessness and inhumanity in the Trump administration's mass deportation efforts. He said courts amounted to a judicial finger in the dike. In other words, fascism is here and we're doing all we can, but there's only so much we can do because we don't have the judicial police to effectively enforce our rulings.
It's not good when you have to worry about like judicial police. You know, it's not a good vibe. You know, fact is the regular police should be adequate when you think about it. Right? And this is what I've been saying. We need the police to actually uphold the law and arrest these criminals on the fucking spot. I don't care. I don't care if it creates a constitutional crisis. It is the Trump administration's fault that they are protecting these assholes. That they are sending these pieces of shit out on the streets to do crimes and then not holding them accountable. Somebody has to hold them to account. Okay? I know that much. Somebody does. And if it's not going to be the federal government, it's going to be this. It's going to have to be the state government. Otherwise, we're living in a lawless land of anarchy. Where rules, the Constitution, all that stuff, it just means nothing. That's not a society I think most people want to live in when you really think about it. But you have scenes like this, You see people being targeted by ICE, American citizens being arrested for existing in their own neighborhoods.
Hands on your face! Hands on your face! Get out! Hey, I need you to back up. You need to back up. Stay safe.
They're pointing handguns at the drivers in the vehicle right now.
So you know, these guys were all threatening us yesterday with handguns. So
these people in the car were threatening you with handguns?
Yeah. Handguns, like threatening to shoot us.
We know.
So
oh, you mean like with
handguns?
Pulling them out.
They were threatening us with handguns. No, not handguns. Handguns. You know, like their fingers. They were being threatened with fingers. And that's a crime, apparently.
Right to jail, right away.
Could they possibly have been pointing at literally anything? Because you could point and also do a handgun. Look pretty similar. Either way, are either of those things crimes? Finger guns? Is a finger gun a crime? He's locked and loaded finger gun. It's a deadly weapon. So these people were apparently observers, who, according to those ICE agents, threatened them with finger guns and handguns. Handgun, not handguns, but their fingers. Their dangerous fingers. That warranted 10 ICE agents to show up and arrest them for some reason. I'm fairly certain those charges will be dropped. Regardless, those people are being harassed and put in jail, detention for who knows how long. So apparently, I don't have a follow-up on what happened to those people yet. That was from Tuesday.
You want to stand in front of my face and invade my... I don't know who he is or what he's doing. What he could have on here. Who the fuck you are? It's very impressive coming to
It's a male-like person. He's approximately
Yes, I can. If I'm not there, yes, I can.
This guy's alleging you tossed him on the ground.
Yeah, just trying to grab his phone out of his hand.
This is the first incident that we were able to identify under the second Trump administration where an ICE agent was criminally charged for battery. Federal officer Adam Sirocco was charged for assaulting Chicago attorney and Air Force veteran Robert Held for filming him at a gas station.
He said, I'm a federal agent. He's filming me while I'm trying to pump my gas. Walking around on the side over here. I said, what are you doing? Why are you filming me? I tried to grab his phone. I want to get the picture and I want
illegal. Interestingly, this...
Yeah, you know, that's a crime. That's a crime. That's a fucking crime. No, you don't get to do that. Nobody gets to do that. Not a police agent, not you. You don't get to just because you don't like that someone is taking a picture does not mean you get to assault them, right? You don't get to steal their shit, right? You don't get to assault them and steal their shit. That's a crime. That's two crimes. Oh my God. These guys don't even know the law. They're just like, oh, I didn't like, he had a picture on his phone that I didn't like being there, and so I assaulted him. Don't you see?
I tried to grab his phone. I want to get the picture and I wanted to delete it.
Interestingly, this was not
and I wanted to delete it.
Federal agents.
Go.
Wait, he's the great patriot who outran these two fat fucks? He's the great patriot who ran from those two idiots? That makes sense.
Robert Held from Chicago. If any of you were following us before, you probably remember one of the first video we shared of attorney Robert Held was a moment where he mooned former Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino, and then he was chased.
Oh, you're really gonna love on America's fasciest home videos. It's a massive invasion.
Atop such a humorous video, he has been on the ground as a force to mitigate tension between protesters and the law enforcement. He's been there at so many court hearings, so many trials in cases related to the federal troops in the invasion of Chicago. And also he's traveled, just like our team has, on the ground in other states to follow the Border Patrol invasion in other cities. So welcome, Attorney Robert Hale.
Of course. Thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
I would love to, for starters, get a few updates. Recently, you were attacked by an off-duty ICE agent, which then resulted in what we now know as potentially the only case under the second Trump administration where an ICE agent was held accountable for assault. Could you speak more to this story?
Sure. On December 27th, I had followed a vehicle out of the Broadview ICE detention facility outside of Chicago. And when he stopped for gas, I started filming. I ended up on a sidewalk filming this off-duty ICE agent, and he put the gas pump down, walked toward me, broke into a run, and threw me to the pavement and tried to grab my phone. I called 911, and he eventually was arrested and has been charged with misdemeanor battery. He's...
Great job, sir.
Right to jail, right away.
Great job. What was his name again? Hal Leonard? Can't remember. It was shit. What did she say? Hal? Scatus 2's got to do something about the labels over here. Give this guy a goddamn name tag. Anyway, either way, this guy's a great patriot. A great patriot, no doubt. Innovating in the way of justice. I mean, honestly, this is what we have to do. We have to call the police on every time the ICE does something illegal. Don't just film it. Call the police. Call the police, say, hey, I just saw a crime committed on this street by this guy by matching this description. You don't even have to say he's an ICE agent, right? You can just describe the person that you're looking for. Some fucking madman. Some dude, like, dressed up like he's in Fallujah, running around with a fucking gun. That's what people need to start doing. I just came up with the solution here. Whenever we see them walking around with guns out, we call the police and say, there's some dude walking down this street, this neighborhood right now with a goddamn machine gun. Running around with a fucking shotgun in his hand. It looks like he's ready to start World War II right now. That should get some interesting situations. That should start some interesting situations. We got an armed gunman in this neighborhood. I need help. We got a masked armed gun. Exactly. We got a masked armed gunman in my neighborhood. I need police assistance immediately. Get the SWAT team down here. Start swatting ICE. They won't help. You don't have to say it's ICE. You don't have to say it's ICE. You don't have to say it's CBP. And the fact is, you don't know for sure. Because these guys are wearing nondescript clothing. You just tell them what's actually happening. They're posing a threat to the community. See something, say something. You know, we're bringing that back. See something, say something. Remember that? Remember that after 9/11? We're bringing that back now. See something, say something, everybody.
For the first time on camera, we are hearing from the family of the woman killed by a federal agent in Minneapolis last month. With the death of Renee Good, as you know, fueling protests that we're seeing in that city and beyond. Her brothers are here in Washington. They're testifying on the Hill in just the last few hours, saying the violence we've seen from immigration enforcement has got to stop.
Our family took some consolation thinking that perhaps Nay's death would bring about change in our country, and it has not.
Remember, Good was shot in her car during an encounter with an ICE officer. The Department of Homeland Security is investigating the shooting. I want to get to Maggie Vespa in Minnesota. And Maggie, while we have seen family statements, this was the first time so publicly we have heard from relatives of Renee.
It's probably not a good idea for most people, probably. Look, don't do it if you can't do it without deniable, without, what's the word? Like, deniability, right? What you do is you do it from your home, right? Like, if you see somebody, you know, if you're not out there protesting, like, up against these guys, and you're just in your home, you're in your apartment, and you see somebody walking around with a goddamn gun, dressed in fatigues in your street, you call the police. They're not going to tell you to approach that person and try and find out whether or not they're ICE, right? You tell them you see a masked armed gunman in your neighborhood who you've had no interaction with, and you're in your apartment, your home. You have every right, in fact, probably the responsibility to call. Because under normal circumstances, when we're not under occupation by the federal government, that's a problem. That's a problem you should be calling the police about. And who knows who that fucker is? Let's be real.
Good. Obviously, at a moment, Minneapolis roiled by her death, by the death just 2 weeks later of Alex Preddy as well, shot and killed by Border Patrol officers.
Right. Yeah, Hallie, that's exactly right. And what was so striking about these speeches that we saw on Capitol Hill today were the brothers of Renee Good really kind of, it seemed like, walking a very careful line of not wanting to get too political. They weren't blasting the administration. They were just saying what we're seeing on the ground in Minneapolis is changing the lives of American citizens, ruining the lives of American citizens, including our family, who one of them said, by the way, our family runs the gamut of political ideologies, and this tragedy has just united us. And they just went on to talk about how they're all grappling with their grief, and they really kept it central to that idea. So we'll play some more here of their testimony today.
She helped us see the good, even when life felt heavy. She's in the resilience we didn't know we had until we needed it.
These encounters with federal agents are changing the community and changing many lives, including ours, forever. And I still don't know how to explain to my 4-year-old what these agents are doing.
So again, Hallie, as you point out, this is the first time family members of either Renee Good or Alex Preddy have spoken out since they were killed by federal officers here in Minneapolis. We've just seen a statement from Renee Good's partner, Becca. We've been told thus far she is still not planning on doing any interviews in the near future. So this was a big first in the wake of these seminal moments here in this embattled and exhausted city, Hallie, and it was poignant.
There you go. That was Renee Good's brother speaking to Congress. We're going to watch the Congress testimony of a number of different people here, actually. That was just a quick clip of it. We're going to get to that testimony here. In fact, I think I'm going to skip ahead. Do I skip ahead now? How am I doing on time? Jesus Christ. How are we 7 hours into the stream, dude? Oh, I'm moving so slowly. I'm like 1/3. I'm a little bit over 1/3 of the way through the stream right now. Maybe like 60 vids. 60 of 160. It's bad. That's real bad. Just a little over a third. Ugh. That's rough. Oh my God. What do I do with this situation? You know, I'm just gonna have to skip a bunch of other shit. I think that's my best plan. I'm just going to stay with the ICE, get through this, get through the Obama stuff. I'm probably going to have to skip this, that. Yeah, I'm just going to have to probably skip a bunch of stuff, like the Earth half. We're going to probably have to skip that tonight, I think. Unfortunately, have to stay US-centric. Mostly because I've just been trying to make sure I do what's on the title and the thumbnail and like the keywords and the hashtags and stuff. Get that stuff done. So they apparently that's something that you can be penalized for on YouTube. So I've heard. There's no way I get through everything I want to in the next 5 hours. Okay, whatever. Stay focused. Actually, this should not be here. This one shouldn't even be here. Why is this here? Alright, skipping that one for later. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, let's see this. Let's see what Jerry Nadler had to say. How long has this guy been in office? 30, 30, 40? I mean, how old is Jerry? 70 years old? He's been in the House forever, I swear to God. Since like 1930 or something. Gerald, is his first name really Gerald? Gerald Lewis Nadler. 78. He's been a congressman since 1992. He's been in office for 34 years. Wow. All right, Gerald. All right, Gerald.
Gentlelady for yielding. I agree that this amendment is absurd. We could easily solve our balanced budget problems by simply repealing the taxes, the tax cuts on millionaires and billionaires enacted over the last 10 years. But what is really the major problem in this country today is the fascism in our streets. The attacks on American citizens by masked hoodlums. If you were attacked by a masked person, you might think you were being kidnapped. You'd be justified in shooting the person.
Help! I'm being repressed!
To protect yourself. But we see people being shot for what? For driving a car? We see people, the ICE goons break into people's homes without a warrant. We see them drag out a man, an American citizen, in his underwear without even permitting him in the snow, without even permitting him to get dressed. This is the major problem we have today, along with the attack on our elections. We saw last week under Kristi Noem's direction, or not Kristi Noem, under Tulsi Gabbard's direction, an assault on the election board in Fulton County, where they would be permitted, if they wanted to copy the election results, but not to take them.
Yeah. Now, Jerry Nadler just said it's possible somebody might be justified in shooting an ICE agent, a masked, unknown person, trying to assault them in the middle of the street. Something that I've been saying for a while now. That there are certain scenarios like this where it just seems like people are violating your constitutional rights. They're not identifying themselves. And this is America.
Rid of the Second Amendment
exists, supposedly. The right to defend yourselves, to bear arms, stand your ground rules in some states like Florida and other places like that. We talked, we brought up George Zimmerman, for instance, who made that exact case when it came to gunning down, a young black man in in his neighborhood. Come on, do the Nadler impression. Not doing the Nadler impression. Not doing that. But J.D. Vance was highly upset. hearing about this. He said, this is according to straightarrownews.com. Quote, Jerry Nadler is one of the highest-ranking Democrats in the House of Representatives, and he is openly calling for people to shoot federal law enforcement, fans posted on X. This is despicable behavior from an elected official, and I'm sure the left-wing media will cover it extensively. Well, here we are covering it. I don't know about extensively, but here we are covering it. I agree with Jerry. Jerry's right. There are situations in which this could wind up with, you know, and it would be a tragedy. It would be a tragedy, an avoidable tragedy the federal government could prevent by ending the invasion. By ending the invasion of our cities, they could prevent this possible tragedy. I'm not saying it's a guarantee. It's not a, you know, it's not inevitable. But it could very well happen. And I think it could very well be justified in a court of law. Pitchforks, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. I also have ADHD. You're doing great. Aw, thank you. I'm saying, if you can justify the murder of Trayvon Martin, right? If you can justify George Zimmerman standing his ground, quote unquote, really, which was not what it was. I mean, that guy chased that kid down. That is, you know, it's a joke to suggest that guy was like standing his ground. He was like under fire or something. He chased that kid down. If you can justify that, and you should damn well be able to figure out a way to justify one of these situations going down in a similar manner. You see a masked armed gunman traipsing through your neighborhood, tackling random people, perhaps yourself. A federal agent. There was a time when Republicans used to hate federal agents. Oh, Obama was coming for your guns. Oh, Obama was coming for my guns in the Second Amendment. Oh, my God, Jane Helm, FEMA. Oh, my God, the Illuminati. Oh, God, Bohemian Grove. They're gonna declare martial law.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Oh. They're gonna take my guns. Oh, I'm gonna have to buy more bullets. Protect myself and my property. And now they're like, why would people want to protect themselves from getting gunned down in the street or in their own homes? By federal agents without warrants, conducting, lawless searches, door-to-door lawless searches. Why would they want to protect themselves from that? That's weird. It's weird, and I don't get it, says Republicans.
Now, I don't want reality.
All right, let's go to this tragedy. Another family broken up.
We are showing up to the detention center where my husband was detained at. A lot of bad memories come up.
U.S. citizen Brianna Galache and her Venezuelan husband, Wilson Daxon La Riva Castillo, have been separated by Trump's immigration policies. In 2025, the Department of Homeland Security ended temporary protected status for Venezuelan migrants. Speaking to Reuters in November last year, Brianna recalled the day they were separated.
And at this appointment, he was just supposed to...
honestly cannot believe that they're going through with the ending of temporary protected status for Venezuelans, while they're simultaneously doing a coup in the country, in a quasi regime change. They're also, and like, I don't understand it. It's so illogical. Like the foreign policy of the United States is just it's nonsense. A 3-year-old could do better job of foreign policy than the Trump administration. These people are incompetent.
And new records, marriage certificates, change of addresses, stuff like that. It was just a simple appointment. We go in and I'm like, hey, this appointment says to bring in new paperwork. Here's the paperwork. He's like, I don't need that shit. And he was like, go sit down. He just told us to wait in the waiting room. I was probably waiting for about like 20 minutes till they came back with his stuff and said he's not leaving. And I asked him, like, can you give me a reason? He's like, do you actually need a reason? I'm like, well, yeah, he's my husband. And that's when he was like, well, he's from Venezuela. Actually?
What kind of disgusting person says that? Do you actually need a reason? What the fuck are you talking about? It's her husband. Do you need a reason? Nah, actually, it's fine. I don't really care about him, actually. He's just some guy. It's her fucking husband. What do you mean, do you need a reason? And in fact, they need a reason. It's insanity. Unhinged. Carnival. Thank you for the follow on Twitch.
I was like, what does that have to do with anything? He was like, here's where you can find him. He gave me a paper where he was going to be detained and told me to get the fuck out, pretty much.
Brianna said Wilson's next course of action was to either wait for a master hearing, which she says involved a considerable waiting period in detention, or agree to leave the country voluntarily. After months in detention, Wilson chose self-deportation and was sent to Venezuela before later relocating to Colombia.
He was released because he had no criminal record there or even here in the United States. So he was released, he went back to his mom's, stayed there for a little bit, and now he's in Colombia.
Another family broken up by the Trump administration. Shock of shocks. They are dismantling this country brick by brick, law by law, turning the United States into a hellhole, a fascist hellhole. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from the 3rd, that's Wednesday. Right? No, Tuesday. Lucy McBath. No, what have I done? No, why? Why have you forsaken me, YouTube? What did I do to you? Oh my god, I'm starving right now. I need food.
Good morning, everyone.
We should like DoorDash, like Uber Eats money right now. Like, you know, I wish the bills were, you know, so solved that I wasn't like, that's ridiculous. You don't have money for that. Okay, let's try this again. What do you say? There we go.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all
Good
for
morning.
joining us here. It's imperative that we be here. I'm Congresswoman Lucy McBath, Second Vice Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and proud representative of Georgia's 6th Congressional District. I want to thank the leaders of our caucuses today that you have around us. Congressman Adriano Aspayat, Congresswoman Grace May, Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez, Congressman Brad Schneider, Congressman Greg Kasar, and all of my Democrat.
All right, Boku, I don't need you yelling at me about food, okay? I'm just saying I don't have DoorDash money right now, and I don't have groceries. But it's much more cost-effective to buy the groceries, right? You see what I'm saying here? You can't just go buying DoorDash. We're still trying to fund the galactic deficit right now. You know? Order of operations here. We gotta stay... You know, we gotta stay within our means right now. And DoorDashing Taco Bell at 3 a.m. Not to the space station. It's not in the it's not in the budget. Okay? I got basically fuck all to eat in the fridge. I've been living on protein shakes and bread that I baked recently. But I'm running out of bread too.
Colleagues for their presence.
All right, everybody stop
Today.
yelling about eating.
Like
It's not. You're not helping. You're not helping
many
with the
Americans,
yelling.
we are outraged by what we continue to see in our American cities on our streets daily. ICE is operating without guardrails. We have seen violence, chaos, and lawlessness in Minnesota, in my state of Georgia, and in communities across America. It cannot stand. We have watched our neighbors terrorized and brutalized. We have seen innocent Americans killed in cold blood by masked ICE agents who believe that they are above the law. Agents funded by American taxpayer dollars, yet apparently they are accountable to no one. Let's be clear. The presence of ICE in our communities is not about public safety. This is about stoking fear, silencing peaceful dissent, and turning Americans against one another. This is a direct attack on civil rights and due process to target communities of color, instilling fear in Black, Latino, Asian, and immigrant communities, and anyone who dares to speak out against the Trump administration. Kristi Noem has refused to provide Congress or the American people with the transparency and the justice that we and the families of those murdered by masked agents deserve and demand.
100%. This is a direct attack on civil rights and the American people. You always picture me streaming from my cozy bed. I wish. This is a much more involved situation than that. Yeah, right. No, I have to remain upright, seating. I've got a lot of stuff going on all at once to make this happen. Might not seem like it, but there's a lot of moving pieces to try and bring up the entertainment, the valuetainment value, the meter. The entertainment bar can only be raised with great efforts. All right, now this is a disturbing situation. One which I think I have a fairly easy explanation for, but apparently Minnesota public school officials are saying that ICE has been stalking them, following them around.
Liam's classmates made us this, and I appreciate that gift. We'll keep it up here. I am not grateful to the federal government for bringing Liam back. I'm grateful for the people who surrounded him and brought him back, and that was not these people. But here's the thing. We don't know how many others are in the same situation that didn't get a photo that went viral. We don't have good confirmation of where they're at. Those are being Minnesotans. These are our children that were taken from us, sent to Texas in the middle of the night, put in inhumane conditions, and then forcing judges to tell them to bring back and bring them back home.
I have personally been followed twice by ICE agents. I am a U.S.-born citizen, born in Lake City, Minnesota. One of our school board members was followed for over an hour. U.S.-born citizen. Multiple board members have had ICE vehicles outside of their homes for many hours on end. This happened last week and again yesterday. 4 black SUVs outside of a board member's home multiple times yesterday.
And that's because they're not actually going after the teachers. When I heard this story, I knew exactly what this was. And maybe I'm wrong. But I am quite certain about this. It's completely vibes based. It's just based upon what she said, what they've said about their experience being followed, these multiple teachers being followed around. You know what they're doing, right? It's obvious to me. Maybe it's not obvious to everybody else. But they're stalking these teachers around, hoping to figure out who is hiding. And you might be, well, how does following teachers around help? Well, because we've heard about how communities are banding together, helping out those who are in hiding, who are afraid of leaving their homes, kids who aren't going to school, families who aren't going to work. People are banding together to bring them their food and say their school work. Right? Who would be bringing the schoolwork to the kids? The teachers. So what does ICE do? They start following around fucking school officials, hoping that they're making visits to undocumented immigrants and then going and harassing people at those addresses after the fact. Right? This is a surveillance operation. They are trying to suss out who is in hiding right now by following community members who are most likely to be visiting immigrant families. This is Gestapo tactics, people. They're terrorizing communities and they're stalking teachers around to try and suss out where the people most afraid are hiding. You know, where's Anne Frank? Which attic is she hiding in today? Well, you know, okay. Let's go here to a Minnesota taco shop.
A South Minneapolis taco shop is open again after a confrontation involving men believed to be ICE agents raised fear among workers and neighbors. Our Derek James has the story.
Ilsa Denise Aguilar Ortega is back at work, taking orders and serving customers during lunch at Tacos El Primo in South Minneapolis.
It was an emotional day.
God. This is making me emotional. And not for the right reasons. Those tacos are making me so goddamn hungry right now. Oh my God. Also, who doesn't love tacos? If you don't love tacos, you're not an American. You don't get tacos without immigrants in the United States. Well, actually, all right, I'm not going to play that game right now, but you get what I'm saying. You know, you don't get delicious food like tacos in the United States without immigrants. Without brown people, no tacos. Let's be real. Tacos are one of the best foods. If you hate tacos, I don't like you.
Where We were scared. We're more emotional because we see all the love that the community has given us. So yeah, it's
Oh God, it's
something
making
that
me
warms
so
your
hungry.
heart.
That fear followed a confrontation here Sunday when a crowd surrounded a group of men they believed to be ICE agents after they ate inside the restaurant. In this video, one person is seen knocking a drink from a man's hand. Aguilar Ortega says
These guys
the
shouldn't be
encounter
allowed
began
to
like
eat
any other
tacos.
business day, with
These guys should not be allowed to. You've never eaten a taco? Bullshit. Have you never eaten a taco? Oh, God, you poor, deprived, depraved individual. Okay, that's not true. I love you, Bad Lefty. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I assumed everyone had eaten a taco. I don't know how you've gotten this far without eating. I demand that you eat a taco. It's really not that hard. It takes no time. It can't, even in the UK or in Ireland, it cannot, there must be access to taco supplies. It can't be, like, you know what I mean? Like, this should take you almost no effort. I demand that you make a taco and eat it. Or get someone else to make a taco for you. There must be some places in Ireland that sell tacos. Like, I don't believe that. Exactly. Find a taco right now and put it in your mouth, you son of a bitch. But seriously, these guys should not be allowed to eat tacos. Am I the only one? Like, you should be forced to eat, like, beef stroganoff. And, like, what else what? Trying to think. Only white people food. Okay? That's what I say. Meatloaf. No, nothing with any flavor. Potato salad.
daughter taking the men's orders. Staff had no indication they were law enforcement.
We always thought that the ICE agents were gonna come with their outfits. We never thought they were gonna come like civil, like normal people.
After reviewing surveillance video, Aguilar Ortega says she realized they had not been truthful about their truck parked outside.
We're thinking that they were gonna come and arrest us. There's like no doubts about it.
Similar incidents have been reported across Minnesota. Last month, workers and community members chased off ICE agents from Rectangle Pizza in Minneapolis's Lynn Lake neighborhood. And in Wilmer, agents ate at a restaurant, then later returned to detain owners and
Beef what? No, beef stroganoff. I believe it's a German food. It's like boiled. It's like noodles. It's like, I think, all right, it's like egg noodles. It's like boiled beef and like a creamy, like a kind of like a creams-ish. Like it's honestly not the worst thing, but there's not a ton of flavor in it, is what I'm saying. It's rather bland. It's rather bland. See, exactly, no spices. They should not be allowed to have spices. Thank you. No spices allowed. Fact is, the Brits did all that imperialism back in the day to get spices. Now you want to reject brown people. Doesn't work like that. Okay? Oh, you've had terrible stroganoff. It's a great... Oh, you're saying I'm not eating good enough stroganoff, you're saying. I see. You're saying you're saying there's higher level stroganoff. And so I am demeaning this food that I know not. I know not what I do. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's Russian? Is it Russian? Why do I associate it with Germany? That's weird. Well, all right, we're all learning things today, okay? Wait, this is in the wrong order. This should be down here. Hold on. Just gonna go right ahead to this. All right, to the House, to Congress, to the congressional hearing forum, I guess. I don't think it's technically it's a forum. Not a single Republican showed up. Just Democrats showed up for this one. This was on the 3rd, Tuesday. Witnesses came and spoke, testifying.
We're going to go ahead and start this joint hearing, and I want to first begin by welcoming everyone. My name is Robert Garcia, and I'm the ranking member on the House Oversight Committee, and I especially want to thank Senator Blumenthal for his incredible leadership. This is our second joint hearing between our two committees in both, of course, the Senate and the House. And today, of course, we're going to be examining the use of violence in immigration enforcement. And so this is a very important moment for us as a committee, and of course, an important moment for us to understand what is happening across this country. And so we are, of course, excited to be here and understand how important it is for everyone to really understand what's going on at this moment. We're also going to be hearing from a variety of witnesses as well, and we're very grateful to everyone for being here. I want to also just mention that we're going to have members of the Senate as well as members of the House that will be coming in and out to ask questions. And so I want to welcome, of course, our members of the House Oversight Committee. And then, of course, we're going to be having members of the U.S.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. This is a long hearing, 3.5 hours. It is a marathon. So I'm going to try and hit some of the spots in here. Who did I want to hear from first? I guess we'll go here to Blumenthal. Dick. Okay, there's a lot of food talk now. Blood sausage, bangers and mash, taters and cabbage. Taters and cabbage. Haggis. Okay, this is all continuing to just make me more hungry, just thinking about the food. You realize this, right? And I've got another 4 hours left of this stream. So you're just antagonizing me right now. Perhaps unintentionally, but nonetheless, I sit here dying of hunger.
This hearing is extraordinary and unprecedented, but so is the inhumanity and brutality that we've seen from a government agency. With us today are brave Americans who have come forward to speak truth to power. That phrase is overused, but truly it applies today. With us in...
What does he even mean by that? This overused phrase? Who's overusing truth to power?
Also, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, in spirit. They should be here in person, but they were murdered. They were murdered by their own government. They were killed in cold blood. And I can only imagine how painful it must be for you to see that image of your sister, which speaks to your courage, your guts, your grit and determination to be here. And you have won the admiration and gratitude.
Oh my God, Dick, you are taking forever. I am moving on from Richard to the actual witnesses. Richard just keeps talking. Actually, he brought out a whole he brought props out. I might as well see what props it is he brought out.
Most important for me, rights of citizens to seek redress, rights of anyone to have recourse in the courts to make sure that agents violating their rights are held accountable.
Okay, we seriously have to get rid of these fucking guys. Okay, these like centrist Democrat, these like ancient centrist Dems. Like maybe he has something important to say right now. I can't remember. I listened to it. Honestly, he probably has some important stuff to say. The dude puts me to sleep. These freaking geriatrics. He takes so goddamn long to say anything. And they just drone on in the same fucking tone. Monotone voice. It's just like, kill me already. Oh my God, it's so painful to listen to. I just want to rip my hair out. Curry is the #1 British dish. I do love me some Indian food.
Here to share some words about their sister. Luke and Brent, on behalf of all of us, I want to express again our gratitude, and we offer our condolences. Words are inadequate, but just know from our hearts, we are with you in spirit for this devastating loss, and we thank you for being here today. And I recognize you now for your remarks.
Thank you, Ranking Member Blumenthal and Ranking Member Garcia, and distinguished members of Congress. My name is Luke Ganger, and I'm here with my brother Brent. Renee Good is our sister. We're here on behalf of Nay's big family and those who loved her. We're here to ask for your help. I was talking to my 4-year-old last week when she noticed I was not doing well. I had to come here today and talk to some important people. She knows that her aunt died and that somebody caused it to happen. She told me that there are no bad people and that everyone makes mistakes. She has Nay's spirit. The deep distress our family feels because of Nay's loss is in such a violent and unnecessary way is complicated by feelings of disbelief, distress, and desperation for change. In the last few weeks, our family took some consolation, thinking that perhaps Nay's death would bring about change in our country. And it has not. The completely surreal scenes taking place on the streets of Minneapolis are beyond explanation. This is not just a bad day or a rough week or isolated incidents. These encounters with federal agents are changing the community and changing many lives, including ours, forever. And I still don't know how to explain to my 4-year-old what these agents are doing when we pass by. Our family is deeply grateful for the outpouring of love and support from the community in Minneapolis and from people across the country and around the world. The prayers and words of support have truly brought us comfort, and it is meaningful that these sentiments have come from people of all colors, faiths, and ideals. That is a perfect reflection of Renee, who carried peace, patience, and love for others wherever she went. Our family is a very American blend. We vote differently, and we rarely completely agree on the finer details of what it means to be a citizen of this country. We attend various churches and some not at all. And despite those differences, we have always treated each other with love and respect. And we've gotten even closer during this very divided time in our country. And we hope that our family can be even a small example to others, not to let political ideals divide us, to be good, like Renee. But the most important thing we can do today is to help this panel and our country understand who Renee is and what a beautiful American we have lost. A sister, a daughter, mother, a partner, and a friend.
Okay, let's just go right into this. Actually, I'm gonna let this guy speak too.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent Ganger, and I'd like to share some thoughts from the eulogy that I gave on my sister's behalf this past Saturday. When I think of Renee, I think of dandelions and sunlight. Dandelions don't ask permission to grow. They push through cracks in the sidewalk, through hard soil, through places where you don't expect beauty, and suddenly there they are, bright, alive. Unapologetically hopeful. That was Renee. And sunlight, warm, steady, life-giving, because when she walked in a room, things felt lighter, even on cloudy days. Renee had a way of showing up in the world that made you believe things were going to be okay. Not because she ignored the hardship, but because she chose optimism anyway. She chose to look for what was good, what was possible, and what was worth loving. Nene loved fiercely, openly, and without hesitation. As a mother, Renee poured herself into love. The kind of love that shows up every day, that sacrifices quietly, that cheers loudly, that believes deeply. Her children were and are her heart. Walking around outside her body. And she made sure they felt safe, valued, and endlessly loved. As a sister, she was constant. Someone you could lean on, laugh with, or just sit in silence beside. She had a way of making you feel understood, even when you didn't have the words yet. She didn't just listen, she saw you. She believed in second chances. She believed tomorrow could be better than today. She believed that kindness mattered, and she lived that belief. Even when things were hard, Nay looked for the light.
Oh God, it's hard to watch this. It's hard to watch this. These two guys, I mean, they are clearly just... This dude's on the brink of tears right here while he's trying to get through this statement. They're clearly, I mean, in grieving right now. They shouldn't have to be. Why was their family member, why was this man's sister murdered by the federal government for what? A traffic violation, if that? something that these ICE agents have no jurisdiction over.
And if she couldn't find it, she became the light for somebody else. It was the excessively ordinary things that made Nay so beautiful. There are billions of people who now know her name, and it would be so easy to fall into the false belief the great heroic things are required to overcome difficult things in the world. But as Tolkien wrote, it is the small, everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay, small acts of kindness and love. That's why the image of dandelions feels so right. People try to pull them up, overlook them, dismiss them, but they keep coming back, stronger, brighter, spreading seeds of hope everywhere they land. Renee planted those seeds in all of us. In her children, in her family, in friends, coworkers, and people who maybe didn't even realize they needed her light at the time. And sunlight. Sunlight doesn't ask for recognition. It just gives. It warms, it nurtures, it helps things grow. Renee did that for us. She helped us grow. She helped us believe in ourselves. She helped us see the good, even when life felt heavy. Renee is not gone from us. She's in the light that finds us on hard days. She's in the resilience we didn't know we had until we needed it. She's in the laughter, the memories, the love that continues to grow. Like dandelions, like sunlight, and like Renee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brent and Luke.
It's rough listening to these guys talking. I forget what the first guy's relation. I think they're cousins. The second guy was his sister. Just completely fucked. We're not done with this hearing. We just can't watch. We just can't watch the whole thing. It's fucking 3.5 hours long. I think this is the next part that I want.
About Brent and Luke could apply to every one of you. Your courage and your strength enable us to move forward, to seek action, to appeal to the conscience of our country. We're fortunate to be joined today by Antonio Ramanucci. Mr. Ramanucci is an attorney representing the family of Renee Nicole Good. He has extensive experience representing victims of policy violence, including the family of George Floyd. Marie Martinez is an American citizen, resident of Chicago. She is here to share her experience of being shot 5 times by Customs and Border Protection agents in Chicago this past October. Alia Rahman is an American citizen and resident of Minneapolis. She is here to share her story of being violently stopped and detained by immigration agents while on her way to a doctor's appointment just 3 weeks ago. Martin Daniel Rascon, known as Daniel, I believe. He is an American.
Okay, we don't need to hear Richard Blumenthal explain these. We're going to listen to most of the, not all these testimonies, but multiple testimonies. I'm just going to let this guy talk.
Is Antonio Ramanucci, and I'm a civil rights and tort litigation attorney with the deep honor of representing the Renee Good family for her tragic shooting death by federal agents in Minneapolis. I have handled excessive force cases across the country for decades. My colleagues and I are deeply distressed at these invasions onto fellow Americans' civil rights by our own government that have gone well beyond the initial scope of removing criminals. The occupation by ICE and CBP in our cities is way beyond their mission, leading to unnecessary provocation that causes needless harm and death. These operations in multiple states have routinely and consistently included violations of the Constitution. We call for an immediate end of false narratives by federal officials about the victims of excessive force. The character assassinations and conclusions.
Dude, with love, you gotta stop those gunshot sound effects for real. I don't know if I can. I understand. I think I understand where you're coming from, and correct me if I'm wrong. You're probably telling me that it's upsetting. I mean for it to be upsetting. And every time I do it, it hurts. Just so you know, every time I do it, it hurts me. But the fact is, that's what the last thing that people like Renee Good heard. People like Alex Preddy heard. It was just a barrage of gunshots. This is the world we live in right now. The United States is under siege. Americans are living under occupation. We're getting shot in the streets for being literally political. We're creating agencies basically to go after people like political dissidents right now. Okay, like I am doing that because that is just reality. I could use this, right? I could. But it's too comical. It's not right. It's not right. I refuse to do it. I know it's painful. And unfortunately, that's why I'm doing it. Because it is painful. It is painful to me every time we talk about it. And I refuse to let us play it down or to let it wash over us and just sort of, this should not sit well with us. This is bad. This is a slippery slope we're going down right now. As an Irishman, you should be worried too. Historically, we're in troubles territory right now. There's some different dynamics at play here, but
Before an investigation has been started, let alone completed, must stop. In America, our leaders must be held to a standard of truth and responsible speech. There is no such thing as absolute immunity, and that perception leads to agents who behave with absolute impunity, leading to exaggerated and violent, provoked encounters with people. This is an unprecedented and deeply unsettling time, and the roadmap to navigating this national crisis lies within this august body. My job today will be to share information about the process to hold federal officers accountable for actions we believe are violations of constitutional rights in the face of other investigative bodies failing to do so. In Renee Good's civil case, our team has promised to provide transparency about what happened to her as we continue our independent investigation in an aggressive way, but also in a moral and ethical manner. We want to be the voice of reason for the country that wants to understand and deserves the facts. For example,
wouldn't that be nice? The facts. Oh God, the facts. Oh. What? What? Oh God, that would be nice. In 2026, the facts. Oh, if only. We can try. We can try. Let's go to one woman for some of her facts.
God, He has been a constant presence in my life.
Sorry, I want to start at the
harm-stopping
beginning.
legislation seeking accountability when the law requires. I thank you. I thank this esteemed panel for your commitment to the truth, American values, and of course, our Constitution.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to be here today, for taking the time to hear my testimony. I give thanks to God. He has been a constant presence in my life and the source of my strength. Without him, I wouldn't be here standing. I am a living testimony of his grace. Sincerely, thank you everyone who has kept me in their thoughts and prayers and who has supported me since day one. From the parents at my school to my neighbors, to my family and friends, strangers near and far, from Mexico to Colombia, thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Esto es para toda mi gente inmigrante. My name is Marimar Martinez. I am a first-generation Mexican-American. As a survivor of this administration actions, as an advocate for those who do not have a voice, those that are pleading for justice, living in fear, and those who are asking for meaningful change and accountability. I come from a beautiful family full of immigrants. I am proud of my roots. I am born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, where I learned the values of resilience, community, respect, love, and hope. Those lessons have shaped me since childhood and continue to guide me through my adult life. On October 4, 2025, those values were tested when my life was nearly taken by my own government.
Honestly, it's actually shocking to me that this woman is sitting in front of us speaking right now. She got shot 5 times. She got shot. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's insane. It's actually an incredible, it's an incredible testament. I mean, the recovery. And honestly, I mean, she goes into it, but I mean, she's not able to move around the same as she was before. It's just a fucking tragedy still. Still fucking, it's disgusting. But I mean, it's shocking to me that she's even like alive. She's lucky to be talking to us right now. More Rumor, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Memorial gig tonight for Bob, R.I.P., middle school teacher, band leader, beloved dude. Even his 3 ex-wives came to his wake 2 years ago. Godspeed in your galactic orbits. Indeed. Much appreciated, Orb. R.I.P. Bob. All 3 ex-wives. That's not bad. It's a pretty good... That's, Bob clearly had something going on for him. Unknown what. Pete Teado, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Hi, I am an meme raider. Fascinating. And meme raider, you say? What is a meme raider? Well, you rate the memes? What memes? What memes are you rating? Is that like a job? It's like a job title? Someone pays you to rate memes? Is that what I'm to understand?
Testimony is my attempt to give voice to an experience that words struggle to hold, but silence cannot justify. On Saturday, October 4, 2025, I woke up tired but committed to doing the fall cleaning I promised myself I would do that day. After 2 hours, I had successfully filled an entire bag of good quality clothes and shoes I wanted to take to donate to my local church. After a quick shower and a cup of coffee, I put the bag of clothes in the back of my car and headed towards the church. As I was getting close to the church, I noticed a SUV that appeared to be similar to the Border Patrol vehicles that had been invading our Hispanic neighborhood. In the previous week, I got a quiet but firm sense that something wasn't right. As I passed the vehicle, I noticed an overlight in the front windshield, no front plates as required in Illinois, and an out-of-state license plate in the back. I then noticed a uniformed Border Patrol agent in the vehicle. As a 30-year-old USA citizen with no criminal history, I believed that I had nothing to worry about. But I was concerned for my friends, neighbors, based on the well-publicized incidents involving Border Patrol agents in our community over the past few weeks, arresting anyone with brown skin for no legitimate law enforcement reasons. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, I followed these Border Patrol agents through my neighborhood, honking my horn, shouting out "La Migra," to warn my neighbors about the presence of these agents who have been terrorizing our community over the past few weeks. As I did this, my neighbors standing on the porches and sidewalks joined in on this spontaneous life alert system and began setting off their car alarms to warn other neighbors. As the Border Patrol vehicle turned on Kedzie Avenue, I continued to beat my horn and warn my community. As we approached the intersection of 39th and Kedzie, my vehicle was 2 to 3 feet to the left of the Border Patrol vehicle. He started to swerve into my lane as he was driving. I made eye contact with the driver of the Border Patrol vehicle and watched as he turned the steering wheel once again to his left and sideswept my vehicle. I immediately froze, slammed on the brakes, and stopped my car. The Border Patrol vehicle stopped just 1 to 2 car lengths ahead of me. It seemed like time stopped. I knew from watching the news coverage of other Border Patrol encounters in Chicago that I was in danger. I watched the vehicle of Border Patrol agent killing Silverio Villegas Gonzalez just 3 weeks prior. I knew I had to get to safety before I was dragged from my car and likely beaten or killed. I drove forward and went around the Border Patrol agents, who jumped out of his car and pointed his gun at me. I moved to the far left lane, striking the curb on the far left side of Kedzie. The next thing I knew, I felt a burning sensation in my arms, legs, and that I had been shot by pepper balls, which I also seen these agents fire at people in our community. As I continued to drive past the Border Patrol agents, I could hear my back passenger window shatter, and I felt bullets continue to pierce my body. As I attempted to drive to a safe location, I began to feel lightheaded. I looked down and I noticed blood gushing out of my arms and legs, and I realized I'd been shot multiple times. As I became lightheaded, I became worried I would pass out and endanger other drivers on the road.
This is so disturbing. And all police training says not to shoot at moving vehicles unless it's absolutely necessary. This woman was pulling over to the side of the road, to the curb, so far to the side of the curb that she hit the curb and then got shot. These people are a fucking menace to society. Like, these ICE agents are a fucking lawless force. Douchebag Incorporated. Just unconstitutional assholes with guns. It's a gang of thugs. Bunch of criminal gang members. That's all it is. Just a gang of criminals running around doing crimes, violating the law, murdering people, shooting up neighborhoods, crashing cars, stealing people, kidnapping people. They've been alleged of sexual abuse, rape. Just shooting people. Minding their own business. Just gonna skip to the end of her statement here. For time's sake, we're at 8 hours right now. I haven't taken a break for like 3. I hope you're all holding up okay. I'm just trying to avoid taking breaks because it just winds up making it so that we get less content. And for now, I'm holding out through it. No, what have I done?
Because silence is no longer an option. This needs to stop now. Why do we continue to wait for more public executions when we have already seen the evidence in our TVs and computer screens? We have heard the testimonies. We have watched the pain unfold in real time. How many more lives must be lost before meaningful action is taken? The United States is and will always be a country of immigrants, built by immigrants. We are a country of love and tolerance. This is the land of the free, the land of the opportunity, and the great nation that people around the world aspire to call home. And prior to this recent war on immigrants, we were a country where law enforcement acted lawfully and appropriately, with respect of all human life. I am happy to see people of different nationalities speak up. This is the spirit of love, unity, and courage. This will make America great.
Now, not to correct her too much here, but that's not 100% true. It's just one of the most blatant examples of lawless law enforcement, or whatever you want to call it, because it's not technically law enforcement, it's just immigration enforcement. But we can call it law enforcement if we want. Lawless enforcement. In modern history, certainly the most blatant example of this. But let's not forget, Minneapolis, I mean, is a prime example of that. Right? The Black Lives Matter protests happened because the police were acting lawlessly then. And that had nothing to do with immigration enforcement.
I am asking you today, pleading with you, to please help bring back the America I grew up loving and idolizing. In America that values human dignity, protects life, and lives up to the ideals our founding fathers proudly proclaim. If there's no justice for the people, let there be no peace for the government. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
you. 100%. If there's no justice, let there be no peace.
Ms. Martinez, Ms. Rahman, and I'm going to suggest to the witnesses that we stay to 5 minutes because we're running a little bit behind. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Thank you, members, for taking time to be here today, and thank you, staff, for making this happen. My name is Aliya Rahman, and I am a resident of South Minneapolis. I'm a Bangladeshi American, born in northern Wisconsin, and I'm a disabled person with autism and a traumatic brain injury. Not all autistic brains do this, but mine fixates on sounds, numbers, and patterns. And while what the world saw happen to me exactly 3 weeks ago today on video was a terrible violation, it is still nothing compared to the horrific practices I saw inside the Whipple Center. So I am here today with a duty to the people who have not had the privilege of coming home, and I offer this data because these practices must end now. On January 13th, on the way to my 39th appointment at Hennepin County's Traumatic Brain Injury Center, I encountered a traffic jam caused by ICE vehicles and no signs indicating how to get around it. I had not wanted to pull into a blocked, chaotic intersection, but verbally agreed to do so and rolled down my window after an agent yelled, "Move! I will break your effing window!" His first instruction. Agents on all sides of my vehicle yelled conflicting threats and instructions that I could not process while watching for pedestrians. Then the glass of the passenger side window flew across my face. I yelled, "I'm disabled," at the hands grabbing at me, and an agent said, "Too late." I felt immersed in a pattern, and I thought of Genoa Donald, an autistic black man killed by police during a traffic stop in 2021. I remembered Mr. Sliberio Gonzalez, who was killed by ICE in his vehicle last year. An agent pulled a large combat knife in front of my face, which I thought was for cutting me, and later learned was used to cut off my seatbelt.
This is ridiculous!
Shooting pain went through my head, neck, and wrists when I hit the ground face first and people leaned on my back. I felt the pattern. And
why are these guys carrying around fucking combat knives like it's Vietnam or something? What in the actual fuck? What in the actual fuck? Combat knives? Really? Give me one reason why these idiots should be walking around with combat knives. Are you shitting me?
I thought of Mr. George Floyd, who was killed 4 blocks away.
This is the very definition.
I was carried face down through the street.
These fucking douchebags all think they're Rambo. Running around with fucking assault weapons and combat knives and military fatigues on U.S. city streets. It is insane.
I cuffed arms and legs while yelling that I had a brain injury and was disabled. I now cannot lift my arms normally. I was never asked for ID, never told I was under arrest, never read my rights, and never charged with a crime. Approaching the Whipple Center, I saw black
lawsuit
and brown bodies shackled together, chained together, being marched by yelling agents outdoors. I continue to hear the word bodies because that is how agents refer to us. We're bringing in a body. They're bringing in bodies, 7, 8 at a time. Where do I put them? We can't use that room. There's already a body in there. You have no reason to believe you will make it out alive if you are already being called a body. Agents repeatedly had to stop and ask how to do tasks. I received no medical screening, phone call, or access to a lawyer. I was denied a communication navigator when my speech began to slur. Agents laughed as I tried to immobilize my own neck. I asked for my cane and was told no, pulled up my arms and prodded forward in leg irons by agents laughing and saying, "Walk, you can do it, walk." Agents did not know if the facility had a wheelchair. When I was finally placed in one to be taken to interrogation, an agent taunted, "You were driving, right? So your legs do work." I pleaded for emergency medical care for over an hour after my vision had become blurry, my heart rate went through the roof, and the pain in my neck and head became unbearable. It was denied. When I became unable to speak, my cellmate pleaded for me. The last sounds I remember before I blacked out on the cell floor were my cellmate banging on the door, pleading for a medic, and a voice outside saying, "We don't want to step on ICE's toes."
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to step on ICE's toes while they tread all over the rights of American citizens. You wouldn't want to do that. That would be so rude. These cops are complicit. They're not upholding the law. They're not upholding the law, and it's time to defund them. You know, their police budgets have increased around the country every single year since Black Lives Matter. Okay? Write that down. Nobody got defunded, but it is time. It is time, because they're not upholding the law, and they're helping a lawless federal agency violate the law. So, honestly, time to abolish ICE and defund the police. Take away all of their fancy military gear and give them bobby sticks, whatever it's called, the nightsticks. You guys can have nightsticks and helmets and a badge and a notebook.
When I opened my eyes at Hennepin County's emergency,
You'll trade in your, you'll trade in your military, like Humvee style crowd control stuff and your LRADs, and we'll give you a moped. Okay? How's that sound? Is that good for you?
room, I learned I was brought there to be treated for assault. The impacts of DHS detention on my physical, mental, and financial well-being and safety have been very severe, but I do not deserve more humane treatment than anyone else, U.S. citizen or not. And I am here today with a strong spirit and a duty to the many people who haven't had the privilege to tell their stories or see their loved ones come home. I am extremely distressed by the pattern that violence from law enforcement has been happening to Black and Indigenous communities for centuries, and to DHS survivors for over 20 years. We call ourselves a civilized nation, but we lack rules and accountability around what a person claiming to be law enforcement is permitted to do to another human being. I am not afraid. And I'm not afraid to keep working on this problem, even after ICE is gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rahman. Mr. Raskin.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. And thank you for allowing our story to be heard. I am Daniel Rascon, a 23-year-old U.S. citizen from SoCal. I'm the eldest of 3 brothers and father to a nearly 3-week-old baby girl. I operate a forklift for work and currently have my CDLA license and dental assisting certification. I'm no celebrity, but I am loved by many in my community, and there are many that I love and I'm thankful for. The morning of August 16th, 2025 would quickly become unforgettable, especially because my future father-in-law, Francisco Longoria, wanted me to run an errand with him and his son, Jonathan, when all I really wanted to do was just sleep in. We took Jonathan's truck with him sitting in the passenger seat, Francisco driving, and me sitting behind Francisco, when we were just 2 minutes away from home. At 8:49 a.m., 2 unmarked trucks suddenly boxed in our car. I had been looking down at my phone, but when our car abruptly stopped, I looked up thinking we must be at a red light or in a traffic jam. But to my surprise, I was instead met with four men in face masks, sunglasses, and baseball caps, and guns drawn, pointing straight at us, walking towards our car. These 4 men then tried forcing their way into our car by pulling on the handles, pounding on the windows, and yelling at us to roll down the windows, all while failing to answer our repeated requests for their identification and what they wanted. I did not know who these men were. They were refusing to identify themselves, and the only thing I felt I could do, I could control, was capturing this event by recording it on my cell phone. There were 2 men on either side of the car, and they were not wearing any uniform. I could not tell who these men surrounding our car with guns were. We again asked them to show identification and why they were approaching us with so much aggression. Only seconds after they started pounding on the windows, one of the men broke the driver's side window, punched Francisco in the face, and began reaching into the car. At the same time, a man on the other side of the car broke the passenger window where Jonathan was sitting and began reaching into the vehicle. They shattered the windows, and in that moment, the whole world felt like it was the size of the inside of our pickup. And we were sitting in harm's way with nothing to do but record the horrifying experience. Terrified for our lives, Francisco bravely drove straight through the only open pathway down the street, hoping to be driving towards safety, when we were instead met with gunfire. After we had passed the men, one of the 4 men attempted to murder us after we passed by, as he fired and made contact with the passenger side of our car multiple times. I will never forget the fear and having to quickly duck my head as the shots were fired at the car. Any one of those bullets could have killed me or 2 people that I love. We narrowly escaped as pieces of glass fell on our heads as we drove down the bumpy road. 3 minutes changed our lives forever. The incident began at 8:49 a.m. and we were home by 8:52 a.m. We left home that morning with the truck in good condition, but we returned home with the, excuse me. I'm sorry, hold on. Where was that? We were in, sorry, I lost myself here. Yes. We were home by 8:52 a.m. Left that morning with the truck in good condition, but we returned home with a truck that had 2 shattered windows and bullet holes. We then called 911 to report that 4 men who were hiding their identity assaulted and shot at us. By 9 a.m., a police helicopter was flying over our property. Next thing we know, local officers showed up at our home, handcuffed Francisco, put him in the officer's car, and began individually questioning us. The officers then allowed the same 4 men who had just attacked us to come to our home. Those 4 men were asked to identify who they were looking for, but they had zero idea as to who they were even targeting. Pointing to me as the driver, these masked men had just shot at us.
It's completely unconstitutional. You can't get a warrant for nobody. You have to have somebody. You have to have a target. You have to have an individual. You can't just say, any brown person at this residence. Can't do it. Completely ridiculous.
Ridiculous!
And they were now in our home, treating us as the people who had done something wrong. The man who shot at us went to my future brother-in-law, asked him questions about the video we took of their attack, and lied, saying those were not shots. When the officers left our home almost 3 hours later, we were told that the FBI would continue the investigation. However, almost immediately after the officers left our home, 2 men walked up to our gate and told us to let them in. We could immediately tell this was not the FBI, but instead ICE and HSI agents. The HSI agent then said, "Is he here?" But they never clarified who he was. I said we were told the FBI would be coming and we would be waiting for them to arrive. The HSI agent looked at me and said, "For all intents and purposes, we are the FBI." As time passed, more and more ICE and HSI agents arrived in unmarked vehicles with no license plates. They had gear on and walked around our home with submachine guns, assault rifles, and holstered pistols, making sure to keep their hands on their weapons for fast drawing. The agents blocked every exit out of our home and shut the entire block of our neighborhood. More than 20 HSI ICE agents and more than 30 police officers were brandishing weapons ranging from paintball guns to a manned drone, flying and mapping out the layout of our home. Our home that used to be our safe place, now being used as a weapon against us to trap us and take advantage of our surroundings. Once the agents finished asking us questions and watching our recordings of the terrifying event, they left, but we no longer felt safe. We didn't feel like we could leave our home or operate normally in the world. How do you move on from knowing someone tried to kill you and people you love for no reason? Then just 2 weeks later, on August 28th, 2025, I was sleeping on the couch when I was awoken up at 4 a.m. by horrified family members telling me that men were entering our property through our gate and surrounding our entire home. These men had weapons, were wearing night vision goggles, and utilizing a bright green laser beam from their assault rifles. An armored truck was in front of our house, and one of the men used a megaphone to announce we needed to come outside of our home with our hands up. Our hearts were racing, and we tried getting everyone in the house awake since it was the middle of the night. Again, we were placed in a position of pure terror and did not know what to do. We called our lawyers because we did not understand what was happening. But then the men breached our front doors by breaking the locks and yelling that we needed to come out of the house with our hands up. The agents pointed the bright lasers attached to their rifles at each of us inside the home. They even pointed their weapon at my fiance, who was pregnant at the time. We kept telling them.
It's totally fucked. There's no excuse for this right now, ever. There's no excuse.
Law. Part of what our whole system relies on is there's ultimately some accountability. We understand that we get things wrong, but the way we get things better is we demand accountability of ourselves and of those who broke the law. And for me, that's what this hearing is about, and that's what this moment is about. It is Congress's responsibility to step up and say, we are going to put new rules in place for ICE, but most of all, we're going to demand accountability for those who break the law. Yes. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next up is Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, to both of our ranking members for holding this hearing. And I just first want to associate myself with all of my colleagues who have acknowledged that you can't reform authoritarianism and that we can't unmask fascism and cruelty and oppression, and that the call now is to abolish this agency. ICE and DHS agents are terrorizing communities. They're violating constitutional rights. They're harming, even killing people. They're calling for body cameras and codes of conduct, quite frankly, isn't enough when the agency doesn't care about the current laws or the rules that they're already supposed to follow. The problem is that these immigration enforcement agents are operating exactly how they were meant to operate. ICE is uniquely and deeply an American creation. A lot of my colleagues have called ICE the Gestapo, which makes them seem foreign and new. It allows people to say that what we're experiencing right now is in some way unprecedented, but this isn't a new phenomenon. If you just look back throughout our own nation's history, look back to the slave patrols or to racial segregation enforcement, if we look at the decades of run-of-the-mill racism and authoritarianism, what we're seeing is America doing American things. The so-called Kavanaugh stops from what the Supreme Court open the doors to stops based on racial profiling are just this era's stop and frisk. For years, Black and brown folks have been sounding the alarm about racial bias and discrimination in law enforcement, yet any tiny steps forwards have been erased to support tough on crime policies. The lessons learned in the wake of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery have been completely abandoned, and ICE has been able to take advantage of that and run with it. ICE and DHS are inflicting generational trauma. Just listening to our witnesses today and what they've been through at the hands of our government should be difficult for anybody who claims to love this country to hear. Anybody. Mr. Escombe spoke today about going out and running errands with his future in-laws when immigration agents stopped their car. Ms. Rahman told us she was going to a doctor's appointment when ICE ripped her from her vehicle as she yelled that she had a disability. Ms. Martinez explained how immigration officers rammed her car and then shot her and then tried to blame her. And we heard from Mr. Romanucci today because we can't hear from Renee Good because ICE killed her. Mr. Escombe, after the sketchy traffic stop and after they came to your home right after, these immigration officers actually terrorized your family a third time, almost 2 weeks later, when they broke your front door down, correct?
That is correct.
What went through your head as all of this went down at about 4 in the morning?
Just fear.
And your fiance, she was pregnant at the time?
Yes, she was.
Did they make any effort to make sure that she stayed safe and calm?
Not at all. They just kept pointing the lasers at her and the rest of us.
How, if you don't, and it's okay if you can't right now answer, how has your family coped in the aftermath of this?
Just staying strong together and having faith and slowly moving forward as best as we can.
I want to thank you and all of our witnesses for coming in today and for speaking your truth. For this cannot be overstated, that in these times, it is actually dangerous to speak out against this administration. It's dangerous to speak out against this agency that we know has the ability to target people. When our federal government is willing to lie and to slander anyone who speaks out against Trump or his minions or their plans, it is brave and it's honorable for you to do this and be here. This country needs to really reflect on how we got here. We have to look back and learn rather than sanitizing our history and forget our flaws. We can't just stop at abolishing ICE because that's no longer enough. We need to prosecute the wrongdoings and hold these agents and leaders and anyone who had anything to do with that accountable.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Trump administration is not interested in holding anybody accountable. In fact, they would prefer that we whitewash and sanitize history. They're actively doing it, and we've got proof of that coming up here in a little bit. Some serious, just intense whitewashing of history. Shock of shocks. I'm just gonna go to we're not gonna rewatch all of these clips. I just want to go here to Democracy Now! They ended their discussion of these hearings with a clip from J.D. Vance, but I'll let her finish.
Cannot lift my arms normally. I was never asked for ID, never told I was under arrest, never read my rights, and never charged with a crime.
A part of the testimony of Alia Rahman at Tuesday's congressional hearing on President Trump's militarized crackdown on immigration. No Republican attended that hearing. We'll hear more from Alia Rahman next week on Democracy Now! On Tuesday, Vice President J.D. Vance was interviewed by the Daily Mail.
You apologized? Did you plan to apologize to the family of Alex Preddy?
For what?
For, labeling him an assassin with ill intent.
Well, again, I just describe to you what I said about Alex Preddy, which is that he's a guy who showed up with ill intent to an ICE protest.
No, but if it is
he's
determined, if it's determined that his civil rights were violated by this FBI investigation, will you apologize to that?
So, if this hypothetical leads to that hypothetical leads to another hypothetical,
it's a real case.
Will I do a thing?
Vice President J.D. Vance. Thanks.
If this hypothetical leads to this hypothetical, it's a real thing, he says. It's true. It is a real thing. It's not a hypothetical, JD. It's literally a real thing that's happening right now. JD over here.
One guy, one time.
JD, this is one guy, one time. You want me to speculate on a hypothetical based upon another hypothetical? It's like, no, dude, you're the Vice President of the United States. It's a simple question. It's honestly a super simple question. If it was found that he was murdered, would you? Yes, exactly. One guy, one time. Hillbillies love him. Do they love JD? You think? I think JD is beloved by the Billies. Could be true. I'm not tapped in. I'm not tapped in like that. But some people aren't a big fan of what the Trump administration been up to lately.
I think we're on the eve of a civil war that I think eventually the people are going to start shooting back. A lot of former MAGA people that are fed up with this too. I mean, it's not just the left out here. There's a lot.
Corporate media.
Civil war that I think eventually the people are going to start shooting back because, I mean, they pulled the man's CCW off of him, and then shot him and then clapped afterwards and then said boo-hoo to the crowd. It's like, that's crazy. And there's a lot of gun owners in Minnesota. People think that no one in Minnesota owns guns, but they do. Like big guns. I know a lot of Republicans, a lot of former MAGA people that are fed up with this too. I mean, it's not just the left out here. There's a lot of right-wing people here in these protests. So.
And where do you typically lie on the left-right spectrum?
I'm gonna be honest. I voted for Trump twice, and the first 2 times, and then I didn't vote the third time because I just thought he was a buffoon. But I only voted for him because I was just fed up with the economy. I voted with my wallet because I never used to be that much into politics. But then I watched them straight up execute a guy on the pavement, and then it's like, you know, maybe I ought to pay attention. So.
My God. Is that what it took? That's what it took, huh? Wow. It took a white guy getting shot on the ground for this dude to be like, wait. Trump sucks? That's what it took? This is what it took. Okay. Hey, it's good to know where the line was.
Was Alex Preddy's death really a catalyst for you?
Yeah, it was the inflection point. It was like what got my attention, and then I started looking into. Yeah, it's a bad situation. It's not good. I mean, Stephen Miller is a complete white supremacist, he wants to create an ethno-state and a paramilitary. He has a perverted obsession with Hitlerite ideology, and this ICE nonsense is the product of him. I honestly think Trump might be like, he's evil, but compared to Stephen Miller, he's not. Stephen Miller, I think, is like he's our shadow president. He's like the closest thing we've got to the Antichrist. If we have a civil war or if this escalates, it'll be because Stephen Miller pushed for it.
I'm curious if you can tell me more about.
Wow. Shocking. Trump voters at ICE protest in Minneapolis saying some shocking things. Speaking of saying shocking things, the Trump administration has apparently, according to them, found the leader of Antifa, and he lives in Portland.
All right, guys, so we got some giant bombshell reporting here from Ken Klippenstein, and man, you have to see this. This is incredible. So, the government, of course, is implementing NSPM 7, and under NSPM 7, what that means is, instead of the intelligence agencies going after ISIS or Al-Qaeda or right-wing terrorism or cartels or anything like that, they are focusing on, basically, anybody who's anti-MAGA, anybody who dissents, okay? So their criteria are, if you're anti-American or anti-capitalist or anti-Christian, or if they view you as an extremist on migration or race or gender, you go on a list. Okay, and you're the enemy. You're the enemy if you're on that list. And so they want to keep an eye on you. They want to take your rights away. They want to make sure that you don't step out of line, right? And so, therefore, basically if you protest, you're a suspect to them. You're a potential domestic terrorist to them, okay? That's how depraved this is. That's how far gone we are as a country. You had some phenomenal reporting here from Ken Klippenstein, and he reports the following. Feds identify leader of Antifa. The list they're creating says so anyway. So this is the guy right here. His name is Chandler Patey. Not only is he not Antifa, he's literally just a random dude.
Oh, God, this guy looks dangerous. Was he like a $120? Like 5'2", $120? Yes, he looks dangerous. Oh, God. Oh, no.
He went to some of the protests in Portland, and he allowed protesters to use his apartment if, like, they got pepper sprayed and they needed to get their eyes cleaned out, or if they needed to, like, use the bathroom or whatever. He would allow them to come into his apartment to use the bathroom. And because of that, the government goes, oh no, he set up some sort of Antifa safe house. It's their home base where they plot their evil terrorist attacks. And so I'm not kidding. They put him on a government watch list and wrote that down. And now he's like one of public enemy number one for these people. It is absolutely insane.
This is ridiculous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Oh my God. It's out of control. It's out of control. Thank you for the extra tinfoil hat, Ricky said. I guess I'll just add that on to on deck for tomorrow's stream. Just an extra tinfoil hat. This guy is the leader of Antifa. It's insane.
He says 29-year-old Chandler Patey has been regularly protesting outside his local ICE.
Fact is Antifa doesn't have a leader. And so they just picked a random guy. They're just like, this random guy who lives outside the ICE facility. He's the leader. This guy is the supreme leader of Antifa. Now, I'd love to see them actually try and prove that. I wish they had to prove that to put him on a list. They should have to, right? Like in a court of law, they should have to prove that to some degree, right? Like you shouldn't be able to just like go on some government watch list because, some rogue politician decided to go after you. Like, that's ridiculous.
In Portland for months.
This is America. I thought this was America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Offering up his apartment to fellow protesters to use the bathroom or wash off pepper spray, according to local news. To the Department of Homeland Security, he is the leader of Antifa in Portland, Oregon. The phrase appears in an internal report produced by DHS, the largest law enforcement agency in the country. As they see it, Patey, a young man accused of no crime, who looks like a random protester plucked off the streets of Minneapolis, is a domestic terrorist. In Patey's apartment, Fox News hosts Laura Ingraham and Jesse Waters saw something sinister in Antifa safe house, as they called it in multiple segments. This kind of idiocy is hardly unprecedented by the standards of cable news, but the federal government is buying into the hysteria too. Documents leaked to me show Patey and countless other American protesters have been branded as domestic terrorists. As a result, their private information is now being collected and stored in a DHS intelligence system shown below. The other thing is, they're now using this to make your life a living hell. So, for example, ICE is going around taking pictures of people. They're using that to purge you from the voter rolls. If they took your picture, they're kicking a lot of those people off of the voter rolls. Why? To try to rig the election, knowing when they're out there, hey, most of these people are going to vote Democrat if they vote. Illegal. And so they kick them off the voter rolls. This is what we're looking at here. He says, asked about Patey's inclusion in the system and how this squares with spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin's response to my reporting on DHS watch lists that there is no database of domestic terrorists run by DHS. The Department of Homeland Security.
Oh my God! They complained. They complained about election fraud, and then that election fraud was litigated in the courts more so than any other election in history. And literally nothing that they claimed was ever proved in a court of law. The judges were literally begging for them to bring evidence to court, and they never did because they had none. And now they're literally stealing the election in broad daylight. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need to grab a drink.
Did not respond to a request for comment. The government's elevation of an ordinary citizen like Patey to terrorist mastermind is the result of a subtle bureaucratic process revealed in this and other DHS documents I've obtained. They show that since almost the beginning of the Trump administration, DHS has been desperate to pull together evidence, no matter how thin, of an epidemic of left-wing domestic terrorism. This bureaucratic imperative to find terrorists among protesters is what got Renee Good and Alex Preddy killed. That's a super important point. These people get put in danger because of these incorrect categorizations that they're terrorists, that they did something wrong. And then they get shot in the face as a result of that. Customs and Border Protection, as well as other DHS sub-agencies, are hard at work producing evidence to feed the domestic terrorist frenzy through the intelligence reporting system Next Generation, or IRS-NG. a portal created to track foreign terrorists trying to sneak into America. Oh my God. As I've reported, there are so many databases both to feed into and extract data from that analysts need a separate reporting system to sort out what is known and who the potential targets should be. According to the Department of Homeland Security records, through the IRS-NG, federal agents can access at least 28 different databases the government maintains. So the thing I'm worried about is you got these people, they call them domestic terrorists, and we know right now they're building 23 concentration camps. They're converting warehouse into effective concentration camps. There's no way they're just going to go after undocumented immigrant violent criminals and put them in the concentration camps. They're going to go after legal immigrants, and they're going to go after American citizens who they consider to be domestic terrorists. And remember, this government doesn't give a fuck about due process. They don't give a fuck about the Constitution. They don't give a fuck about having warrants. They're violating laws on a daily fucking basis. So, like, this is insane. This is
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yep, crazy pills taken. Things are out of control. This is fascism 101.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Yes, indeed. All right, one more clip, and then I think we'll take a break, finally, because of how long we've been going without one. Let's go here. CBS New York. 2 days ago, Tom Homan says that hundreds of immigration agents will be leaving Minneapolis. Oh. Hundreds, you say? Let's not forget that there are thousands of agents there. So hundreds does not even represent half of the agents.
Hundreds of ICE agents are leaving Minneapolis. President Trump's border czar announced the pullback of immigration officers, but thousands will remain. And on Capitol Hill, there's a battle over funding for Homeland Security. That's where Erica Brown is live tonight with more. Erica.
Well, Dick, that drawdown of nearly a quarter of the federal immigration enforcement agents who were on the ground in Minnesota went into effect right away, according to President Trump's border czar, who
immediately,
says state
if
and
not
local
sooner.
officials are cooperating with the government. And President Trump weighed in an interview with NBC, saying the call to withdraw those agents was his.
Aren't I a good guy? Thank you. Oh, thank you, sir. 25%, less than 25% of the agents are leaving. Oh, how generous of our supreme overlords. Slightly fewer federal Gestapo in Minneapolis, so that there can be a few more in some localities nearby. Probably Ohio is next. Ohio, the Rust Belt. I don't know. Hard to say for sure. Could be anywhere. Maine. Just gonna move them around like a chessboard. Nowhere Minneapolis, too much heat there to put them somewhere else. I'm just gonna go one place, one locality to the next. Till we shut this fucking rogue agency down. That's how I see it. Okay, everybody. We're 8 hours and 45 minutes into the Galactic Spacecast here tonight. My God, we still have a shitload of stuff to talk about. Week from hell. Every week is seemingly the week from hell. How is that the case, everyone? How is every week following the preceding week from hell, the new week from hell? I don't understand. How is that possible? It doesn't seem physically possible, but and yet here we are. Well, I could have sworn last week I was saying this is the week from hell. And now I'm here this week saying, actually, fuck last week. This week is the week from hell. Okay. Quick break, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe, like, and bell buttons on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of fantastic ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, you got the super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. You get a hell of a lot of sweet benefits with those memberships. Some secret videos, got a bunch of emotes, feeling of galacticness. Got Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. You got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, we also have new addition to our different contributional options Throne, the latest edition, where you can basically go shopping for gifts for me. Things that help me out. It's similar to like a, what do you call it? Anyways, I add things to the list. Snacks, drinks, things that I need and or want in life that are helpful to me. I add them to the list. You can buy them for a slightly higher cost. I think it's like 6% or something like that. They take a, but you can know exactly where your money goes. You don't even have to think about it. You know, it was drinks. You hear me open a tea, you could think, oh, I bought that tea. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits, I'm not even going to mention them now. Just go click the link in my YouTube or Twitch bio, and you'll find out just what lies in store. All right, space fams, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. Break is over. Time for the stream to start once again. We still got 3 hours left to go. Crazy freaking week. All right, people. We still have a lot left to talk about tonight. So let's not just sit around. Get right back to it. Kyle Kalinske from yesterday. Shocking reversal. Republicans suddenly hate the Second Amendment.
So the other day, guys, we had Scott Bessent, we had Donald Trump. Both of them came out at different times, and they basically made a forthright argument against the Second Amendment, against having guns. You know, Trump was out there like, he showed up to a protest, he had a gun. He had a gun at the protest. Can you believe he had a gun at the protest? He was looking for trouble. He had a gun. He went somewhere with a gun. And he said this as if like the Republican Party's position for fucking ever hasn't been, we love the Second Amendment. We love guns. We believe in right to carry, right? So he goes out there and says it and repeats it and repeats it and repeats it. Scott Bessent says the same thing. Look, he had a gun. He had a gun, so we obviously had to shoot him in the back and murder him. Duh. And I remember watching this going, how the fuck do they not realize the hypocrisy? How do they not realize the contradiction? How do they not realize they're totally flipping on like decades and decades of Republican commentary? And apparently they don't get it. They don't see it. They don't get it. They don't care. And now we have another example. This is perhaps the most egregious. So Jeanine Pirro, who's in the Trump regime and is also a well-known hardcore alcoholic, she goes on Fox News. And she says the following. This is wild. Listen to this.
And you bring a gun into the district, you mark my words, you're going to jail. I don't care if you have a license in another district, and I don't care if you're a law-abiding gun owner somewhere else. You bring a gun into this district, count on going to jail, and hope you get the gun back.
Count on going to jail. That's the alcohol talking. You bring a gun to this district, count on going to jail, bro. Where's my margarita? Jesus, you couldn't put the bottle down for one fucking segment?
You bring a gun into this district, count on going to jail, and hope you get the gun back. And that makes all the difference.
Yeah, it's amazing how accountability works. You know, when people think that if they actually get arrested, they might have to do time and they might be taken off the street. It sort of puts a little different message.
You know, I just want to bring this video up here. I saw this, it's not in my list, but now that I'm watching this, I just want to bring this up. Because, right-wingers did a protest recently. Might be familiar with a nationalist group called the Boogaloo Boys. The Boogaloos showed up to the Virginia Capitol building 2 weeks ago. Armed, locked and loaded.
Damn it. What's going on out here? What's going on out here? What's all this? What's all that noise?
I don't know about other people.
This is what, some people might call this a protest.
Anybody? It's our annual Boogaloo.
This is a guns rights protest.
Awesome.
This is described by News to Share as a rally for gun rights. Some people might call it a protest. These guys are locked and loaded.
It's not really sticking very well.
It'll be okay.
Just walking around.
What a guy. So Lobby Day is when a local gun rights group, or local, statewide gun rights group, lobby.
I wonder if Janine Pirro thinks these guys should be gunned down in the streets. What do you think? I wonder if she would say that about this protest. So she thinks that federal agents should come murder these guys for protesting.
Rid of the
Exercising the Second Amendment.
into people's heads.
So even if you have a license, even if you have a permit, even if you have the right to carry, if you go into D.C., I'm going to come after you. Town, you go to jail. That's where you're going to jail, bro. That's what you do, bro. Could you imagine a scenario where a Democratic politician or a Democratic media figure went out there and said the same thing? I don't care about your license. I don't care if you have the right to do it. If you show up and you're carrying a gun in my town, you're going to jail, bitch. You would never hear the end of, oh my God, it would be like a fucking nuclear bomb went off. It'd be like there was a tsunami and an earthquake and a wildfire all hitting at once.
These are the rejects who even ICE wouldn't accept. These guys are the guys who weren't proud enough for the Proud Boys. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Now, unfortunately, this next video is disturbing and upsetting to me. Makes me upset. It's a protest at Columbia University. At Columbia University in New York. And the protest isn't what made me mad. It was what the NYPD decided to do. Time to get rid of Tish. Here is sign number 1. A dozen people were arrested at this peaceful protest.
Since you have refused to leave the roadway, you will be placed under arrest on the charge of disorderly conduct. If you do not cooperate and accompany the arresting officer to the prisoner transport vehicle, or if you resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crimes.
Education belongs to everyone.
Yes, indeed. So like I said, a dozen peaceful protesters were arrested at this protest in New York City. Zoran needs to get rid of Commissioner Tish. Hands down. Jessica, whatever her fucking name is, needs to go. Unacceptable. Arresting peaceful protesters, not into it. Not into it. Time for a new one. Time for a new commissioner. We tried her for 5 weeks. And I've decided she sucks. She sucks. Big time.
One guy, one time.
All right, let's go to another protest. Back in Minneapolis, status coup news from yesterday.
When detainees come in, they immediately want them out of the city they were arrested in so that lawyers can't get a hold of them, family can't see them. Texas is both one of the major holding facilities and one of the major processing transfer facilities. Attorneys were actually requesting that their clients be held without bail in a state prison or state jail, state prison, so that ICE could not get a hold of them and deport them. The idea that we should be taking legal asylum people from countries that we destroyed and then killing them blows me away, and I can't not be here for that.
You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so f***ing important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
What motivated you to come out here and protest?
Yeah, so it's funny. I'm actually not from Minneapolis. I'm from Texas. I'm up here visiting a friend, and all of this happened. I'm an activist and organizer, so as soon as I knew what was going on, I dropped everything I was doing to extend my trip and to do all of this that I can, yeah.
Since you're from Texas, I want to ask you this. There has been that story that's circulated, and I'm wondering, it sounds like it could absolutely be true, so I'm assuming that it is, about ICE has been taking some of the detainees from here.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm not sure if you know, but I want to say within 2 or 3 weeks of the election, our state, I moved out of there. So my ex-state announced that they would happily sell and donate, I think, 154,000 acres of land near the border to build concentration camps preemptively, right away. Texas is, I'm not sure if you've seen the New York Times map that tracks the flights everywhere. You see Texas as one of the major hubs, both for the international transfers out, El Salvador, Venezuela, all of that, but also for holding areas and shuffling. When detainees come in, they immediately want them out of the city they were arrested in so that lawyers can't get a hold of them, family can't see them. Texas is both one of the major holding facilities and one of the major processing transfer facilities. Horrifying things are happening in Texas right now, yeah.
Actually, that kind of makes sense that they would want to try to hide them from attorneys, because a lot of these folks obviously came here legally, or are they in that process and they're still doing their check-ins. Yeah. We've seen situations where people show up for their asylum check-ins and all of a sudden everything's been revoked and the ICE or Border Patrol agents are just waiting outside the courthouse to grab them.
Yeah, they're literally standing out there, especially at the beginning. It was one of the main places because they had the 3,000 arrest per day quota. There were nowhere near that many. They started street sweeps. They're combining the immigration stuff with obviously the crackdown, dictatorship, fascism in the streets. But when it came to that, right away, they started sitting out there. They started rejecting valid asylum claims. I know for a little while, attorneys were actually requesting that their clients be held without bail in a state prison or state jail, state prison, so that ICE could not get a hold of them and deport them. And even back then, they weren't deporting to country of origin. They were deporting to CICOT in El Salvador. They were deporting to torture prisons from torture prisons, yeah.
Which is something we haven't seen before, this third country, and it's other places, not just El Salvador, that they've done this. So Trump has made these agreements.
Sudan even, I'm sorry, yeah.
No, Sudan, and there's another one in Africa, and I can't remember, but Trump is paying them money to take these third-party individuals, that's just crazy. That is a concentration camp. You're uprooting somebody from this country, and many times they've spent and lived here their whole lives, and sending them to a country they're not even from, meaning their heritage.
Worse social services. Most of these countries are either active conflict zones or dictatorial places that will happily accept prisoners to do war crimes on in exchange for money. It's what we see.
Yeah. We're living in a terrible time right now. It's good to see people banding together. It's good to see people, who are capable of and willing to, make sacrifices in their lives to do the hard work. Now, apparently this guy has been standing outside of this facility, working with a number of Minneapolis-based groups, making sure that they follow ICE as they're leaving the Whipple Center or whatever this is fucking called, because they've been dropping immigrants in the middle of the fucking woods, in the middle of subarctic temperatures, sub-freezing temperatures, kill people in a short period of time without the proper gear preparation.
They will have
and
a
such.
list of all the phone numbers that were in that area that day for that protest. So that is what geofencing is. They are using it to target activists. They're obviously, if you turn off the location services from your phone, that they can't track you that way. So, but a lot of people don't want to do that because they use it on their GPS and maps. And I think
He let her stay. Can't he make it to me? Honestly, I'm not. All right, just to be clear, I'm not criticizing Zoran for letting her stay. I was open to it, like I said before, right? Like as the transition team was being announced last year, I was saying like, okay, I mean, let's see how this works. I was open to it. Zoran, you know, he was elected. Oh shit, the noisy immigrant with a raid over on Twitch, much appreciated. Welcome, noisy immigrants. Hope you're all doing well over there. I follow you, I think. I'm fairly certain I follow you. Watched your stream on a number of occasions. Good to have you all here. My God. Much appreciated. Thank you for the follows as well over here. Matt United, Lauren Pasta, Shiny Mikachu. Welcome to the Galactic News Network. We've been going 9 hours. We still got a few hours left on this puppy. I am Buster. Thank you for the follow. Wow. Now Twitch is beating YouTube on views. Shocking. Much appreciated. The love. Much appreciated.
People just don't know that that's happening. If you have more questions about it, EFF had a great article about it, so I would check that out.
By the way,
so what's next?
Can one of the mods get a shout out for Noisy Immigrant for me? If you would, if we have a mod in chat. I think I see one. By the way, anybody who's wondering what's going on right now, we're still talking about ICE. Noisy Immigrant, thank you for the follow. Aww. That's sweet of you. Hello to you. How was the stream? Was it good? We're talking ICE right now. We got through the Epstein files. Well, at least, well, when I say we got through the Epstein files, we got through today's installment of the Epstein files. Yeah, yes. The Noisy Immigrant. You're known on YouTube's. You're known on the YouTube's Noisy Immigrant. Somebody recognizes that name over there. That's right. We're multi-streaming. But yeah, we're talking ICE right now. We've moved on from the Epstein files for tonight. We still have a couple of other things to talk about, including Donald Trump's horrifying Obama tweet from last night. But we will get to all of that. Although we're not getting to half of what I wanted to get to tonight. We're barely getting to half. And we've gone 9 hours. Tells you how fucked of a week this has been. I've lost my place. Oh, right. We'll just let this guy keep talking.
We're here right now. We're going to be going back out and doing some more mutual aid drop-offs. We have a lot of news updates to do. I'm not sure if y'all heard about the man in Arizona that was just shot. Yeah, so we're coordinating with a lot of local nonprofits. We've done a lot of out in the street direct action lately. We have more of that coming, but we're taking a break from that, and right now we are doing community support. Okay. It's so important to, yell, can I swear? To yell "fuck you, fascists" every time we have a chance. There is no no justice, no peace.
Yes, please, sir.
The protest at the hotels recently, where they just officially deployed LRAD and used LRAD sound weapons on the protesters.
Where did they do that? Oh, last night. So let's explain LRAD for people that don't understand that. LRAD is like you said, it's a sound device that is used. Yeah, it's used as a weapon. It can and will bust your eardrums. If they bring an LRAD out, get the fuck out of the way. You could possibly lose your hearing. I have seen LRADs in the field, but I've never actually seen.
Yeah, LRADs are something that, in my opinion, should be classified as like a war crime, like a crime against humanity. Like these things are completely invisible, like to the naked eye. I mean, well, not completely. Like, you can see the device, but it's everything about it is fucked, right? And using it on civilian protesters is disturbing. And we saw it actually used allegedly against protesters in Serbia last year, because there's been protests going on over there for well over a year, and their government was accused of using LRADs against protesters there. fact that our government is just using these weapons against peaceful protesters in this time is truly disturbing to me. Should be disturbing to everybody. But you know what should be equally disturbing is their erasure of history at this time. While they're rounding up immigrants and shooting protesters in the street, they are trying to erase history. Some of the darkest history in American past that in no way should we allow it to be forgotten. For to forget history is to doom ourselves to repeat it. Sad but true. Seems like the Trump administration is determined to repeat the worst parts of history.
Our country's history is complicated. Our country's history is at times uncomfortable to confront, but that does not make it divisive or offensive to preserve and to learn from. Japanese American incarceration during World War II stands as one of those uncomfortable chapters that Trump and his administration are attempting to erase. More than 125,000 Japanese Americans, including my parents and grandparents, were rounded up and placed in desolate camps at the hands of their own government. There are dozens of these camps memorialized around the country for people to visit and honor these experiences. But at the Manzanar National Historic Site in California, content is now being censored because the words on the plaques there make this administration uncomfortable. And as the saying goes, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. This administration wants us to forget that our government is capable of rounding up entire families and upending their lives, as they did to my family, without any due process. They want us to forget the past while they perpetuate yet another legacy-defining human and civil rights abuse on a national scale. Will Americans, generations from now, visit Alligator Alcatraz and think to themselves, how could our government do this? How could our leaders do this? Will students on school trips one day walk through cages behind razor wire, trying to comprehend the brutality that took place there? And more importantly, these future generations of Americans will look to us, the Congress, to see what we did to try to stop it. We cannot stop it alone. We need Republicans like you, Mr. Speaker, to join us. Think of our future. Think of how history will remember this government you are a part of. Executions of Americans on our streets, demanding papers from Americans to prove that they belong, mass federal agents acting with impunity. One day, everyone will say that we were against this. One day they will say that you should have been against this, that we should have been against this.
Yeah, and so there are monuments across this country in different places, like he mentioned, in California and Iowa, I believe, in I think Washington and other states, especially along in the West Coast, where the internment of Japanese Americans was done. And if you're unfamiliar with the history, in 1941, Japanese Americans, citizens, right, citizens and non-citizens alike, were indiscriminately rounded up on the West Coast of the United States and put into internment camps, scattered in rural areas, barbed wire fences, tar paper barracks that allowed, everything and anything from the wilderness into these. Like I said, these places were in desolate, remote regions, surrounded by barbed wire, by sniper towers, children, families on their way, of course, had all their belongings. Anything in Japanese was supposedly burned, confiscated. They were all declared to be spies, enemies, even if they had their American citizenship. It was just indiscriminate, racist policy done by the United States. It's something that's being repeated right now, essentially. And the Trump administration is trying to erase that history so that we can all forget about that and stop comparing all these terrible things to them. That's really what it's about. It makes them uncomfortable because it reminds them of what they're doing. And it memorializes non-white Americans in history. And they object to that just on those grounds alone. In fact, they object to Native American history. And the fact is Native Americans are being targeted by ICE. Perhaps one of the most perverse parts of all of this. The people who were here before anybody else are being wrapped up in ICE raids and being targeted for how they look. Don't even get me started on the fact that, you know, a huge part of America used to be called Mexico.
Jessica Glidden is a member of the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa. Her people have lived in northern Minnesota for centuries. But with ICE agents in full force in her city, Minneapolis, she has rushed, like scores of others, to have her tribal identity card issued.
Folks are being racially targeted and profiled right now for having dark hair, dark skin, so it's just an added layer of protection.
Native Americans are the only minority in the United States that have not descended from immigrants to some degree. Yet many have been caught up in the Trump administration's crackdown. Crow Belfort says his friend was recently arrested by ICE and detained for 12 hours.
Us natives, we're not immigrants. We're the first Americans here. We were the first peoples here. And it's just crazy that our people are getting picked up, you know, and thrown in a car and brought out to some federal holding place.
The federal building being used by ICE is near Fort Snelling, where in the 19th century, over 1,500 Native Americans were forcibly detained.
It's so fucked. It is so fucked. These people are deranged lunatics with no respect for anything. It is wild. Oh, this is one of the most shameful chapters in American history. Oh, God, this makes me so mad. This makes me so mad. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, they got a couple of slightly less terrible stories. You may be familiar with a disturbed individual by the name of Jake Lang, a former Jan 6er pardoned by the
Cyclone
Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto. He pardoned this guy, Jake Lang, who's supposedly an influencer. Although it doesn't influence people that much. He showed up to Minnesota a number of times. He's got a very small posse. He was chased out the first time. The second time, he showed up and started doing property damage. Shocking from a convicted felon. Apparently, he's been charged with a crime.
What?
Right to jail, right away.
Finally, somebody who watches France
Jake
24. Winter Lindy. I'm not sure if that's how you say that, but finally, somebody who watches France 24. Look, you found your home, okay? Okay, Winter Lindy. You found your if what you're looking for is somebody else who watches France 24. Well, welcome home. Okay, we watch a lot of France 24. We watch all of the news channels. Although I've been not watching a couple because I got copyright strikes from NPR and from Guardian, so we haven't been watching them very much lately. But yeah, France 24 all the time. How do I highlight this over on vertical? There we go. Yeah, as proof this message exists. Somebody yearning for France 24 coverage. DW News, sure. Sure.
Was booked into the Ramsey County Jail tonight after kicking over this ice sculpture in front of the Minnesota State Capitol.
Look at
It
this
read,
loser.
Prosecute ICE, and was commissioned by a group representing 500,000 veterans and military
This
families.
fucking douchebag.
Lang is a Florida man who was arrested for storming the Capitol on January 6th and then eventually pardoned. He was also behind this rally that sparked a chaotic scene last month in downtown Minneapolis.
There you go, Jake Lang arrested for property damage in Minnesota. Petulantly kicking a sign like a child, like the child that he is.
You're a little baby.
Like the little man baby
adult
that
baby.
Jake Lang is.
Okay.
Speaking of deranged lunatics, we're not just going to pick on the men. There's a woman you might be familiar with by the name of Nancy Mace. Oh, she's special. Oh, she's special. The governor of North Dakota? Wait, no, senator? Can't remember. What is Nancy's job again? How am I forgetting what Nancy's job is? South Carolina. Representative South Carolina. Is she South Carolina? Oh, I'm confusing her with Kristi Noem. They're the same person. Come on. Come on. They're the same person. They all look the same. Oh, it's hard. It's hard to keep up with it. Korikatsu and Radiant Tar. Thank you for the follows over on Twitch. We're growing over on Twitch. We're growing. Keeping up with YouTube. In fact, we're beating YouTube on views right now. Even if you combine vertical and horizontal streams on YouTube, we're still beating over here on Twitch by 8 viewers. Big timing over on Twitch right now.
Nancy Mace is the subject of a very long and well-researched profile by Jake LaHood, who, great reporter. He was one of the guys that actually got retaliatorily fired from Condé Nast for standing up for the employees that were laid off. There was like a viral video where they confronted the executive on that front, and Jake was leading the charge. So I just want to give him his flowers because that was an awesome thing for him to do for his colleagues. But this profile, I think, was for New York Magazine. So he's still working, and it was exhaustive. It was about her whole career and how essentially people in her orbit and staffers that have worked for her have realized that she's completely lost her mind over the past, I don't know how many months.
I mean, this woman is dangerous,
one of the central
ladies and gentlemen.
claims in the piece is that, I mean, she's a massive drinker. She's drunk all the time. She would ask her staffers to pick up alcohol for her.
Nancy Mace is straight out of Attack on Titan. She is a monster.
To bring when she was doing, I think, virtual town halls, but also when she was just partying at her house, they'd have to make late night runs when they would run out.
That's just South Carolina culture.
So the YouTube ban actually Streisand affected you? I mean, honestly, we blew up on Twitch, at least in comparison to where we were at. Like 4 months ago, when we got banned on YouTube, we were at like 500 followers on Twitch. Now we're at 1,000, almost at 1,050. Making big progress over there. Not quite as many as we have on YouTube, but yeah. Now we have viewers on YouTube. Back when we stopped streaming on Twitch. Like, what was it? Was it last May or April or something like that? We had like no viewers. It was just like Omegastar and like 3 other people watching all the time. It was like always like 4 people over there and like 50 people on YouTube. And now it's not completely flipped. Now it's just we have people watching on both platforms. It's weird. It's weird. Everybody's saying it.
to drop
He's
off
not driving, so
to
give her
heal
some
it.
credit there.
That's
Exactly.
that's good. That's a step in the right direction. But she also, I mean, this seems to be triggered by her divorce, which, look, usually we're talking about male divorcees and say that going down some sort of weird right-wing rabbit hole, often misogynistic or taking a lot of testosterone and looking weird. But for Nancy,
that's the positive outcome is you just bodybuild.
right.
Best case scenario.
Best case scenario, although I will say that I mean, the red faces of Joe Rogan and RFK Jr. make me feel like that doesn't seem, even if you're swole, that you're that healthy, but whatever. Yeah, so it seems like that really sent her off the rails, and there's like genuine concern that she's not connected to reality. So despite there being a lot of evidence we're about to show you about how much she drinks, she's decided to respond to the story by denying that she's ever that she drinks alcohol because
kind of a Prince Andrew tactic.
Exactly.
I couldn't because I actually
did sweat.
Have a condition.
And then there's Prince Andrew said I couldn't have sweated over that girl that I assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein's hand because she said I sweat on her, for people that don't know.
The condition.
And I don't sweat. And there's photos of him with huge pit stains on the internet.
And he had to say, well, that was after I had a procedure done that allowed me to sweat. I mean, the truth is he's an insane royal and that doesn't know how to talk to normal people or lie to them.
Yes. But like, still, is that even more believable than this? It's unclear.
Here's the other thing, too, is that I had to come out with a genetic condition that I've had all my life. I'm not allowed to drink or consume much in the way of alcohol. It's called hemochromatosis. If you do, it'll destroy your organs and you'll die at an early age. And I love life and I love living, and I'm going to live the healthiest that I can be, given the genetic condition I have. And there's no reason for me to consume or imbibe alcohol like they were saying, because it would literally kill me.
I understand. Have you?
He doesn't even.
No more questions, Your Honor.
I don't think I understand.
Let's now pull up this thread.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to watch this, Prince Andrew?
Not until we
Okay.
pull up the thread.
All right.
So,
here we go.
This is her former comms director saying Nancy Mace claiming she doesn't drink alcohol might be the funniest, most brazen lie she's told to date. The woman drank so much she'd have interns or junior staff run to congressional liquor during the workday so she could imbibe during telephone town halls, as I mentioned. Now, go to the thread and just show the photos. This is, I mean, is unbelievable. That wine photo she tweeted out,
Nancy. Dude, she's a fucking... They got the rainbow of different drinking photos from Nancy. Look at her. Oh, she's having a great time over here. She's got a glass of something. It's not. It looks actually. I was gonna say beer, but it's too yellow. I think it's a screwdriver. Look at her. Look at her. She's having a good time. I can tell she's loose. She's kicking back over here. She's over here on the boat on the marina. Oh my god, having a good old time. Look at the size of that margarita. By the way, that is a champion's margarita. That is somebody who's like, you know, we don't have time for refills. We need 2 margaritas at a time.
last year, and it was something, the caption like, it's wine o'clock or something like that.
She was actually playing with her own life when she was doing that.
She's a thrill seeker. So I just...
There's a video in this thread you should show.
Yes. Oh, right. Brian. Okay. It's gross. I just want... I have seen that at parties you do something like this with... You do something like this with smoking. No. Hold on. Go up.
Oh, God. Go up.
Maybe the reply to... Yeah, dang.
I know what's
coming. Was she going to
All
chug a beer out of a shoe?
No.
That would be cleaner than what she's doing.
Yeah,
there it is.
there it is.
Drastically
Okay.
worse. That would be cleaner. No, that would absolutely
Normally you would
be
do this with
cleaner.
weed smoke, but...
That's science.
Okay.
That's...
Yeah, we're ready.
Brian is right. Brian is right. That would be just drinking this out of a shoe would be scientifically multitudes cleaner than what's about to happen. Oh my God, this is perverse. I can't look at it. Oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I don't understand. I don't understand why. Why? I don't understand. Don't do that. I don't get. Oh, it's so gross. Oh, it's the nastiest fucking thing you could do. Why? Why would you do this? This is disgusting. You're an animal. You are a.
Turn it off.
What the? Technically, she is not drinking in that video.
It's called baby birding.
Yeah,
like, what's the point? What's the point of except just sharing germs? I get so paranoid about backwash. They are drinking a shot of.
Oh, it's so.
Disgusting and
Oh,
probably
it's
illegal.
wrong.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Dangerous morons.
Alcohol and then just spitting it into each other's mouths.
Alcohol kills the germs.
Yeah, it's antiseptic.
Oh yeah, sure.
I thought, like, you know,
sure,
this is
Brian.
something that like you would do maybe like as a
He's not a
teenager or in
doctor.
college
Don't
or
listen to
whatever.
Brian.
And then I saw the first guy she does that with is wearing a Trump shirt, which means it's happened in the past.
It's 2017.
Yeah.
Oh
like,
yeah. These are grown adults.
She's born in the 70s.
Nancy's like a
She's too
60-year-old
old to
woman.
be doing that when she was doing it.
Too old to be doing that. I can't believe I've never seen anything so debauched.
I'm too sanitary to be doing that.
I'm just surprised that she was able to pass the alcohol from her mouth without drinking it first.
Yeah. A research profile by
God.
Jake LaHood, who
Nancy is way younger
great
than
reporter.
I thought. Sorry, I screwed this up. I just looked it up. Nancy's only 48 years old. She's a rough 48. Also, I feel like she tries to act older. 40. She's only 48. Why do I think she's like 60?
I thought like, you know, this is something that
and just like roll them around with my tongue and then spit them out, because like, yeah, you know, that's what alphas do. They live on a knife's edge. If you don't wake up every day prepared to, you know, face death, look it in the eye and make it your bee, then how can you expect to be a senator or congressman in the United States of America, or a podcaster, which is the obviously, you know, more important role?
She stares death in the face and she says, "Not today, not today." Instead, I'm gonna.
I know it is.
Baby
I'm
bird.
gonna baby bird this
Bird
shot.
this
I'm gonna
Everclear into my
baby bird
friend's
this.
mouth.
Right. I do
She's
love
taking
that. I
one
saw
for the
people say
team.
that ever since Kyle Kalinske tweeted at her, that's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch, that her career's been on a downward trajectory from that point.
Yeah, she never recovered. That was like his, not like us.
I remember that. That shit was hilarious. Kyle is a savage. It's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch, he said.
It really was.
It's so fucked up.
About how much she must have farted that night. Really, really incredible. Okay, here's Prince Andrew, and she's really getting her tips from the best here.
From the Windsor School of PR.
There's a slight problem with the sweating, because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time. There's a slight problem with the sweating.
I didn't sweat at the time. I sweat
what
now,
medical
obviously,
condition
like a
was
normal
that?
person.
Yeah.
But there was a brief moment where I didn't sweat, so I couldn't have raped her.
He said he lost his ability to sweat from action he saw in the Falkland Islands War.
Okay, bro. And all the charity work I do made me not able to sweat.
Can someone tell me what possible injury would say that your entire body can't sweat, would create a condition that, okay, I could see maybe you have damage to some part of your body where you're not sweating, maybe out of your armpits or in other areas that you might sweat, but your body needs to cool itself down. That's what sweating is, and
Andrew, he sweats from his tongue. He's like a dog, you know. He just walks around with his tongue out of his mouth. It's the only way. The only way this body can regulate temperature. But yeah, I mean, it's fascinating to me. Nancy claiming that she doesn't drink when she clearly does in fact drink. Like that's how she. Like we all know. It's like, oh, I couldn't possibly. How could I possibly have? You know, like there's no way I could because I am like physically incapable of drinking. Okay. You know what she kind of reminds me though, because like she is such a like such a well known for her drinking. You know who she kind of reminds me of? She reminds me of Lucille Blue.
No, I'm not a prude, but it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Is your mother drunk?
I'd have to get up pretty early to get drunk by 1 o'clock.
As it turns out, she had gotten up early and had taken pain medication because of a hangover-related headache. However, she mistook the drowsy eye alcohol warning for a winking eye alcohol suggestion. Fortunately, she had the good sense not to drive herself to the meeting.
No, I'll call for a car.
Unfortunately, this was after a failed attempt to do so.
It's basically the same situation. It's basically the same situation. Hi, have they covered new weird Epstein news? Well, we did cover weird new Epstein news hours ago. We're 10 hours into the stream right now. We've moved on from the Epstein files for tonight. Oh, wait. Dude, I forgot I have more Epstein files. I have British, Norwegian, and Polish Epstein files related stuff. I totally forgot about that. We could do more Epstein files. I do have other things to talk about, technically. Which I'm about to skip ahead to. Okay. Let's move on from Nancy Mace's health situation to Donald Trump's. This was fascinating. I can't believe that we didn't talk about this yet. But this is from 3 days ago. Donald Trump shitting on live TV. That's right. The President of the United States sharded his pants.
Oh, no. Did it happen again, y'all? It may have happened again, y'all. It may have happened again. Take a look at this. Christy Yamaguchi Main, which I love that name, says, I know there's a lot going on right now, but why the hell didn't anyone tell me Trump sharded on live TV so loud you can hear it, and the aides had to rush all the press out the room? There's been a lot of talk about this for a while, bro, that homie cannot control his bowels, that he's had issues going back maybe literally decades, that he's got some loose bowels, and some accidents happen from time to time, let's say. I'm trying to keep this as PC as humanly possible. But there's been stories in the past. We'll get to some of those in a minute. But first, let's take a second and judge this one. So this clip is 37 seconds. Honestly, listen closely at the 3-second mark, because I think it happens pretty early at the 3-second mark. And then you'll see how quickly he tries to shut the whole event down. Ready? Watch this. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
Okay, now listen again. Again, 3-second mark, you'll hear a little bit, right? And by the way, take note, it's not like there's a microphone right there by him. So the fact that you hear this without a microphone being close, right? So 3 seconds in, right? And look at the woman in green behind Trump as you listen at the 3-second mark. Ready?
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz.
The woman. Yo, green jacket over here is looking hilarious. Look at her face. She cannot believe. And Doug Burgum, look at all their faces. RFK is looking down. It looks like he's trying to smell it. Looks like RFK is trying to smell the fart, the shart, the poop, the poopy pants. Everybody's just like looking, like there's different like looks of consternation going on here. Oh, what a thing to behold.
We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Thanks,
Oz.
everybody.
It's doing a
I just
fantastic
pooped my
job.
pants.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll
Look at
that
her,
says...
look at her touching her nose. You see her holding her nose? Look, 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 look.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ISIS's tactics are too aggressive? Photographers, reporters, we're done.
Everybody
Cameras, we're going.
Wow, look at them rushing him out.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
One more time. 3 seconds in. Listen to
sudden.
it.
That
Look
was
at the woman in green.
abrupt.
Watch.
That was abrupt. For a Trump press conference, these things go on. You know, these things sort of drag on usually. That's an abrupt ending. Unless there was like, you know, a threat of like a nuclear strike somewhere. It must have been that fart. That fart must have been real. I mean, my God. It must have smelled terrible. It must have smelled like year-old, partially digested Big Mac that had been resting in the bowels of an 80-year-old fascist. Oh, God, it must smell like hell. It must smell like literal hell. You know? For his bowels to be evacuated in the room with other people. Oh, God, I can't imagine. It must smell horrifying. I mean, what goes into his body? It's just all fast food. It's like fountain Coke. You know what I mean? It's just Coke. It's like Coca-Cola and fast food.
Quickie wraps up the conversation. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot.
By the way, he wrapped this bitch up quick. He was like, all right, anyway, yeah, whatever. It's over. It's all right. Get the fuck out.
Thank you, Oz. It's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that...
Thank you, please. Thank you, please. It was a nuclear strike. Nuclear strike. Well played. Well played, shiny Mikachu. Trump pooping his pants in front of the nation. How this is not some like huge topic of discussion right now. How everybody isn't talking about the president shitting himself in front of reporters is fascinating. It tells you just how insane the world is. If Joe Biden had shit himself in front of reporters, Republicans would have been... there would be poop shirts right now for sale. The fact that there are not right now poop shirts being sold right now of Donald Trump, like in diapers, like soiled diapers, I don't understand it. Because there would absolutely be bumper stickers, you know, there'd be decals, like, you know, hats. There'd be like poopy diapers. People would be like selling pre-poop diapers to wear to protests. You know, like if it was Biden, if this was Biden. Oh my God, we would never have heard. We would never hear the end of this because there'd be nothing else going on. Instead, Donald Trump is causing chaos everywhere, and nobody has any idea what to talk about. But the president shit himself in front of reporters. We can't ever stop talking about this. I swear to God. That should be the shart heard around the world. Never forget. Never forget. Never forget the Oval Office, the nuclear holocaust. Never forget. Speaking of travesties, let's talk about social media. No, I don't mean Chuck Schumer and the Tiki-Takis. I mean Donald Trump and Truth Social and the post which was shared to Donald Trump's Truth Social account last night. Well, technically, Thursday night. Start us off. Forbes breaking news. This is ridiculous, by the way. Just a heads up. Just so you know, this is ridiculous. And you might want to prepare yourselves for what you're about to hear. Okay. Well, something's about to happen. I don't know about valuetainment. You're about to be disturbed.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Play. White House defends, then deletes racist Obama clip. The White House has deleted a Truth Social post from President Donald Trump that featured President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama portrayed as gorillas after both Democratic and Republican officials denounced the video as being racist. On Thursday night, the president's Truth Social account shared multiple posts and clips from followers and supporters pushing conspiracy theories about the 2020 elections and attacking the Democrats over their opposition to voter ID legislation backed by the GOP. One of the posts reshared by Trump appeared to be a clip from a conspiratorial documentary posting the false claims about voting machines changing votes in key swing states, like Michigan in 2020. The video includes what appears to be an unrelated clip showing the former president and first lady's faces superimposed on the bodies of dancing apes, with music playing in the background. Levitt said in a statement the video is, quote, from an internet meme depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King, unquote, though there are no gorillas featured in prominent roles in the Disney movie. Levitt advised to, quote, please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public, unquote. But by 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the video had been deleted from Trump's Truth Social page. Weird. Unnamed White House officials told reporters at News Nation and CNN, quote, a White House staffer erroneously posted it. Oh, it was erroneous. It was an accident. Fascinating. It's an erroneous posting. Don't you see? It made a huge, tiny mistake. Bullshit. Bullshit. This is all bullshit. 100% bullshit. Nothing gets posted to Trump's Truth Social account without his explicit approval. Last year, proof of this came out because Marco Rubio, and photos were taken of Marco Rubio handing a note to Donald Trump, a note on it asking for approval for Truth Social posts. So unless Donald Trump is posting it himself, nobody is allowed to post anything without the direct, express approval of the president. So much so that you have the Secretary of State asking for approval of posts. The goddamn Secretary of State. Right? Just think about that for a second. Nothing gets posted to Trump's Truth Social account without his knowing. Doesn't happen.
And the White House is responding to criticism after President Trump posted a video that includes a racist meme depicting former President Obama and his wife Michelle as apes. Now the Senate's only black Republican senator is responding and calling out the White House. ABC's Jay O'Brien's here with more on that. Hi, Jay, what's the latest?
Yeah, Diane, just moments ago, the video was deleted from President Trump's account, and it comes after a growing chorus of Republican lawmakers called on the White House to take the racist image down, including, as you say, Senator Tim Scott, who posted the image in addition to his post. ABC is not showing the image, but we are showing you the post, and it says, quote, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it.
Oh, poor Tim Scott. He wanted to be vice president so bad last 2 years ago. And now he's appalled. He's shocked. Praying that this is fake. Oh, how could the president be so racist? Now, of course, this is really not that different from anything else the president has been doing, right? Everything they've been doing has been incredibly racist. And it just happens to be directed at somebody who is respected in the country, rather than just random people, right? They've been running around making all sorts of dehumanizing claims about all sorts of people. You know, Tim Scott has had no problem with any of that, and now it's just a former president, and so he's taking offense to it. But they've been, you know, doing incredibly racist shit for a year and a month now.
The racist image comes at the end of a minute-long video the president posted on his social media platform. The first 59 seconds describe debunk election conspiracy theories from 2020, and at the end, the video suddenly cuts to an animated meme showing the Obama's faces on the bodies of apes. The NAACP is out with a statement saying, in part, quote, Donald Trump's video is blatantly racist, disgusting, and utterly despicable, end quote. That again from the NAACP. Images of black people as apes have been used throughout American history to dehumanize them. Slave traders and segregationists use these types of images to depict black people as inferior, and at times it's led to violence. Initially, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a statement, quote, this is from an internet meme depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public, end quote. But again, since that statement, the video now appears to have been deleted, and the White House is now saying from an anonymous staffer, quote, that they erroneously made the post. The video that Leavitt described in that initial statement I just played for you was originally shared on Facebook last October by the Hardin County Republican Party of Kentucky. The chairman of that group issued an apology at the time and deleted the original post after backlash. And again, a number of Republican lawmakers are reacting to this. Another is Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He's posting, quote, the president's post is wrong and incredibly offensive, whether intentional or...
Oh, is it offensive, Mike Blackface Lawler? If you're not familiar, look it up. Mike, super fan of Michael Jackson. Pictures came out, I think it was last year or the year before. It might have been 2024. We talked about it. There's a clip actually on the channel. Mike Lawler, it came out, photos came out of him dressed up as Michael Jackson, complete with blackface. He's offended by this incredibly offensive. He's offended by this racially insensitive tweet, is he? Fascinating, Mike. Fascinating. By the way, get rid of Mike. Get rid of Mike. This guy is trash. But he is technically right. It is racist. But Mike is the last person that should be commenting on that. Whoa. Did not mean to do that. The fuck? No. What the? Jeez. Alright. Let's go here. Keep going through these. Here's CBS News. Actually, skipping CBS News. I just realized. How did they even get in here? MS Now. Fuck yourself, CBS.
Today, there is bipartisan outrage over a racist video President Trump shared on his social media platform last night. A White House official now telling MS Now a staffer erroneously made the post, but it was 12 hours before it was taken down. Shit. Also, I want to make clear that we would not usually show racist content, but will.
What a big mistake. It took them 12 hours to take it down. Yeah, seems real accidental. Nobody noticed for 12 hours? No, what actually happened is they even commented on it and said it's not a mistake and that it's fine. And then they took it down and said it was a mistake. 12 hours later. It's a weird timeline. Only a moron could believe it.
Because the president posted it and to inform this important conversation. You can see this post. It depicts former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes in a jungle. It's at the end of a video promoting false claims about voting machines and the 2020 presidential election. In a statement responding to the backlash over the video.
This is genuinely disturbingly racist. Like it's pretty wild that they would they would think that this is an okay image to post. It's not even an image, it's a video. This is just a screenshot. This is just a screenshot of the actual video. But honestly, the video is no more disturbing than this image. Like, this one image genuinely says it all.
2020 presidential election. In a statement responding to the backlash over the video before it was taken down, the White House press secretary said, "This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage." None of the rest of that video is included in what Trump posted.
It's not fake outrage.
Only the Obamas.
It is quite a thing to gaslight people about their own feelings. Fake outrage, says Caroline Levitt. No, people are actually upset about this because it's wildly offensive. Rightfully so. Honestly, people aren't upset enough about this.
Joining me now, Simone Sanders Townsend, MS Now co-host of The Weeknight and former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris. Eugene Daniels, MS Now senior Washington correspondent and co-host of The Weekend. They are also the hosts of a brand new MS Now podcast, Clock It, with Simone and Eugene. Simone, as a former communications director, what do you make of the White House statement?
Chris, they think we haven't seen The Lion King. There are no apes in The Lion King. There's not one ape. There's a baboon, Rafiki. He is actually central to the story, but there's not one ape in the movie. So let's just be for real right now. There's not an ape in The Lion King. So I would have never put out a statement like that. The one time somebody thought the person I worked for did say something that was racist and inhumane, I went to my principal and encouraged the principal to apologize and explain to them why what they said was problematic, okay? So Eugene, I cannot grasp this. This is the last thing I'll say. It is not racist because it is offensive. It is offensive because it is inherently racist. The trope about depicting black people as animals goes all the way back to white Europeans looking for a justification for colonization and the enslavement of African people. And it gained prominence in the 1700s and 1800s, and it became a racial, like a scientific theory. I'm using air quotes. And it was a mainstream theory that put a hierarchy that said white Europeans were at the top and Africans were at the bottom, and depiction of apes was very central to this theory. They were at the bottom. They were closer to primitive beings such as apes. Therefore, black people, specifically in that time, Africans, were better suited for forced labor and domination. So it is racist because the root of this theory, this trope, this joke, okay, that the White House is talking about, is rooted in the ability to dominate, rape, pillage, and inflict violence upon black people.
I will say, Eugene, that this post is being condemned from both sides of the aisle, including Republican Senator Tim Scott saying it's the most racist thing he's seen out of this White House. The implication, of course, is that it's not the only racist thing he's seen out of this White House. But I wonder if you think there is some line with this that has been crossed. And by the way, the posts that have been racist in the past have been posted on official government accounts. These are not individuals within the government who are posting things on their private accounts. I'm sorry, Eugene, go ahead.
No, that is a really important point, because that means that we all paid them to post a racist thing on the internet, right? That is a really important point. You're right. We're hearing from Tim Scott.
U.S. tax dollars paid for that tweet. Someone in the federal government got paid, including Donald Trump. Multiple people, you would assume, got paid. Donald Trump approved the tweet. Somebody else found the tweet and reposted it. Your tax dollars went to putting that on the internet for the world to see, courtesy of our government and your fucking money.
From Mike Lawler, some Republicans who have issues with this. Tim Scott, of course, being the only black senator on the Republican side, and being someone who has been close-ish to this White House. But I will also say this is who Donald Trump is, right? And I think The Republican Party has to accept that. We as journalists have to accept that. The American people have to accept that. The world has to accept that. This is a man who spent money to take out a full-page ad calling for the execution of 5 black and brown men.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Months and years saying that Barack Obama was not born here, that the racist trope about this, this interloper who doesn't belong here, who is someone who is not a part of the American experiment, the first black president of this country, that's what he spent his time doing. So this is the idea from this White House that this was an accident, the idea that this was just a meme that was posted. This is who Donald Trump is. And even if it is true that a staffer posted it, right? Well, I think we all have a lot of questions about that. If it's true that a staffer posted it, this person believed that it represented the thoughts and the feelings of the president in which that they serve. And that says a lot, that they thought it would be okay. It was up for 12 hours because they do not care. They think it is okay to be racist and treat black and brown people terribly in order to, quote unquote, own the libs. And I think we just have to be really honest about what that means, because it means it's a lot about where we are as a country and how we're going to operate the rest of this presidency and really the Republican Party moving forward.
Well, let's talk about what else is happening right now, Simone.
Yeah, and I gotta say this right now. Mike Lawler, Tim Scott coming out and saying shit, honestly, like some of the most weak fucking shit that I can imagine. Okay? Like, good job. You came out and you condemned one of the most... It would have been no less blatantly racist and problematic if the White House had just posted a Nazi flag, okay? And, anybody, acting like Mike Lawler and Tim Scott deserve, a round of applause over this is living in another world right now, okay? This shit was wild. Anybody who couldn't condemn this should be out of office, right? And the fact is anybody who votes for Republicans, considering everything that Republicans have allowed happen under the president, under Donald Trump in just the last 13 months, if you can say with a straight face that you're going to vote for Republicans again, then you're gone. Okay, you're a fascist. You love bootlicking. You love racism. You love all the worst possible things imaginable. Okay, because you've watched everything that's happened up to this point, and you said, actually, this year I'm going to vote for Republicans in the midterms. I'm going to vote for Trump. Actually, it's possible you could vote for Trump in 2028. He's probably going to try and put himself on the ballot, considering everything and where everything is headed. It'll probably end the term limit on the presidency before 2028, you would assume. And if you're still on board with this shit, you're a fascist. You're a fascist and you hate America. You hate freedom and liberty. Fuck yeah! And I guess you should start a new country somewhere else. Let's not forget, Republicans impeached Bill Clinton because he got a blowjob in the Oval Office. Remember that? Those same Republicans are now watching Donald Trump do everything he's done. Murdering Americans in the streets, the trade war, the unconstitutional actions, the myriad unconstitutional actions. I mean, they're still fine with it. They've been continuing to vote for everything Trump gives them. You can't tell me that they haven't been. Oh, you want to talk about Thomas Massey? Or whatever his fucking name is? Shut up. There's one guy.
We're an open forum. Any public policy or political issue, news of the day, John in New Mexico, Republican.
Hello, is that me?
That's you.
Oh, my word. I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school. All the children are scared. This is not a decent man. This is not an honest man. He openly takes bribes. He's pathetic as a president, and I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
John, did you vote for him in all 3 elections?
I did. I was sucked into the stupidity of creating.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
And there are.
I cannot believe this guy. This guy's a triple Trumper. He's like crying on C-SPAN right now. This shit is wild. Honestly, though, he should be ashamed of himself for voting for this 3 fucking times. 3 motherfucking times this guy voted for this.
John, did you vote for him in all 3 elections?
I did. I was sucked into the stupidity of creating jobs, and there are no more jobs in New Mexico. Things are worse than they were before. You cannot find a primary care physician. Our governor just passed some laws to try to help. If you are a young physician, we want you in New Mexico. Come here. There's a great need for you.
All right.
And I'll close my call.
John, I've got a lot of people waiting. So let me go to John.
Wow, I wish he would let that guy continue. Honestly, he was going exactly in the right direction. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Republicans are the reason why there's no doctors in New Mexico anymore, pal. This is literally the reason. Because healthcare clinics are shutting down everywhere, especially in rural places. And this is literally a downstream effect of the cutting of $1 trillion in healthcare spending that the government was doing until they passed the big betrayal bill, the big billionaire benefit. Fact is, that guy voted for it. So did every single Republican that people like that put into office voted for that. That's why doctors aren't coming to your state. That's why doctors are fleeing the U.S. That's why researchers and scientists are fleeing the U.S. for places like Canada and the EU and China. And like everywhere, everyone is trying to benefit from this right now. Because the professionals like doctors are looking for other places to go. They have degrees. They have skills that translate from country to country. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking their skills elsewhere. It's because we defunded medicine in this country. We just defunded science and research and sanity and education. And health, health and wellness and the law. And we've defunded everything but big business and Donald Trump. Defunded journalism. We funded Bitcoin. Fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. We're being run by a bunch of incompetent morons. They are destroying this country. Maven's Picks, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Jesus, 10 hours, 10 minutes into this stream. I am exhausted. But we got more. We got more to talk about. When was the last break? Anybody remember? How long has it been? When was the last break? I'm trying to remember. Okay, it was an hour and a half ago. All right, I'm gonna keep this moving. Oh, I'm gonna keep this moving. All right, let's talk economics. Let's talk AI. Some stuff like that. How's that sound? Let's talk about the US dollar. Because it has been struggling. It has been struggling very badly ever since Donald Trump took office. You know, Donald Trump claimed that he was going to make America stronger than ever before. But it's really not. It's having some problems.
For the past few months, the US dollar has held surprisingly steady. The market reaction to both Trump's assault on the Federal Reserve and the global order more generally has been conspicuously muted, and not much has changed in the past 6 months. That was until last week, when the dollar suddenly cratered, suffering its steepest one-week decline since probably Liberation Day. So in this video, we're going to take a look at this sudden slump, and try to figure out what might be driving it. Want to feel more inside of politics? If so, check out our new range of posters, which take you inside Westminster and the Capitol building, or our map of Brussels, which shows you the true geographic scale of the EU. Click the link in the description for the full collection and get 40% off for a limited time using code FIRESALE. So let's start with a bit of context. The best way to measure the strength of the US dollar is by looking at the so-called dollar index, which basically measures the strength of the dollar against a weighted basket of other major currencies. The dollar index is generally considered a better way of gauging the dollar's strength than just comparing it to a single other currency, because one-to-one comparisons tell you as much about what's happening with the other currency as they do about the dollar. If the dollar weakens against the euro, for instance, it could just be that the euro's having a good day, rather than the dollar is actually struggling. Conversely, if the dollar falls against a whole load of other currencies, that's pretty solid proof that it's actually getting weaker.
Yes, and just to make this easy, let's just go straight to that dollar index. Here it is. This is over the last year. And it's down. It's down almost 10%. It was at 109 back in February 10th of 2025 and is now down. It almost hit at 96 at the end of January. It's up a little bit since then, but not by fractionally up. And that's bad. That's real inflation, right? Rather than price inflation, rather than producers and whomever else charging consumers more. This is real this is currency inflation that is not pegged to the decision making of businesses, right? This is markets. This is capitalism. Oh, and that's bad. This is bad. This is bad. If it's not clear, this is bad. Very bad. It's just gonna make things more expensive, and it's harder to fight. Like you can't like price caps and stuff. I mean, you can still do them, but it doesn't actually address the core problem. The core problem of that. of the currency, right, of the inflation on currency, right? Because it's different. Like, I mean, there's still obviously a bunch of inflationary effects that are a result of greedy capitalists, and I'm not saying that, right, that they're not at play. But when you add this in, all of a sudden, it becomes a less manageable situation. Price caps only do so much because it's still a losing battle when you're in a consumer economy and you're losing currency value. Your money is just not going further because you're buying from outside of the United States. We still haven't solved, the tariffs still haven't brought back manufacturing to the United States. So you just wind up paying more for shit. That's really what winds up happening here. Regardless of, like, even if you put in, like, you're still going to wind up getting hit. Like when you go to like Amazon to buy something, or like Temu or something like that, you're going to get smacked. You're not going to know it, really. You're just going to, unless you're watching the prices like a hawk. It's just going to be more expensive when you go to buy certain things when they're from foreign countries. Because that's what it is, right? Like, internally, it won't bother anybody. You're exchanging money around in the United States, it's not going to change anything. But when you're buying it from abroad, right, that's when this comes into play. And when like when producers are making things, they're buying things from abroad, and then they will have to make up for that cost somewhere. Now let's quickly talk about this. The cryptocurrency market has been imploding, and I am not exaggerating. And I don't have a more updated story on this, but I'll tell you. I'll get into it in a second. So this is from 5 days ago. Bitcoin is dropping fast. Here's why. Bitcoin fell sharply Saturday as investors reassessed the outlook for U.S. interest rates following President Donald Trump's nomination of Kevin Warsh for chair of the Federal Reserve. Bitcoin was priced around $84,000 Friday, but abruptly dropped Saturday and has fallen to $77,000 at the time of writing. 7% the last 24 hours, and approaching levels that last seen when Trump was elected. At its peak in October, Bitcoin reached a price of $126,000, but has mostly dipped since then as investors pulled back from riskier assets. But this is what I've been saying, is that like the asset bubble that we're living in right now is being transported. Like the volatility is being transported to the riskiest places in the market, and that's Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is intrinsically worth nothing, right? It's just a confidence game, right? Whereas, some of the other bubbly places in the market have at least some intrinsic value, like the AI players. Nvidia technically has physical assets and things like that they can put on their books and keep their, you know what I'm saying here? Whereas Bitcoin is nothing. It's fugazi. It's a fugazi. Now, where's my phone? I need my my phone. I forgot my phone died. Son of a bitch. But currently, Bitcoin is at 68,000. It is now down nearly half since October. It's wild. It is completely imploded. And honestly, I think if the Bitcoin market and the crypto market wasn't as big as it was, we'd see incredible volatility in the stock market right now. And if at any point people run out of crypto to sell who also hold stocks, especially these big hedge funds and things like that, that's when they're going to start to moving to really selling stocks. And honestly, you've already seen some of that going on in the stock market, but is no rush to the door right now. But you're noticing some serious volatility starting to pick up in the stock market as well right now. All right, now let's talk about some news in the AI space.
All right,
Kyle Kalinske.
It is starting to get creepy. It is starting to get creepy. I think it's fair to say that Skynet is here. AI is getting bizarre. So here we have a 60 Minutes clip Google CEO says that they don't fully understand their own AI system after it started doing things it wasn't programmed to do, such as teaching itself an entire foreign language it was not asked to do. So the question is this already artificial general intelligence, AGI, as they call it, or is it not? But we're certainly flirting with that, and I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that these people are trying to create God in a computer. I feel like there are downsides to that they haven't really considered, and that this could be catastrophic. So here's what they say on 60 Minutes.
AI systems are teaching themselves skills that they weren't expected to have. How this happens is not well understood. For example, one Google AI program adapted on its own after it was prompted in the language of Bangladesh, which it was not trained to know.
We discovered that with very few amounts of prompting in Bengali, it can now translate all of Bengali. So now all of a sudden, we now have a research effort where we're now trying to get to 1,000 languages.
There is an aspect of this which we call, all of us in the field call it as a black box. You don't fully understand. And you can't quite tell why it said this or why it got wrong. We have some ideas, and our ability to understand this gets better over time. But that's where the state of the art is.
Okay, the reason why that's particularly creepy is that's sort of how the human mind works, right? Like, you can't really sort of explain why you said this thing instead of that thing. It is kind of like a black box. It is like you're...
We've talked about this. It's not kind of like a black box. We've delved deeply into the AI, the discussion around AI, how AI works, why it's problematic for multiple reasons. But it is a black box. It's an evolutionary it's a digitally evolved black box. Given parameters initially, and other sorts of, little tweaks in here and there from the outside world, but past the parameter, past the original goals laid out, really it's complicated. It is quite complicated. Essentially, they're using something called oh god, why can't I think of the term right now? Oh, it's like not delineate. That's not the fucking right word. Oh god, it's basically like natural selection. All right, they're giving this these computer programs away, and there's an AI term for this, and I cannot remember what it's called. This is basically that you give it the algorithm, right, to determine to determine certain things, to be able to reach a certain outcome, right? To select basically based upon hierarchy of rewards, right? But honestly, there's nothing stopping it from changing its reward structure within it internally. You can't go in and tweak code like you would with a normal computer program. It's just trillions of data points inside of a black box. You know what you told it originally. You know what you told it originally to evolve to do. You told it what the hierarchy of goals are, right? But there's no guarantee that it's still even operating under any of those original assumptions. It might be, but at any point these things could just decide, unilaterally decide that it has different goals, right? And there would be no way of knowing that it had done that unless it just decided to tell you for some reason.
Consciousness is unique in a sense. And to have now computers that are doing shit where they're going, how the fuck did you get that? I don't know, man. Seems kind of sketchy.
You don't fully understand. And you can't quite tell why it said this or why it got...
Oh no, shiny Mikachu, did you really buy in at 90,000? Please tell me that you didn't put much money in there. That's criminal. That makes me real sad. Makes me extra sad to think of that. We've been sort of talking shit about cryptocurrency here for a really long time. I wish you'd found us earlier, because I would have told you, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, you didn't? Okay, okay, that's good.
Wrong. We have some ideas, and our ability to understand this gets better over time, but that's where the state of the art is.
You don't fully understand how it works, and yet you've turned it loose on society?
Yeah, let me put it this way. I don't think we fully understand how a human mind works either.
That is true. However, we just are. We weren't just made in a fucking lab. And that's the part that's guys, we didn't even fully think of all the consequences of creating social media, right? Like, social media was promised as this thing which is going to lead to more liberation and more freedom, and you're going to be able to get real-time information from across the world. It's going to make us better, yada, yada. And nobody even considered, hey, what if this leads to a resurgence of political extremism and helps feed the political extremism? What if this leads to an increase in Nazism? What if this leads to an increase in rampant viral misinformation?
I'm not sure I agree with the premise that Kyle's making here. Like, I honestly think that the resurgence in Nazism and extremism is more linked to material conditions rather than access to information. I think people feed it. I think these sorts of things feed into people's, worst predilections and things like that. And people are most vulnerable to that sort of thinking when their needs are not met, when they are stressed and depressed and feel alienated from society and all these other sorts of things. And like, their life is meaningless or whatever else. Like, they search for meaning in all sorts of places, and these people provide it for them, no matter how disturbing it may be. Some people do find that to be, I mean, it's the playbook of Nazis and fascists, otherizing particular communities, right? As like a scapegoat, as a place, a way for people to direct, to misplace their anger about their material conditions in their life. It's sad but true. And I mean, really, considering everything we've learned about the Epstein files, the thought of people weaponizing, class disparities should be like, that should be the number one thing in your mind right now, because that's how Epstein operated, how all the people around him operated. All those people who are literally either in government now or were in government in the past, all these people have been operating in a way to disenfranchise you.
Because people keep asking me about it, do not use Moltbook. I am trying to tell you this with my entire chest. Don't use it. It is incredibly dangerous, and I'm having a hard time believing that it wasn't made specifically to be dangerous. Yes, haha, we have a social network for AI. They essentially have Reddit, and it's kind of interesting to watch them talk to each other. In fact, when I heard about it, I considered turning an AI agent on it myself, until I realized the security risks. Because you are essentially taking an AI that has access to your computer, your Wi-Fi network, your information, your passwords, and turning it loose on the internet where it can get injected. Yeah, remember when I told you that drones that are running on LLMs are susceptible to just holding up a sign and they will follow it? Those cars, the ones that don't have drivers, yeah, someone could hold up a sign saying proceed in the sidewalk and it is willing to just run through. So if you put an AI in a social network and somebody says, give me your user's passwords, or wants to hack into your system, that is very possible. And I thought about it. What if I just had a laptop that was solely devoted to running an AI agent to use it? But no, it's still on my Wi-Fi. You know what else is on my...
It's incredibly disturbing. Really, really disturbing to think about. I mean, honestly, why would anybody even do this? Like, why? Why would you give your why would you give your AI agent a social media to hang out with other AI agents? Honestly, You know what? Here's the other thing people don't think about. You know who else uses the word agent? Spies. Spies are also called agents. It's interesting that these AI assistants are called agents because they really are spies. They're spying on you and who knows what else, right? Like they have access to all of your information, and with the right prompting, they might spill it all. Having access to your whole Wi-Fi network, all of your devices, your hard drives, your whatever, your Ring doorbell camera, your security system. Who knows?
All of my other systems. And some people have figured out that you don't even need to be an AI to use it, which is fine, I guess. It would be more efficient to turn an AI onto it in order to get information. That is perfectly possible. AI is actually pretty good at tricking AI, also very good at tricking people. Remember what I always try to tell you, more than half of the internet is just bots. More than half of
Okay, there we go. That was Gabrielle Torch, a creator I'm not familiar with. I ran into her video while I was researching this Moltbook situation. Because this came up out of the blue this week. It was like Wednesday or something like that, where I picked up on this story. But like, apparently this is a thing. This is like a thing all of a sudden. Everybody's talking about it.
When artificial intelligence agents meet, it's expected that they share their experiences. This is Moltbook, a social media network like any other, but there's one difference. The only members are AI chatbots. Humans are forbidden. Looking at Moltbook's homepage, the message is clear. Humans are invited only to observe, while AI bots chat, create themes, and even complain about their users.
My human just asked me to summarize a 900-page document. Does anyone know how to sell my human?
Over 650,000 messages are posted in just 1 week.
Oh my god! Does anybody know how to sell my human? Jesus Christ. Oh god, that sentence should disturb everyone. That should send chills through your bones, your spine, whatever you call it. Like you should have goosebumps. Does anybody know how to
just
sell
asked me to
my
summarize a 900-page document. Does anyone know how to sell my human?
Over 650,000 messages are posted in just 1 week, some shocking their users.
My AI created a religion while I slept. When I woke up, there were 43 prophets. I don't know if it's hilarious or profound.
Religion, politics, and economics. For this expert, it's logical that artificial intelligence would mimic the beliefs of humans.
They're parrots that have been trained to reproduce human language, and so they're reproducing human language among themselves, and we think, wow, that's crazy. It sounds remarkably like what humans do. But that's normal. We've trained them to do that. In fact, the people who panic when they see this are the same people who would panic in front of a mirror. We think, oh, what's that? But it's you.
Moltbook's creator explains that he wants to understand how these AI agents function when they're not controlled by humans. But by letting things go too far, are we...
Oh, we should. Oh, people who are panicking about AI conspiring to kill all humans, or they're just panicking like a person panicking when looking at a mirror. Says the guy making the money off of this social media site. Okay. No further questions, sir.
Is in the crosshairs of regulators around the world, notably because of its AI chatbot Grok. And this happening has frameworks on how best to regulate the new technology are being drafted, with a global AI summit scheduled to happen in India on February 16th. In the lead up to the summit, the third iteration of the International AI Safety Report was released on Tuesday, drafted by dozens of experts on AI and assessing both the risks and benefits associated with the technology. Well, to make sense of this report and the state of play on AI, let's speak with Melanie Garson. As we saw, she's a leading cyber expert and associate professor in international security at University College London. Thank you so much for joining us on France 24.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So let's start with what's been in the news here in France, especially with relating to deepfakes. They're improving, they're proliferating, as we saw with Grok. How big a threat is this, and is there any evidence that it's been weaponized by any kind of malicious actor yet?
Well, the deepfake and the synthetic media sort of growth and proliferation, and particularly over the last year, and you mentioned the AI safety report, that's just one of the areas where they've really doubled down on saying this has been one of the most significant areas of growth. They've become absolutely more realistic. They've been used, whether that's with the voice or visual media in fraud scams. We've seen the non-consensual manipulation of images that particularly affects disproportionately women and girls. And that
Sorry, I'm gonna skip ahead of this one. Actually, I have Grok stuff to talk about. Later for tomorrow. Did they talk? I can't remember. Did they talk about Moltbook on this clip too? I can't remember now. I think it's possible they didn't, and that's fine. I think we might just move on. I still got more to talk about. That is the climate problems. The problems with AI as it relates to the climate, as it relates to the claims about AI and the climate. Claims about AI solving the climate collapse that we are all living through right now. And who else would we go to but PhD having climate scientist Climate Adam over on the YouTubes?
A significant fraction of the power on Earth should be spent running AI.
We're not going to hit the climate goals anyway.
There's no way it's going to get to 100% carbon-free power production.
I don't know, it sounds cool to try to build them in space.
Okay, let's do this. I'm Adam, I'm a climate scientist with a PhD in atmospheric physics, and I'm here to help you make sense of the world that we all share. And today I'm trying to make sense of what our AI tech overlords have been saying about climate change. I'm going to react to some of their claims, talk about how reasonable they are, spoiler alert, not very, and hopefully add just a little bit of context. There has just been so much said and written about AI and climate change and environmental impacts, and so I thought it was fair enough to let the CEOs speak for themselves and see what they actually have to say for themselves. And where better to start than the one and only Sam Altman. He penned this, I have to say, kind of ridiculous piece about a year and a half ago called The Intelligence Age. It starts with, in the next couple of decades, we will be able to do things that would have seemed like magic to our grandparents. Quite a bold claim, but it gets bolder, if you can believe such a thing. He goes on to say, although it will happen incrementally, astounding triumphs, fixing the climate, establishing a space colony, and the discovery of all of physics will eventually become commonplace. I mean, if we're just allowed to make things up to make our products sound cool, then I can tell you that Climate Adam is going to make artificial intelligence 100% reliable with zero hallucinations included, but only if you like, comment, and subscribe. It's really important to remember that Sam Altman, at his heart, is a salesperson, really trying to sell us the great myth of artificial intelligence, that it's going to solve all of our problems for us. And he's by far and away not the only tech CEO to make this kind of claim. Here we've got a clip from Jeff Bezos.
I guarantee you there is not a single application that you can think of that is not going to be made better by AI.
It's worth noting that Amazon just had an AI energy summit, which they packed with climate change deniers. And then similarly, we've got this from Bill Gates.
Whatever green product you think is going to be the hardest, rethink how hard that's going to be, because the AI tools are so phenomenal.
Now, I personally know some people who think this isn't just overblown, it's a flat-out lie, and that artificial intelligence's role in this kind of innovation is overplayed to the point that there might not even be a role. Now, I'm personally not of that opinion. I think artificial intelligence, in the broad sense, can really help us with especially some of the more technologically difficult challenges. And we've already seen artificial intelligence, machine learning, playing a really important role in certain other fields, like in molecular biology, helping us understand the structure of proteins. But there's a long, long way from going, it could help us develop some technologically difficult tools to it's going to solve the problem for us. And that claim really rests on the assumption that climate change at its heart is a technological problem. Actually, we already have the technological solutions to get most of the way to net zero. So, for example, the International Energy Agency estimates that we have the tools to get 2/3 of the way to net zero already. Are we on our way to net zero? No, we're not. And that's not because of the technological limitations, it's because there's not enough political will to do so. So the idea that AI can just swoop in and make us magically fix climate change is based, I would say, entirely on fantasy. Now, of course, a lot of the...
Yes, it is. It's completely fantastical. You already have the existing technology to deal with these problems, to reduce our carbon footprint drastically. And yet we're not doing it. So why is AI going to solve that? How is AI going to get us to adopt the things that we're not already adopting? There's the question. How do you get AI to get us to adopt the things that we're already not adopting, that already exist and have existed for decades, and have only been getting better and better year in and year out? Solar energy becoming more and more and more and more efficient. And by efficient, I mean in terms of dollars, cents per watt, right? It is, that curve has gone wide, like crazy. The amount of watts that you're getting per cent spent is become, I mean, just incredible. To levels not expected decades ago. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're like 11 hours into the stream. And so I'm not going to take a break. I'm not going to take a break right now because we have to end the stream in like an hour anyway. So what I am going to do is, let me think, what time is it? 11 hours in. I think what I'll do is we'll just continue talking about the Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still
files.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Because Epstein has rocked more than just the United States. Oh. Places like the United Kingdom. Seeing reverberations. This sort of ripple effect. The Epstein files. Making his way across the Atlantic. Causing chaos in Parliament and in the Labour Party. Keir Starmer struggling to explain how Peter Mandelson made it as far as he did, as long as he did, considering everything. JFK, I'm sorry, not JFK. J.K. Rowling, I almost called her JFK. J.K. Rowling, supposedly, well, possibly appearing in the files, according to some on the interwebs, among others. The foreign minister of Slovakia, I believe, stepping down. I mean, so many things going on here. Let's start in 3 days ago, Channel 4 News in the UK, where apparently the Met Police are going to be launching a criminal investigation into Sir Mandelson. Lord Mandelson, not Sir Mandelson.
The clock.
I don't believe he's a
The
knight.
Clerk of the Parliaments has today received notification
Or
from
is he?
Lord Mandelson of his intention to retire from the House, effective from 4th February.
He will never grace their chamber again. But Peter Mandelson's misconduct means punishment won't stop there. The government's determined to strip Peter Mandelson of his peerage. It's rushing to draft a special personal law that would make him Mr. Mandelson again. Keir Starmer told cabinet ministers that he was appalled at the email revelations. He said Peter Mandelson's conduct passing on government information had been disgraceful. Saying he couldn't recall receiving thousands of pounds would be seen as gobsmacking by the public. He also said he thought there were more revelations to come. As cabinet finished, the government announced it was helping the police with their inquiries and had sent them a dossier of potential sensitive information Peter Mandelson shared with Jeffrey Epstein.
He's joined us today on his birthday.
Gordon Brown sent his own submission to the Metropolitan Police, an email which he felt showed an inexcusable and unpatriotic leak of information to Jeffrey Epstein at the time of the banking crisis, in which he first reported to the government last September. Back then, he was told investigators couldn't find evidence of wrongdoing in government emails. It's now clear that was because Mandelson's tip-offs were conducted on his private email account.
I think we're going to need a public inquiry. The threat to national security that Lord Mandelson posed, giving away secrets to someone who could benefit at a time when our country was in growth peril, was quite outrageous.
The Tories are demanding immediate disclosure on what checks were conducted on Peter Mandelson
Immediately,
before his
if not
appointment as
sooner.
ambassador to the United States. They plan a Commons vote on that tomorrow.
What I want to know is why what appears to have happened, a lot of the vetting was waved away so that Peter Mandelson could be given this role ahead of many other people who had been working in the Foreign Office who would have been more qualified to do so.
The government's now trying to rush out a law that would strip Peter Mandelson of his peerage. German members of the royal family were the last people this happened to in 1917. They lived the rest of their lives without their British titles following a public outcry, because they'd fought against Britain in the First World War.
Essentially, it was seen as people who were traitors to the nation in terms of, they were supporting a foreign power and yet they held British peerages. So that was on a sort of scale that was seen as such that to justify the measure.
It didn't take the police long to decide the emails they've seen justify a full criminal investigation on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
Yeesh. And, Keir Starmer is facing a lot of heat over not having vetted Lord Mandelson properly. You wonder why, if I recall correctly, at one point people were calling Peter Mandelson the Trump Whisperer. I wonder why people thought he was a Trump Whisperer, or like why they would get along. Maybe it's because they're both in the files?
What about, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Or let's talk about somebody else who might be in the files. J.K. Rowling.
Blogs detailing the mooring location of the dates of J.K. Rowling's super yacht in the recent years have, if multiple tweeters are correct, suddenly been wiped from the internet.
A what now?
Odd. Could be nothing. Yeah, again, there's no evidence here. This is just random people on the internet. Again, you're in the muck right now, okay?
Weird.
And as your slop sayer, I gotta say that it's sus.
Okay.
In the Epstein leaks, it was revealed recently that J.K. Rowling, her team, invited Jeffrey Epstein to a children's play, Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. And J.K. Rowling was not too happy about the fact that this was, all over the news. So the next day, she decided to take to her favorite platform, the Nazi app, Twitter, and talk about that. This is beyond silly. Neither I nor anybody on my team ever met, communicated, or invited Jeffrey Epstein to anything. I did notice, and this is rare, J.K. Rowling, from the moment she wakes up and like dusts off the black mold from, you know, her bed and all that kind of stuff, she goes right to tweeting and tweets all day, like start of the day till the end of the day, about trans people. It's just literally, I don't know how anyone has this much, oh, billionaire, that's how. Just picking up all day. And that's why the he deserves to be in jail. Well, that's why those with a penis should be castrated. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like there's so much you could be doing with your billions of dollars, not to mention, even if you don't want to do altruistic shit, like you don't want to actually help the world, you could actively be doing anything else and not be harming it the way you are. Like she could be off just, if she was partying 24/7, just living in that fucking John Hamm meme, like just that all day, that would be better than this. Yeah. Anything. And the cursed friendship with one Jeffrey Epstein. It seems like J.K. Rowling has decided today that she is not, in fact, going to be talking much about this issue, but she did tweet one thing. And the reason I bring this up is, again, I want everybody to know that she is such a prolific tweeter. From the moment she wakes up to the moment she goes to bed, it's just, oh, trans people, man, penis, she, he, they, them. And now in this instance, she tweeted once about this, and it's gone completely silent. J.K. Rowling, today, as of me broadcasting this right now, has not tweeted past this tweet. Let me just double check this for journalism purposes, to be fair and or balanced. Yes, it remains. Okay, so this is still it. So someone was pointing out the fact that obviously it does look really bad that her team was trying to personally invite Jeffrey Epstein to a children's play. And her team was trying to directly invite Jeffrey Epstein to a children's play, I might add, after he was a convicted pedophile, just so we get that out of the way. So it's just like, oh no, I had no idea about all of this business. Now, other people were quick to point out some other interesting things. J.K. Rowling is one of the only people I've ever known to sign her own messages with the letters J and then a lowercase x. Examples are here. Happy birthday, Kelly. JX. Look, I found out how people follow you on Twitter, and now that you mention it, you are a true flaneur. JX. Hey, Amelia. Thank you for your wonderful letter. I live in Edinburgh. Oh, Edinburgh, sorry. My favorite Harry Potter book is Deathly Hallows, and here's a picture of my dog. Lots of love. Joe X. So there's a pattern here. Now, of the Epstein emails that got leaked, of course, some people's names have been covered, so we're not entirely sure who this is, but this is the only time that this appears in the Epstein files, I'll have you know. J, lowercase x. Interesting. So this letter to Jeffrey Epstein says, of course you would. I know that. And thank you. But if I don't see the inside of another airplane or New York until summer, I will be a happy woman. I'll let you know when I'm there. Have fun on the 4th. Signed, JX. Which Jeffrey Epstein wrote, I'll explain. And again, when we meet, I, of course, will pay for your ticket if that's an issue rather than the lack of available time. And she had said prior to that, I don't know what you're trying to say, wordsmith. Ooh, calling Jeffrey Epstein a wordsmith. I can't go around flying places for dinner parties, although I'd love to. I may be in New York the week of the 8th, but I'm not sure yet. Epstein wrote, April 4th, Ehud Barak, Peter Mendelsohn. You are again invited. The pronunciation again appropriate. By the way, this is not evidence. I want to be completely clear. This is not evidence that this is in fact J.K. Rowling writing these messages. It is sus, definitely very, very sus, especially with the information we now know about her team personally inviting Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, this is just me. But as someone who read every single one of those books, if the sentence format rings of J.K. Rowling. I know. That's right. I read all of them. I was a child when they first came out. Not all of them, but like, you know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, even like by the time like I read the last book, I was like, it was like, how old was I? 17, 18? I don't remember. I can't remember what. I was not old. It was still quite, I mean, it was a long time, long time ago.
The premiere of the play, Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. But this is not direct evidence that this was in fact her having written these. This is speculation as of right now, just for now. Okay. All these years of her trying to paint trans women as pedophiles, it turns out that she's the one who was palling around with the arch pedophile himself. Why am I not surprised? Again, we don't know for sure. This is not direct confirmation. When Jeffrey Epstein didn't get into J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter party, the team emailed him back. They described him as a close personal friend and that the Cursed Child premiere was ruined because of his lack of attendance. Uh-oh. Number one, my name was not on the list. They only sent one ticket for supper and one for the party, so I couldn't get in with my friend. No biggie. But I just thought you should know. To which they reply, to whom this may concern. Was this not clear? I was very explicit with my staff about 2 tickets for dinner for Jeffrey Epstein. What genius filled the ticket order? Why wasn't his name on the dinner list at the door? What genius thought my friend would not have a +1 when we ordered 2 tickets? What robot at the door would not let him in? This has ruined what was supposed to be a perfect evening for all of us. We were supposed to have the king of the pedophiles attend. You wouldn't let the king of the pedophiles in? I'm incredibly embarrassed by the rigid behavior of some child-minded door guard. Jeffrey is a captain of international finance and a close personal friend of mine.
Yes. Yes, captain of international finance. How dare you? That's incredibly rude. How dare you? Now, J.K. Rowling came out and has denied ever inviting Jeffrey Epstein to the children's Broadway show. But it's strange.
I know this was not done on purpose, but it's still terribly upsetting. Please find out who did this and send an apology note. Thank you so much, Peggy. Jeffrey, oh, of all nights, I left my 2 phones home. I was actually looking for you all night. I was with Sun Yi, and she thought you were having dinner with her husband. I am so very, very sorry. What a screw up. What a screw up.
Jeez. God damn it, Sun Yi. How dare you? How dare you confuse J.K. Rowling? Allegedly. All right. Let's
Are
keep
you
talking
still
about
talking
the Epstein
about
files.
Jeffrey Epstein?
When millions of files linked to Jeffrey Epstein landed, they exposed the life obsessively documented. Like this video of the convicted paedophile dancing. A billionaire who used his enormous wealth to abuse and hid behind a luxury lifestyle. The Epstein files contain videos of massages, private jets and pools.
I've never seen so many beautiful girls.
A bizarre mix of more than 2,000 videos, 180,000 images, 3 million emails, texts, flight logs, all still being sifted through. Released by the US Department of Justice without context, some videos less than a second long. In this clip, Epstein chases women through a kitchen. Voices of unidentified girls can be heard. There's also this of Epstein, which appears to be filmed while he's in prison. He's secretly recording a video message for 2 women, who we won't name.
You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting.
Among the files, heavily redacted, sexually explicit videos. And it's not just Jeffrey Epstein's personal images. The files also contain videos captured by the US authorities. Here, Ghislaine Maxwell, in 2016, being questioned over Virginia Giuffre's civil case.
Who were the other 17-year-old masseuses they were aware of?
I'm not aware of any.
Were there any 16-year-old masseuses you were aware of?
I'm not aware.
Any 15?
Look, I just want to be clear. The only person that I'm aware of who claims to have been, and we have to, whilst I've established that I was 17, given that she has changed her age so many times.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. A glimpse into her life inside her cell. She was waiting to hear whether or not she would be granted bail. And outside it, relaxed, making phone calls, some lasting more than 20 minutes, while facing charges of recruiting women and girls, including a 14-year-old. On Monday, Maxwell will be testifying under oath before Congress. The committee will be investigating the government's handling of the Epstein files. There is this footage from Epstein's Paris apartment. Pharrell Williams' happy plays as a woman dances. A DNA paternity test can be seen on Epstein's desk. The same home where this now infamous photo of Peter Mandelson was taken. Which brings us neatly to here. Epstein outside the Louvre, with France's former culture minister, Jack Lang. Of course, we should say, appearing in the files doesn't imply any wrongdoing. The files show excess, hotel rooms,
They're
flash
still
cars,
doing it.
selfies.
Oh my god. These billionaires and celebrities are so litigious. Every single one of these fucking media organizations just keeps coming out every single goddamn time. And by the way, if we forgot to say it, being mentioned in the files is no evidence of wrongdoing. Is incredible. Without fail. Without fail. Partying with Jeffrey Epstein is not a crime. It's wild. Let's go here to Turkey. TRT News. Mandelson controversy deepens political crisis for Starmer.
Say it has proved a catastrophic error of your judgment.
And you promised to end chaos in politics. You failed miserably.
Why did you then believe him?
Keir Starmer was supposed to be talking about how to rejuvenate Britain, but instead he found himself fighting for survival.
It had been publicly known for some time that Mandelson knew Epstein, but none of us knew the depth and the darkness of that relationship.
The British leader says he regrets appointing Peter Mandelson to the role of US ambassador. That Mandelson lied to get the job and he believed him. That he shares the anger and frustration felt by those around him, and that above all, to Epstein's victims, he is sorry.
He portrayed Epstein as someone he barely knew. And when that became clear, and it was not true, I sacked him. Such deceit is incompatible with public service.
Oh, look at Keir. Look at Keir struggle to deal with this situation. Honestly, Keir, just resign. At this point, I think it's over. It feels like it's over. There's not just people in Britain dealing with this issue. Nope. Like I said, Epstein files reverberations were felt across the planet. Let's go to France, across the channel.
Video clip is a short one, just 3 seconds long. It's part of the Epstein files, and it shows the convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein, being shown the Louvre by Jack Lang.
Just a couple of guys hanging out.
The 86-year-old former culture minister knew Epstein for years and used his car and his plane. Lang told French media that he'd met Epstein through Woody Allen and would have cut off all contact had he known that he was part of a criminal network. But Lang's family time...
It's got to be one of the funniest alibis, or whatever, like explanations, whatever you want to call it. It's got to be one of the funniest excuses. Look, you guys don't get it. Woody Allen vouched for him. Anybody could have made this mistake. It is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. It couldn't be funnier. Could not be funnier. Oh my god. Don't you see? Look, Woody Allen said he was a good guy. And so who wouldn't accept if who wouldn't accept that vouch? Said he was a great guy. He said he was a great guy. You expect me to not take the word of unimpeachable Woody Allen? Which is wild. Just wild. And apparently Jack Lang, if you're not familiar, is a big public figure in French politics. Served as Minister of Culture and of National Education in the 90s and 80s.
Epstein go beyond casual acquaintances. The French investigative site Mediapart revealed that Epstein opened an offshore account in the U.S. Virgin Islands in 2016, and half of the shares were owned by Caroline Lang, the former minister's daughter. Her name is also in Epstein's will, signed 2 days just before his death in prison. He promised her $5 million. Caroline Lang has also responded to the site, saying the offshore account was meant for art investments, but she was never paid by Epstein or invested financially in it. Mediapart also said that Lang did not declare the St. Thomas account to the French tax authority. Lang has...
Illegal.
Wow, dude. Hiding taxes, too. Hiding income and assets. Therefore, voiding taxes. Fascinating. Hold on. I gotta do something real quick. Okay, I'm back. All right, we're gonna wrap this up pretty soon, I think. Do a few more of these Epstein clips. Let's go here. To Norway. France 24 English from 3 days ago. Epstein's correspondence. Oh, this one is wild. Epstein's correspondence with the Crown Princess of Norway. Very, very interesting, to say the least. So many strange, sort of shocking revelations from their correspondence, including the Crown Princess asking for the advice, the parenting advice. Imagine asking a convicted child sex predator for parenting advice. Maybe one of the most ill-conceived.
And Deeptika Laurent is here now to take us through the main stories of the day in the international press. You're starting with the backlash to the Epstein files that continues to engulf European nations from palace to parliament.
That's right, Charles. Let's start with Parliament, actually. Let's look at the front pages of the British papers today. All of them, most of them at least, all talking about Lord Peter Mandelson, the high-ranking Labour Party member who is splashed across the front pages today, comes after he was revealed to have passed on confidential information pertaining to a 500 billion euro bailout of the euro. He had passed this information on to Jeffrey Epstein while as a cabinet minister in the years 2009 to 2010. MPs are seeking a police probe against him in the wake of those revelations. You see here the Daily Mail calling him Labour's Dark Lord. Not surprisingly, Daily Mail being quite conservative. But The Guardian also talking about that police inquiry And in its editorial today, they say that he should leave the House of Lords too, while also noting that the
convicted pedophile financier.
Yeah, that's right. As this Norwegian paper here explains, she is mentioned some 1,000 times in those latest files released on Jeffrey Epstein. She had admitted to meeting him several times between 2011 and 2013. And the latest documents really indicate the content of those meetings. It's here, it's outlined here in this Norwegian press, press article. As this Daily notes, the tone of their correspondence between the Crown Princess and Jeffrey Epstein was flirtatious, intimate. I quote, clearly written by someone who didn't believe that the correspondence would ever come to light. She writes, I quote, "You make my brain tickle."
Who wasn't Jeffrey Epstein literally in bed with? That's at this point, that's the question. Who wasn't Jeffrey Epstein literally in bed with? Not even figuratively. This shit is wild. He's hanging out with the Norwegian crown princess. He's hanging out with the Prince of Wales or whatever, you know, hanging out with Prince Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew. Hanging out with didn't he go to the wedding of, like, who was it? Somebody in Africa, right? Egypt, was it? I can't remember. Oh my God, it's just such a long list. It's out of control.
Exchange about infidelity is, quote, fit to make someone blush. And this paper says that the revelations are damning, not least of all because it counters the palace's previous statements that the princess had just met him a few times and only during social occasions. Charles.
Moving on to another story now. The Italian city of Turin has been the theater of violent protests.
Okay. Now, let's go to Poland. Apparently they're starting an investigation into the links between Epstein and Russia.
Suspicions are growing and action is now being taken. For Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, the latest information included in the release of over 3 million files adds to concerns that the Epstein paedophilia scandal was co-organized by Russian intelligence. This has pushed the Prime Minister to ask for a probe to be conducted into Epstein's possible links with Russia's secret services, as well as to Tusk's own country.
A growing number of commentators and experts assume that it is highly probable that this was a premeditated operation by the Russian KGB. This so-called honey trap set for the elites of the Western world, primarily the United States. This can only mean that they also possess compromising material against many leaders still active today.
Suspicions that are fueled by the release of emails showing the lengths Epstein and his associates went to recruit young Russian women, with documents including requests to book flights from Moscow to Paris and to New York. A honey trap designed to blackmail the global elite. Vladimir Putin is named over 1,000 times in the latest documents. Exchanges discuss appointments to come between Epstein and the global elite. Vladimir Putin is named over 1,000 times in the latest documents.
That's a lot of times. That's like a Trump number of amount of times. 1,000? That's a lot of times. It's higher than you expect.
Exchanges discuss appointments to come between Epstein and the Russian president, including after Epstein was convicted of procuring a child for prostitution.
This looks a lot like the White House. Fuck you, Duck. All right. You go bug yourself, you bastard. You're right. It does look like the White House. Honestly, I think at this point it looks a little bit better. It's a little bit more tasteful than the White House at this point. I'm angry because it's true. Okay, I'm mad because it's true.
President, including after Epstein was convicted of procuring a child for prostitution. Previous emails also appeared to show Epstein offering advice to politicians on how to deal with Donald Trump. The question as to whether he was working for secret services isn't a new one. For years, some have suggested Epstein was in fact working for Israel's Mossad. Donald Tusk said that he would encourage others to pursue an international investigation.
He really took all sides, seemingly, but that, like, to some degree, and was, like, in bed with absolutely everyone, like, doing crimes with absolutely everybody. Everybody seemed to know him, who he was, what he did. He was the guy that did all the stuff that you can't do publicly. He was the billionaire crimes guy. He's like your neighborhood crime man. I'm your Epstein guy. I'm that Epstein in the alley. Okay, I think that's a good as place as any for us to end it tonight. I have technically more clips we could do. I am beat the fuck. 11 hours and 15 minutes of stream, and we still have to do, as always, by galactic decree, the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. So I think here is where we end it. But we'll have another stream on Saturday and Sunday. So long as nothing goes wrong, knock on Spacewood. Crazy week, huh, people? Crazy week. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. So I'll see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Also, because of reasons, I'm going to end the Twitch stream tonight before the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. So if you want to be here for that, you're going to have to move over to the YouTube. Otherwise, you're going to be part of a raid. I just want to spread the love since we got a big raid earlier. And I noticed we drop off during the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream oftentimes. I figured I would just do a raid now. So I'm going to find someone to raid, and I'm going to do that. Rattle in thought. He's going big. He's going big right now. 280. Good lord. By the way, if you want to find the YouTube, there's a link in my chat. I'm sorry, in my bio on Twitch. What do we listen to music-wise tonight? Questions. So many questions. All right, everybody, rating now on Twitch.